Oh, okay.
Good morning, everyone. We are going to be beginning our programming for the day here as we speak. If I can please have you find a seat, please feel free to fill up the seats up in the front. either the blue or the white tables, please feel free to find an easy seat.
Hi, Sam. Oops. Didn't mean to signal you out. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Hi, Sayuri. Lovely to see beautiful places again, day 2. I just wanted to start with a quick recap of yesterday. It's an incredible day. We started with thought-provoking thoughts by Dr. Nubar Afeyan, who got us really thinking about institutions as engines of breakthroughs. Professor Fiona Murray, who talked about what it really takes to build thriving ecosystems, innovation ecosystems. And Dr. Adam Sherkawi, who reminded us that innovation can set us free, but only if growth markets chart their own paths and build context-driven, community-led solutions that reimagine systems and create new collaborative markets. We revealed our new name, the MIT Co-Sharper Center for Prosperity and Entrepreneurship, marking an exciting evolution, and a deeper, bolder, more global commitment to redefining the new calculus for global prosperity. A round of applause, please. Thank you. Our panels were packed. We heard from founders and policymakers shifting the African narrative, unpacked what unicorns really bring to the table, challenged the way we think about growth and climate, and explored how entrepreneurs are rebuilding countries in challenging environments. I loved seeing so many of you roll up your sleeves in the workshops and roundtables, talking capital allocation that actually makes sense for growth markets. Thank you, Alid. That was an incredible workshop. Digging into the role of higher education and figuring out how we collaborate better on climate finance. That level of participation, the mix of perspectives, that's what really makes this gathering so special. So thank you for bringing so much energy, curiosity, and honesty to yesterday's conversations. I look forward to carrying this forward today as we explore everything from systems change, entrepreneurship with our wonderful scholar in residence, Valeria Budinic, and the future of education and health systems, to the untapped role of AI in creating transformative change in growth markets and energy infrastructure as a tool for economic agency. You'll also hear from policymakers and entrepreneurs transforming regional prosperity in Central Asia, and from experts pushing for deeper economic, cultural, and infrastructural integration across growth markets. Plus, we've got a not-to-be-missed fireside chat and book signing with MIT's Professor Munzir Dahla, founding director of the Institute of Data Systems and Society, and an author of a newly released book that he's going to sign and give out for free for the first 20 people who get to the book signing desk. So to start the day, we have an incredible panel. The next conversation is on the role of large corporations in leveraging entrepreneurship and innovation for shared prosperity. It's going to explore how big businesses can support and collaborate with entrepreneurs to advance and accelerate innovation ecosystems. Moderating this discussion is our incredible Dina Sharif, Executive Director of the MIT Co-Sharper Center for Prosperity and Entrepreneurship. And joining her are 6 remarkable entrepreneurs and thought leaders. May I invite to stage Mr. Bruno Rondani, the CEO of 100 Open Startups, who flew all the way from Brazil to be with us today. Mr. Nana Bafour, Executive Chairman of Sazience and ENDA, and also a Business Circle member, and the most stylish man in the house. Nene Maiga, oh, beautiful shoes, CEO of Orange Botswana. Mr. Florian Schattenman, CTO of Cargill. Hanan Morshid, Chief Sustainability and Innovation Officer, OCP Group. And Ruta Vutukuru, Chief Digital Carrier and Content Officer, Liberty Latin America. Please join me in welcoming them to stage.
Good morning, everyone. Well, oh my goodness, the mics. Good morning, everyone. You guys must really be sick of me by now. I love you too, Sayuri. And Nana, those shoes really are great.
Thank you.
Guys, if anybody likes shoes, go get shoe advice from Nana before he is the founder of ENDA, that is outside. I'm sure many of you have been trying on the ENDA sneakers. Go buy a pair. They are the best local brand going global in the world right now. Go buy a pair of ENDA shoes. All right.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. All right, guys, are you guys ready? Ready? Bruno, did you stay up
Ready.
all night preparing? Yes. Brazilians, you're always prepared. All right, I'm going to start the conversation actually with you, Nana, because this panel is really about the role of the corporate sector in supporting entrepreneurs and creating prosperity. And Nana before and I met, a little over a year ago? Nana came to the center, we had a conversation. He was really coming, to get advice about something else, and was introduced to the center and immediately said, Dina, I want my companies to support the center. Why did you feel that you as an owner of a group of companies needed to play a role in our story of a center that is supporting entrepreneurs as a pathway to achieving prosperity all across the world?
Yeah, thanks. First, I want to give a big thank you to Dina and the amazing Hania and the whole team at the Co-Sharper Center.
Yay!
They do an amazing job in terms of really capturing something that I really resonated with when I first met them, which is that development through entrepreneurship, it's probably the most effective, impactful way for economic development. And whilst that for most of us in the room may seem very obvious, it's amazing that for 55 years, the world has not clued in on it. And Iqbal, who sat at my table yesterday, is a founder of the center, talked about, 17 years ago when he started talking about that. And the reason why it resonated with me is I look at my own personal journey, and I'm from Ghana, West Africa originally, and I was just telling somebody that when I was a kid, around 10 years old or whatever, I wanted to be a fashion designer. And back then, 40 years ago, you couldn't be, my mother is a seamstress and all that stuff. But back then, 40 years ago, you couldn't be a fashion designer in Ghana. You could be a tailor, but you couldn't be a fashion designer. And so I told the gentleman, Ritzy, that when I figured out I couldn't be a fashion designer, the next thing that I could be was an economist. And, there is a reason why, because if you think about it, for many, many years, for some of us from growth markets, and I love the name growth markets, by the way, what we saw in terms of development was, the IMF and the World Bank crowd coming in, and this was what you saw as development. And so, and I knew a lot of those were economists and so forth, so I said, okay, that's what I want to do. It was until I came to the US and I was in North Carolina in a master's program in economics because I was on my way to get a PhD because I wanted to be an economist, and I took a course in corporate finance. And this is when I learned about capital markets and everything else, and that changed my life. And it put me on a trajectory. This is in 1995 in Charlotte. It put me on a trajectory where, today, for the last 22 years, I've been an entrepreneur globally, building companies, mostly around tech, but also around fashion. And when I come into a country, we've spent a lot of time in Brazil, and now we are in Costa Rica and a bunch of other countries, and you see what you can do vis-a-vis creating jobs, vis-a-vis working with customers and so forth and so on, you begin to understand the power of entrepreneurship for economic development. And so when I connected with Dina, and she said this is what the center was doing, for me, it was just like bing, 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 right? It was a light bulb moment. And that's why I've, among other things. No, but I mean, of course, everybody knows, I always tell everybody how Dina is a force of nature. We all know this, right? And sometimes I keep thinking, how does this woman get all this energy to keep doing all this other stuff? And I constantly try to kind of get some of that. But what the center is doing around the world in terms of the concept of ecosystems, I think it's amazing, it's phenomenal. I've seen it in practice. We are trying to learn more and more about it. So it's for us, it's obvious, but it's not so obvious in the world. And I'm hopeful that more and more people will clue into this work, because there is no better way to create economic growth than unleashing the power of creativity, of ambition, of vision, and of, as the speaker from yesterday said, the chairman of Moderna, of imagination. Thank you.
Thank you, Nana. Hanan, I want to move to you. You know, I was introduced, everyone knows about OCP, right? But I was really properly introduced to the company really through Dr. Jinen Abunedi, and who is incredible, I know. She's really wonderful. OCP has played an extremely significant role in building the entrepreneurship and innovation ecosystem in Morocco. It didn't have to do that. It could continue doing what it was doing as a large corporate, expand through Africa, but to actually go out and support entrepreneurship, to build a university that has entrepreneurship at its very core. What was the thinking behind that? And why choose to focus on entrepreneurship at all? But specifically, why are you choosing to focus on innovation-driven entrepreneurship?
Thank you very much.
And thank you for coming and being with us, because you came all the way from Morocco.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dina. Thank you for inviting us, and very happy to be part of this wonderful gathering. And congratulations for all the work you are doing, by the way. So OCP is the world leader in phosphate-based fertilizers production. We are based mainly in Morocco, but we have ties with all the continents, with a specific deeply rooted in Africa. This is why we created a lot of initiatives to support the overall African value chain, including our farmers, our communities, etc. It's part of our DNA. Why do we do it? First of all, because we have a sense of having a planetary mission. This is the reality. We are producing fertilizers, and fertilizers are responsible for producing half of the food of this planet. We have access to 70% of the phosphate world reserves in our country. 70%, it's a duty, it's a big responsibility, and we consider ourselves custodians of phosphates for the world. We need to manage it very responsibly with a lot of stewardship. And part of it is, of course, being inclusive and making sure that the growth is coming for us, but also for all our communities, our stakeholders. Our main stakeholders are farmers, especially the smallholder farmers. And this is why we thought that helping this ecosystem to thrive, to grow, is part of our growth. And this is what we do. Innovation is important because it creates new opportunities for us, maybe new markets, maybe different approaches to markets, more responsible ones, more impactful. But also creates opportunities for these farmers, this ecosystem, young people around us, etc., to bring value for us and for themselves. Thinking about that, the initiatives that we launched, for example, are incubators at the university, specific training programs for farmers and for youth people working on climate issues, working on farming and intensive agriculture, sustainable agriculture, etc. And this is helping us in our business strategy. We used to produce very standard fertilizers. We shifted 5 or 6 years ago to mainly what we call tailored fertilizers. Tailored fertilizers are one designed for each need of each soil, each crop, etc. For example, we go to Ethiopia, we analyze the soil, we find that they need specific micronutrients, specific formulas, and these formulas can bring even 40%, 50% more yield. But to be able to achieve that, we need to work with researchers, with universities, with PhD holders, and with farmers that are willing to support this shift. And this is why these programs, such as what we call the Agri-Booster in Africa, are very important, because we bring these farmers to work with us. We train them on new sustainable farming activities. We even unlock with them new opportunities to create growth. For example, all the carbon farming opportunities for farmers that are seeking to explore the opportunity of climate agriculture, for example. And with these incubators, with these trainings, with these programs, these farmers are have today access to more revenue and more growth opportunities. So this is a win-win for us and for them. It's an opportunity for them. It's supporting all our sustainability and business strategy. And I think overall, growth cannot be made for a company if it doesn't support the growth of all the ecosystem around.
I love it. It's on point. And, you know, I think OCP is, for me, is just really fascinating because of the value system and the approach you take. I just, really quick follow-up. Where did that come from?
I think it's coming from the mission. Right. When your mission is not creating revenue for your shareholders, but creating growth for you and for your ecosystem, it always makes sense to thrive for you and for the others.
Amazing. And thank you, OCP, for being one of the amazing sponsors of this conference. Florian, I would like to move over to you since we're talking about agriculture. And, you know, I'm so happy to welcome you to the center and to this panel. And I want to thank Andrea Cates for introducing me. I want to ask you, and, you know, also researching Cargill a little bit was very interesting to me because of all the work that you're actually already doing around R&D within the agriculture space and food security. And Cargill has really embedded this sustainability into its innovation agenda. But could you tell us how your R&D and innovation efforts are helping address some of the most challenging issues in relation to food and food security around the world? And also how you're partnering with local innovators.
Absolutely. And good morning, everyone. It's terrific to be here. Actually, similar to several stories last night, I came here from Germany, from a different country, got my PhD at MIT and my wife, so really good deal. And so
you're happy to be back, right?
Yeah. So I highly recommend it. So seminal time, so really an amazing place. So Cargill is not as known. It's the largest food and ag company on the planet, but we're still owned for 160 years by family, so we're not listed anywhere. So a lot of the comments that I'm going to make are in the context of agriculture. We're not making iPhones or apps or something. We're feeding the world, and it starts with a mission, and that's, I think, is always very important to be close to the mission. When we look at the challenges, drought-resistant crops, supplies, food secure supply chains, sustainability in our supply, these are challenges no one university, no one company, no one startup can actually solve. And so the way we look at this is innovation has to be the ultimate team sport. There is really no alternative around this. But large companies sometimes struggle to do that. So you have to actually have a way to flange up in this ecosystem. It's easy said, but it's not so easily done. And so for us, there's sort of 4 pillars to that. Pillar number 1 is internal R&D. We still have it. It's strong. We have specific areas where we know our stuff. Then we have a group called XI, External Innovation. They look outside, now early stage stuff. So think of consortia, think of academics like MIT, think of accelerators and things like that. The third pillar is what we call the Ventures Group, and I'm actually the chair of the Venture Board that oversees that. And here we look exactly at sort of primarily Series A, Series B is our sweet spot, so at the value curve. But this is where we look at technologies that are emerging where we're not the experts, and we shouldn't be, and we can't build it, right? So how do we get access to that technology and find a way? And then the fourth one, it's actually very new. It's sort of like kind of still warm. This is and it's called the launchpad. And the launchpad is this is earlier stage startups, and we say like, hey, your idea has to be good enough that you're going to get funded by somebody else. But then there comes the valley of death. That's where most startup companies actually struggle through or die. How can we open up our facilities for you new technology if you have a good idea that's funded by somebody else, but we can open up our facilities for you to test it at scale. And so when you look at some of the one or two examples as we now work in the future, we're right now building a big plan for where we take a monomer that is a part of spandex, for instance, although I'm not wearing spandex, but it's made by a bioprocess, not by a petrochemical process, so it's a sustainability story, right? The technology came from a startup. We're the scaler, and then we're working with another company called Helm on the go-to-market. It's those triangular relationships that we see more and more. We're on a different things, on a different platform. We work with a startup company around, chocolate-free chocolate type of products. Again, there's a go-to-market company like one of our customers. We can help scale. We can help make those connections, and then there's a startup. So I think these triangular relationships are absolutely critical, as long as there's enough value to go around and everybody understands their strength. I think that's when it really works. As I always tell startups and ourselves, and my CEO is 50% of something is way better than 100% of nothing.
I love it. And I think, it's almost, well, it makes sense. You're an MIT alum, right? It's almost as if you're talking exactly about the MIT framework for the role of the corporate sector in building an innovation ecosystem, because, we often think the corporate sector, we think, the philanthropic part, that's just giving money to support things. But through the example of OCP and you're actually talking about how you're connecting with startups to stay ahead of the curve. You're helping startups do their R&D. You are acquiring those that make sense. You're helping them scale. That is exactly what the MIT model is telling corporates to do, right? So amazing. Now, Nene, I want to switch over. Actually, sorry, I'm going to go to Shruta first, and then I'll come to you, if you don't mind. Shruta, you and I, we got to catch up a little bit earlier in the morning, and I could feel your passion for entrepreneurs. And it seems that, through your work or outside of your work, you're always connecting with entrepreneurs. And in your company, which focuses a lot on Latin America and in telecom, I want you to tell us, and this is Nana before, by the way, you should connect after. You're working across Latin America, and you must have seen an incredible number of local innovators across the continent of Latin America. Can you tell us a little bit or share a story of how you shifted maybe the strategy of Liberty's strategy when it comes to the digital strategy or content strategy because of being connected to what is happening on the ground through startups?
Well, thank you, Dina, for actually including me in this panel. Really, congratulations to everyone. Amazing work. And to actually the Institute as well. Beautiful work. I must say that it is a bit of a passion project for me to connect entrepreneurship to what we do. I am what I would say in a bit of a boring business. It's a private equity buy and operate type of a model where we go and pick up assets called telecommunication companies, bring them on, and then operate them into profitability and, in fact, spur the growth. So by definition itself, it sounds not so interesting. But the best part about it is we are in the business of connecting people. So we form the connective tissue in all these markets as well as countries. We are in 34 countries B2B, and we are in 28 countries B2C. We bring broadband, mobile, whether it's prepaid or postpaid, as well as video into the countries. What we do notice is there's a lot of innovation on the ground in the countries. However, these innovative ideas do not have an ability to scale. Scale is a big factor in wanting to not just provide a solution, but also provide a solution that has an inclusivity component to it. The beauty of being in the business that we are in is we are truly the connective tissue, and our mission is to make the digital lives of our communities better. So if we have the connective tissue, there needs to be muscle, there needs to be blood, there needs to be everything else that needs to flow on top of it in order to make sure that the economies thrive. And if the innovation doesn't have scale, us being the connectivity component falls short. So that's where innovation comes into place. And I'm a big believer and a passionate believer, as Dina mentioned, that innovation as well as invention doesn't need to be local. It can be shamelessly borrowed from any part of the world and brought to and contextualized for the region that we are in. So at least in my modest role at Liberty as a company, we have created what's called a growth incubator, where we bring hyperscalers from other parts of the world who have similar socioeconomic demographic statistics, and bring those activities as well as their technologies and platforms into our countries. And we add the connectivity layer to them because we connect them through broadband and mobile. And we are trying to connect them to local economies and local innovators. What I mean by that is, for example, fintech is a big portion. I think we have some Brazilian representation here in Latin America, but we are struggling with scale, and we are struggling with tech stacks that can actually handle that type of scale and connect all the countries that have different protocols across the globe. But by bringing success stories from Africa, from Asia, from Southeast Asia, and actually bringing the technology itself, whether we borrow it or we represent it, and include the innovators to sweat our own assets, that's what is allowing us to create this growth incubator and bring digital inclusivity, which allows an unmonetizable 30% of unbanked and underbanked to make them monetized on our connectivity rails, basically. So hopefully that answers the question, Dina.
It does, and I'm pretty sure Nene has some things to say about that too. So, right? Am I wrong?
Absolutely.
Now, Nene, you're the CEO of Orange Botswana, and you know here at the center, Botswana is very dear to our hearts. And we're about to begin a very long-term initiative with the country of Botswana. But your work at Orange is also demonstrating how telecos can really serve as like platforms for innovation. How have you been leveraging your core business to enhance entrepreneurship and innovation, to specifically in Botswana, and to strengthen the local ecosystem, which seems to be a top priority for the country right now?
Thank you, Dina. I will start by not answering your question and by telling an African story.
Of course, in true fashion with the people of Botswana.
So in 2022, I was looking for a brand ambassador. And we had never had a brand ambassador before. So I listened to the young people in the company, and they told me, we have this kid in Botswana, and he runs quite fast. And he's 17, and he broke one of Usain Bolt's records, under 17. So I'm like, oh, okay, why not? Let's go. Let's sponsor this kid. And I met the kid. I met his mom. And I was looking at his mom like, I've been told you're the star, not your son. You're the one supporting him, traveling with him everywhere. So tell me a bit more about your son. She told me, my son has always loved to run. And I raised him by myself, and I believe that my son is going to be a big star. And when I need to go to Paris for the Olympics, because I will be going to Paris with my son for the Olympics, I need you to support me for my ticket and hotel and all of that for the Olympics. And I'm like, fine, I will do that. Not in the contract, I don't care. You will go to Paris with your son. And that kid was amazing. And that kid was training in Maun in Botswana. Maun is a city in the north of Botswana, less than 100,000 people. And first international competition, that kid won. And so we did a homecoming in his village. His village is called Kanye. And when we went back to Kanye, everyone from the school kids to the grandfathers were racing to show how proud they were of this young man. April 24, I get a call and I'm told Seratiwa, the mother of this athlete, just passed away at 44 of cancer, breast cancer. And I was so sad for that boy, and I was sad for his family. And this was April 24, 4 months away from the Olympics. And that's when we decided that, okay, no matter what happens, we'll be there to support that kid, no matter what he needs. But we will also support any athlete from Botswana qualifying to the Olympics. So the Olympics came, and Letsile Teboho, that is his name, became the first gold medal of the story of Botswana. He ran the 400 meters and won. But more than that, his team, 4 athletes from Botswana training in Maun, less than 100,000 people living in Maun, silver medal at the Olympics. So that told the story to Botswana and to the world. We are a tiny country. We are in the south of Africa. Maybe no one has ever heard of us. Doesn't matter. There's a movie on Netflix about this story. And this movie says, how is it that Noah Lyle didn't win the Olympics? But that's not the story. The actual story is how a kid from a single family in Botswana, raised by a single mom who passed away 4 months before the Olympics, won the Olympics. That's the story. And that is an African story with its challenges, with its achievements, and with a very Western-centric narrative that doesn't serve us. That is an African story. And that is the story of the youth in Africa. Because Africa is everything. Africa is what you see in Morocco, where I used to live, in incredible work from Benguerir to Casablanca to everywhere. What you see in Botswana, with the incredible local democracy in Hotlas, with change in parties that happened without a hitch. That is the major investments that all Africans are making on our continent. Because, yes, we lack things, we lack infrastructure, we lack this and that. And we are not happy about that. And we will not let it stand. We will change it. So Africa, and actually, when you look at me, I might be maybe the youngest person on the panel, but I'm very old by African standards. Median age in Africa is 17. I'm twice that. I'm a grandma in Africa.
Then what am I then? You just made me feel like the great-grandma.
And we have incredible energy, and we will shape our future. And we have been told too many times that we don't matter. I've been told, because my family is from Timbuktu, and Timbuktu doesn't matter. We've been told that there are countries that no one has ever heard of, countries that produce what, countries that are where. But we don't care about any of that. We want prosperity. We want opportunities for our kids and our family. And we will work very hard to make that become a reality. And when you talk about ecosystem and the telco sector, back on track, this is one of the areas where we have been basically pushing very hard to bring to Africa the same level of standard and practices and innovation that you can find anywhere else. Because guess what? In Africa, as in every other place, people love internet, people love your WhatsApp, people love your TikToks, okay? And people can understand load shedding for power. People cannot understand the network being down for 20 minutes. That cannot happen. And so we have pushed technology to the level that no matter the challenges, no matter what happens in our country, we should be able to produce high level of services, produce and avail the latest technologies to 5G to 98% of the population, and with very high average speeds. And build on top of that a mobile money ecosystem. So as it stands today, 98% of people in Botswana have access to 4G and plus, and 70% of them have access to mobile payment solutions. Now, you cannot be innovative alone. You can only be innovative with an ecosystem of like-minded companies. And the reality is, no matter how you feel like, those like-minded companies are there. The question is, how do you help them get to market and grow? Many times people think that money is the problem. And I find that, in my experience, money is never a problem. Money is always a consequence that you can get to. So the idea for us was to say, how is it that we can plant the seeds of those thriving companies in the future? So we have several ways to go about this. The first way is a social venture prize that we have, and we try to identify high potential companies throughout Botswana. We do it because we are Orange, present in 26 countries, 45 billion yearly revenue. We do it in every country we're in, but in Botswana we do it every year. And the idea is to find those entrepreneurs addressing local issues with viable solutions. Very often we think about scale, but in the context of Botswana, it's a tiny country. So does your business make sense? Can you be able to grow and sustain yourself? Those are the questions that we ask. And so we end up with entrepreneurs that design solutions for the local problems. For example, providing agricultural information through any sort of phone anywhere in a country. And that company has now 20% of the country using their products every month. Huge success story for us, and we are helping them scale outside of Botswana and move to Madagascar, DRC, Guinea, and so on and so forth. Very exciting story. We have, a couple of years back, another company that identified that we have 30% unemployment rate among the youth, but we have so many job offers that cannot find people. So the service they invented was, once again, no matter the device you use, you can curate and receive on a daily basis all the job offers that match your profile, so that we are able to kind of reduce those inefficiencies in the job market. The last one from last year was just a young lady. I admire her a lot. And she said, okay, one of the barriers to entering the job market is that sometimes people don't know how to drive. So is there a way, and she designed an app that helps you learn how to drive. And those seem basic, but they answer needs of people, they make sense, and they grow. They grow. And our role is to say, okay, we will support you, we'll identify you, we will help you with marketing, we will find ways to work together. Either we buy and we become a supplier, but a stable one that will enable you to grow and invest, or we have a revenue share. In that case, we both have every interest to make sure that this product can really grow on that market and expand outside of the country. And it's working very well. And we also have a wide range of other initiatives just to see, if you're a woman, you have a small business and you're trying to find ways to grow that business, Orange can be there for you and to help you think bigger than what you're seeing currently. And we also invested in what we call the Orange Digital Center, which is a free coding school. And it was, in the case of Botswana, one of the first places where we had 3D printers. So very early stages, we had University of Botswana coming to train some of their students at our places. So this is really free access. Anyone can come in, experiment, prototype, do whatever you want. You just need to be motivated. I don't care where you come from. I don't care what sort of degree you have or you do not have. It's really none of my business. You want to prototype, you want to experiment, you want to try things, you can come and do it. And if you want to launch a startup, and if you want to try to find a solution to human-wildlife conflicts, because a funny story about Botswana is that for every 15 person, you have an elephant. That sounds cool until you have to live with the elephants. And then you realize that, well, it can be problematic because elephants actually consume huge amounts of trees and water and all of that. It can be very destructive. And the idea is, how can we live peacefully with those giants? Because when the climate is dry, they can dig up water and cause a whole lot of mess, or go and eat on people's farm, which is always a problem, right? So. And it's very interesting because when you look at these kids, they will come up with solutions that very closely match our realities and our needs, and could also be exported outside of this country. So the focus on community, I think, is something we truly believe in, and something that is in the DNA of Botswana.
Yes.
And I think once you come to Botswana, you'll feel that. How is
I've
it
been.
that?
I've been.
Oh,
I've
and I
been.
didn't see you.
I didn't know about you, but you know, Nene, thank you. And you know, you say tiny, tiny country, but by what we're hearing today, I would say tiny but mighty, right? I want to switch over to Dr. Bruno. So Bruno, you know, you've built something in Brazil that is very interesting, and it is actually the largest startup corporate platform in the world, right? Or one of them. I think it's pretty large.
Yeah, I never see any bigger, anyone with the same numbers, but of course, in terms of impact, then you have so many. Yeah.
So you built this platform to connect startups to the corporate sector in Brazil, and it has grown significantly. So my question to you is, what is the most common misalignment that exists that you see between large corporation and new ventures? And how do we get corporates across markets like Brazil or Egypt or Botswana or Morocco or India or Ghana, where Nana originally came from? But how do you get more corporates to really embrace entrepreneurs, rising entrepreneurs, in the same way that you've heard everyone talk about on this panel, right?
Yes, great, thank you. So very glad to be here. Thank you, Dina. I think talking from the Brazilian perspective, okay, so we are on a learning curve. Brazil is not, let's say, renowned as the leading innovative country of the world. Of course, we are lagging behind still. But in the last maybe a decade or a little bit more, we have very good, I think, community being formed. It's VC, venture capitalists, now they have a strong community, startups in all different sectors. But I think what really is changing our ecosystem, if you go, you see it very clearly, is the opening up of large corporations in the last 10 years. We started as a center for open innovation with the large corporation, but they were more connected to the universities. And the startup ecosystem wasn't that much attractive for them because it was still small. But then corporate venture capital around the world started to, grow as a new phase, and then I started to receive demands of, is there good startups in this sector, in this other sector, in this technology, from the multinational companies that were opening up this, let's say, innovation outposts. They wanted to be in different places. So São Paulo was at their radar. And then I started to do this reports saying, yes, some, maybe 5 here, 10 there. But then we said, why don't you come and see and try to find for yourself and become maybe a mentor or advisor. At the time, I was running a lot of those competitions around the country, basically engineering schools. So with students, they would maybe come up with new ideas. So I was, at the time, supported by Intel. So they were like funding us to do this training. But then there was no investors enough to evaluate that many ideas and possibilities that will come up from the students. So then when we started to connect, okay, you want to see the ecosystem, they are still, let's say, in early stage, but you can connect and become a mentor, advisor, maybe an angel investor, and that's how we started to grow. And at a certain point, we decided to, okay, let's do it together. So 119 corporations joined the platform as a member, and they commit to give feedbacks to the entrepreneurs. And at the time, the entrepreneurs were coming from the universities. But then Intel said, we will stop the program internationally, so now you can run it as you wish. So I didn't have the requirement to have students, the undergrad student. I said, okay, so now everybody can join. And then we had a big increase in the number and the quality and the maturity of the startups. So people coming from large corporations would start their startups and with more experience, maybe 10 years of professional experience. So then the connections became more, let's say, would create more results. And then we started to grow. So in the first year, we had 82 out of the 119 corporations that have signed at least one agreement with one of the startups. And the number of startups with agreement was 108. But then after 10 years, now we have 6,000. Last year, 6,000 corporations with agreements signed with more
6,000.
than... Yeah, 6,000. So we had, let's say, in this 10 years...
Oh, Nana's joining your platform?
Yes, of course.
You managed to convince him?
Yes.
Without thanking me? What is that about?
Of course I thank you, many times. Yeah, Quintes is a company that works with those large corporations, so they're very strong in banking and public sector. And the type of work you do could be, let's say, supported or improved working together with startups. And that's, I think, the moment we are. Because different from when we started with R&D, the projects would be like very long-term projects, very connected to the university. So R&D is not that strong. So if you see Cargill in Brazil, how many people doing R&D you have there? About
150, actually.
And at the world?
2,500.
Yeah, so that's...
But Brazil is a big part of the future of the world. That's where...
And agriculture is one of our biggest strengths.
Absolutely.
And now we have a very strong agro-tech community. But we still don't have, for instance, agro-tech unicorn. Or we have maybe 1 or 2 funds focused on agriculture. So there is a huge opportunity there. And now we have a huge community. So then I connect to what Florian said. Now the challenge, the misaligned before would say, we don't know what to expect. So expectations were not aligned. So we don't know if they are, let's say, really important for my strategy or whatever I can do as a corporation. So it's like a new player, but with potential. Now it's clear that there is a lot to take from the ecosystem.
Yeah.
And then you should maybe help to enhance and build and manage the ecosystem. So be more present, not just, okay, let's see what is there that I can take from, but also what can I build at the ecosystem. So this is what the big and the large corporation, and Cargill is one of them, doing that kind of thing. And now connecting with the R&D.
Cargill is also on the platform?
Oh, of course.
Oh my goodness. So all you need to do is expand to Africa, and you'll have, you know, Hanan and Nene and...
Yeah, I'd
love to.
I'd love to. I see so many. We talk here.
Struta's company is
already
not
sitting
on your
next to each
platform. You
other.
need to work on that. Yeah, you got some work to do, Bruno.
No, of course, yeah.
6,001 right here.
Absolutely.
All right,
We
I
should
wanna
fix
give the
that
floor-
before the panel ends.
Exactly, 6,001. Nana wants to jump in and say something.
Look, as Bruno said, Quintes is about to join his platform. And I think this is really interesting because on the panel, we are talking about large corporates working with startups. But what we are doing is another version of which we are in the middle. We are a mid-sized company working with the startups, leveraging the startups for our large corporates. So, you know, the company that... so the large corporates are our clients. So in Brazil, as Bruno said, we run a software development digital transformation company that we have the good fortune of working with some of the largest companies in Brazil. And so, for example, we talked about fintech. So I think the second largest instant payment system in the world is called Pix, which is done by the Central Bank of Brazil. And we are the company that supports that infrastructure. For the government and the central bank and so forth, and it's been one of the most revolutionizing sort of financial inclusion platforms in the world, next to what the Indians have at UPI or something like that. And so every time I visit clients in Brazil, the question, when I ask them, what can we be doing to be better, they always, to the same client, say the same thing. We wish you brought us more innovation. We wish you brought us more innovation. And so what we're trying to do with 100 Startups and Bruno is that innovation where we can bring startups from his platform to our large customers that are looking for more innovation. And our customers are banks, they are large retailers, the public sector, and so forth and so on. So this idea of being a conduit, which we see ourselves as, for bringing innovation to our large customers, and as it were, also innovating what we do for them. We are seeing it in practice, and I think that we're about to sign. We're not yet signed, but hopefully by the time we go back to Brazil together, it will be signed and we can start working together. Thank you, Bruno.
And you got to work on Struda as well. All right. Now, I would love to take questions from the audience if there are burning questions from the audience. Oh, Ritsky, can we get a mic up here? Yes, and Dupe. Those are our two. Ritsky, Dupe, please introduce yourselves and also say who the question is for.
Thank you. My name is Ritsky. Thank you, Dina. I'm from Indonesia. I'm currently a commissioner of Grab Indonesia, but I do a lot of climate tech right now, investment in climate tech. So
He
my
also
question
sits on our advisory board. Just so you know, throw that out there.
Yes. So my question is to Hanin. I listened to what you do. Congratulations. I think it's a great initiative. I do somewhat similar initiatives in Indonesia, work with scientists, microbiologists around the world to solve methane emission reductions in paddy field. Basically, it's quite similar, but in a much smaller scale. But we would like to compare notes after this later, but for the benefit of the forum, I think I would like to ask questions. I know you do innovation in science through microbes, fertilizers, and other things. But to do the complete, applications, you need more than just the science innovations. Especially, I look at your websites. You do a lot in Morocco. I guess a lot of smallholders, farmers in there. So I think it's a challenge in the terms of how do you implement it. Maybe you could share a little bit, how do you solve through innovations to ensure that smallholders, farmers could implement your innovation from science? That'll be great. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much.
Hanan, hold on one second. We'll come back to you. Dupe.
Hello. Hello. Thank you to the panel. It's been very interesting. My name is Dupe Kila Kafidipe. I'm from Nigeria. I founded Platinum Fisheries, and our focus is to use ethical seafood production and all the related activities to address food insecurity and climate issues with seafood fish production in Nigeria. Part of our activities has been research intense. For instance, with OCP, I've been speaking with Tristan. I'm not sure if Tristan is here. It's told me a lot about OCP because we convert our nitrogen-rich waste from livestock production to manure, to fertilizer. We've donated to our local communities, and IITA Africa in Ibadan in Nigeria, we've been trying to run research with them. My question, which is for the entire panel, but maybe for OCP and Cargill, is the heat map for entrepreneurs in Nigeria, you may agree is very intense, but it is not matched with opportunities for research that would lead to the sort of scaling we're looking to achieve. Our scaling future looks like recirculatory aquaculture system, which is efficient production of seafood at scale with minimized reliance on natural resources like water, land, even feed input. And this has cost us a lot, particularly at Platinum Fisheries, where we insist on ethical and sustainable practices in terms of research. My question is, how do you maybe open up your research systems across Africa? Because I feel you would get more out of your spend, where a bit more enterprises like us are able to access those research center and speed up our own scaling as well.
Got it.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Dupe. Excellent question. Okay, over to you, Hanan, and to Florian, and then I'm going to ask the panel one last question, and then we have to close. So we'll start with Hanan first.
Yeah, well, thank you very much. I'm trying to address both questions because it's kind of the same matters. ROCP, we committed to carbon neutrality by 2040. On all our scopes, direct and indirect emissions. This means that we need to find solutions for our emissions by capturing carbon, non-large chimneys, etc. But the main part is 70% of our emissions are indirect, coming from what we import, and half of it coming from what the farmer is emitting at its gate. This is why we are seeking for all the innovations, the startups, the opportunities, the new ideation opportunities to create more efficient and more economically viable solutions that can benefit for us through the ecosystem, innovation ecosystem. We launched many initiatives such as the Youth Climate Hub for Africa. This is an initiative that we are holding with the Fondation Mohamed VI pour l'Environnement, Environmental Foundation Mohamed VI, for example. And this initiative is going across all Africa to gather ideas from youth people. We created a website, campaigns, etc. And we are recruiting the young people with new ideas that can benefit to our climate sustainability strategy in the end. And we are supporting this ideation from the creation till the prototype making and manufacturing, and then till the go-to-market and funding. This is one of the initiatives that we have. We established a lot of venture capitals in Africa and also outside in Morocco, but also here in the US, for example, we have the BIDRA, venture capital that is seeking to invest in new startups, working on green hydrogen initiatives, green ammonia production, energy efficiency, and so on. So in a nutshell, we have a lot of initiatives seeking to get in touch with these new youth people and entrepreneurs that are seeking for capability building, for financing, and for the go-to-market and industrial support to be able to sell their products in the end. And of course, we'd be very happy to collaborate with all the initiatives that you mentioned.
Amazing. Florian, do you want to jump in and address Dupe's question as well? I know that you have a big interest, Cargill, in Africa as well.
Yeah, the first thing I want to say, how about we connect after this in a little bit more detail. But you bring up a super important point, and it's when sustainability in general is the defining issue of our times. We all know this. But all of these discrete projects really have to stand alone on their business case. What waste streams, side streams, and valorization of those and circularity around this is really the big emerging areas. When you think about the petrochemical and plastics industry, circularity it's been around for a long time. But I think what we can do here is by strengthening our Africa footprint, and Cargill specifically, is in a few specific supply chains, the cocoa supply chain and a few others, right? But are there specific opportunities where we can work together to extract some extra value, solve a problem, and then build from there? And I think that's I'm very interested in picking your brain there and touching base after this. But this is exactly why we have a forum, that opportunities like this float up, that we can start connect.
Exactly.
And that's where the magic happens. Data is doubling every 6-8 hours. There's no way anybody can figure out anything on their own anymore.
Yeah.
This is fantastic.
Yes, and Dupe is one of our Foundry Fellows. She'll come find you, don't worry. My last question to all of you, and I'm going to ask you to be extremely concise and precise. I will cut you off, so 30 seconds each, because other people will yell at me if I don't close this panel. So my last question is, if there was one mindset shift that you wish corporates could have across global growth markets to better support entrepreneurship and innovation ecosystems in the same fashion we're seeing here on this panel, what would that mindset shift be? One sentence. I'm going to start with Hanan.
Embedding ecosystem in business strategy, openness.
I think shift the narrative. Don't look towards US, don't look towards Europe for innovation. There's actually innovation ideas and creativity that's in these growth markets. where those countries, which is US as well as Europe, will look towards these countries for innovation for the future. That's where it should be.
I thought you would say make sure that we're creating space for women to step in and own their power.
You know that birth of innovation happens with the women, don't you think?
I mean, I know this. I just want to make sure everyone else knows this. So I needed to use you as the medium. Florian.
Go do it. Sometimes corporates get hung up front of every scenario and the intellectual property and everything, and they sit in a do loop of 4-8 months with a bunch of lawyers, and it just start and then figure out how to share the value across, right? But this go do it is the number one thing.
Bruno,
I think
since you worked with over 6,000 of them.
No, but for Brazilian perspective, okay, hierarchy is something very important in Brazil, and I see in Europe or in the United States, you can sit together with the entrepreneur as equals. In Brazil, it's still corporations think they are a little up. So I think sit at the same level with the startup, build with them.
Eye
This is
to
a
eye.
big shift. Yeah.
Eye to eye. Yeah.
I love it.
Eye to eye, yes.
Nene.
You need them, meaning that if you operate in Africa, we have so many challenges to address. Any single corporation cannot do it by themselves. So creating a platform and ecosystems is really the way to see all those solutions emerge and to create growth for you, but also for the ecosystem.
Thank you. Mr. Nana,
I think
bring us home.
I would say 2 words: speed and iteration. And the problem with corporates is that they are slow and they don't iterate. And I think one of the big mind shifts that they could have is to incorporate speed and the concept of iteration in how they deal with startups.
Amazing. Thank you. Amazing panel. Amazing panelists. Thank you so much. I think we have to take it. Yes. Where's the photographer? Donovan.
Give it 1 second.
Hello, everyone. Hi, so my name is Ginger, a current founding fellow of the MIT Co-Sharper Center for Prosperity and Entrepreneurship. Hi, everyone. Yeah?
Beautiful participants. Selma, everyone, we will have plenty of opportunities to network, but we need to start the education networking.
Hello, everyone. We will be beginning our next panel here shortly. If I can please have you come on into the room and find yourself a seat. Please feel free to sit at any of the blue or the white tables. And we begin our next panel here shortly, being introduced by one of our Foundry Fellows, Ginger.
Thanks. Hi, everyone. My name is Ginger. Oh, I thought I did. I have you. I have a lot of them looking at me. Everyone? When you have Dina in your corner. Thank you, Dina. You're the best person to have in your one's corner. Okay. Thanks, everyone. My name is Ginger Eke Onyankachi, a current Foundry Fellow of the MIT Co-Sharper Center for Prosperity and Entrepreneurship. Founded a couple of startups focused on one hand, international trade and cross-border logistics across Africa, and on the other hand, which is more specific to this topic, on education and technology in Africa, driving, in fact, reimagining education in Africa, looking at the teeming youth that we have in Africa, trying to ensure that these students in higher education can graduate either work ready or ready to start up a business. So it's a pleasure to be here to introduce this timely conversation on reimagining education for a more prosperous future. As we all know, education sits at the heart of sustainable development, but in today's fast-changing world, it must also be the bedrock, and I emphasize all these words, of entrepreneurial talent, innovation, and inclusive economic growth. This morning, the panel seated would explore how education acts as a bedrock for nurturing entrepreneurial talent and driving innovation across industries, the role technology plays in expanding access to education and in adapting educational systems to today's world, among other essential topics as time permits. So it's my honor to introduce, in no particular order, Alim Ladder, please. So he's the CEO of Instill Education. Aline Kabanda, please apologize for not pronouncing any names properly. She's a Rwanda country director for Alan and Gail Gray Philanthropies. Paula Haraka, CEO of Anima Education. His Excellency, Minister Sayasat Nobek, Minister of Science and Higher Education, Republic of Kazakhstan. And Tama Taman, founder and chairman of New Era Education. Thanks. Yusuf Ahmed, co-founder of PlayLab. And guiding this discussion is our esteemed moderator, Elias Felfau, Director of Summits and Partnerships, EdTech at Wise Qatar Foundation. Thank you. Please give them a round of applause.
Thank you very much for this warm introduction. I'm very happy to see the room complete. I think everyone is, respectful of Dina's very, strict, come to the room for the sessions. I'm once again very happy to be here. Dina, thank you, and the whole team, thank you for organizing such an important event on such an important time. Welcome everyone once again to this topic, reimagining education for a more prosperous future, or with your permission, Dina, we might call it a new calculus for education. My name is Elias. I'm part of WISE, an initiative of the Qatar Foundation. I am originally from Tunisia, and when my parents moved to Canada in 1995, for one simple reason, to provide us with a better education opportunities, believing wholeheartedly that education is the key to improving one's life. Today, I see many immigrants to Canada with the same aspirations. But I'm concerned that education no longer holds the same promises for upward mobility. The erosion of trust in education as a leveling force is deeply troubling. What happened to make education less effective in helping individuals achieving that better life and that dream and have a more prosperous future? Well, in this session, we will explore how education is still the bedrock for driving innovation and progress across industries. We will talk about the transformative role of technology and how this is expanding access, and we will discuss how reshaping education system to meet the demand of today's reality and today's economy. And I'm excited that we have a diversity of leaders from the policy making to the startups, to large companies and for-profit and non-for-profit. And while I would ask everyone to start with 1 minute introduction and 1 minute just to answer the question of, we have been under the impression that education have been creating talent to seek jobs and not create jobs. Just a quick reaction with the introduction about yourself and your work. And I'll start with exactly this order, and then it's gonna be, I wanna see reaction, I wanna see this an engaging conversation, because Dina have put a lot of pressure from the panel number one. So let's make this panel another engaging one. Minister, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Elias. And since it's a quick reaction, there are two contradicting forces which actually created that distrust in education. On one hand, we have a lot of pressure on education systems from technology. And if you look back last century only, when radio came about, a lot of experts would say, wow, we have a big, new, massive tool to deliver information to many people. It's going to change the essence of education. And the very first radio programs back in the US and in Europe were actually education programs. You watch those old cartoons, and they would be telling stories and kids listening. Did it change the modus operandi of education system, the classroom, teacher, instruction, people listening, delivering front information? No. Then came television, and a lot of experts says, wow, now we have a visual tool, massive platform to deliver information to as many people as possible. Did it change the modus operandi and the essence of the classroom teaching, which was being there for a century, for millennia? Not really. Then came internet, and then people said, wow, finally, we have this new tool. Now everything is going to change. You know, we have MOOCs and we have virtual reality. And you go back to any ordinary school in many parts of the world, did it really change the essence of classroom teaching? Questions? Can I ask a question, please? Not really. Now we have AI, artificial intelligence, and all the experts say, finally, the mightiest of the tools is here. Now really, we will change everything. So let me hang on that moment for a bit. And on the other hand, the education, and a lot of experts talk about building future-proof education systems, introducing these great new strategies, large countries pouring billions and billions in infrastructure capacity building. But in its core, in essence, education is the most conservative area you would ever find. Believe me, I've been a Minister of Education for 3 years, and every time I try to change curricula, Jesus H. Christ. The pressure, resistance I got from my very own faculty is like, that damn minister with all these crazy ideas. No, we've invested so much in building this curricula. Now he's going to change it every year. Nah. So there's this contradicting nature. Everybody talks about future-proof education. Everybody talks about, changing landscape of labor force, finding new jobs and skills. But in its essence, there's a lot of conservative energy that actually stalls all these momentum. So I'll leave it here.
I see a lot of nods here, and I'm sure there's a lot of reaction, but we're going to go to Paula. Tell us a little bit about what you do and just a reaction on the first question.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Paula. I've been introduced as CEO of Anima Education. That's my mission, but I am a lifelong learner. That's who I am, and that is why I'm so grateful to be here, Dina, Bruno, and everybody. I am a daughter of a professor. My mother was a university teacher for 50 years. She has just retired. And the only one heritage that I have in life is education. So I am here due to education. Now I am leading the biggest education ecosystem in Brazil. Anima Education takes care of 500,000 students every day. It's 400 and something, round up 500,000 students, dreams, lives every day. And there is a situation, before going to, in Brazil, out of 10 million higher education students, 80% are on private universities. That is why the impact of an education company, education system is so huge. Because normally those 2 million that they had access to the public university that is for free are those with high income and high education. So this is one of the paradox, as the minister was saying, regarding technology. But reacting to the question, Elias, in the AI area, maybe we should open discussions on another AI, that is ancestral intelligence. Because we are so focused on technology, but what is maybe the big opportunity that we can have is to give back humanity to humans. Now that technology will do a lot of the work. And another reflection is, what is the role of universities in this context? Because content is available everywhere. You don't need to go to university, actually, to learn. So maybe university is a place where those young people, because we are not talking of those that can make it to the MIT. We are talking to those that have no idea of what they want to do with their lives, if they want to work, what they want to do. So maybe the university is kind of a healing center where you can heal your pains, your concerns, your doubts, where you can, it is a safe zone that you can learn by doing mistakes, you can experiment, you can find your ikigai. Where is your passion, your vocation, your profession, your talent? So I believe that the question, okay, we need to create jobs. I'm sure about that. Only 1 in 10 students in Brazil are working in their area of knowledge. In Anima, it's 8 in 10. And this has to do with a total switch that we did with our curriculum, influencing and in partnership with the government in Brazil, to have social, emotional competencies, character, of course, content, and concepts as well, but very focused on competencies development.
Thank you. Alim, there's a reason why you're in the middle. You're part of the accelerator. You've been part of the WISE accelerator. We work together. I see you as an entrepreneur who went through the ups and downs of the journey. Any reaction? First of all, introduce yourself, of course, but also you have an important role by sitting in the middle. You want to bring the tempo back high.
I love the pressure of following His Excellency and Paula here. I'm Alim. I was part of the WISE at Tech Accelerator. I'm a Foundry Fellow as well. I've spent the last 10 years of my life focusing on what I think is the most important leverage point in our education system, which is our teachers. Right? So have built universities focused on teacher training and how do you support teachers in their life cycle, right? So not just let's get you a degree and go out in the real force. And I'm going to say something controversial, right? And I'm going to go back to the era of COVID. We all remember COVID, schools shut down, and there's this realization a teacher in Ghana actually said to me is, every time our country has a problem, teachers are the solution and teachers are the problem, right? So we had a lot of kids with grief at home, so we had to become grief counselor. Actually, our most downloaded module on our platform was how to support students with grief. Every time AI enters a classroom, nobody in the policy space understands AI that much. They can use the words, but we have to figure out how to put it in the classroom. Our kids have difficult homes, difficult socioeconomic environments. We have to go figure it out. You've installed smart TVs in every classroom. We have to go figure it out. Now you want us to be job creators and trainers of entrepreneurs. The teachers have to go do it. And I do think that the framing of the education system is the solution to all our problems as a society is what we have to shift. And I think I love what you said, is this idea that if we're going to reimagine education, we have to reimagine it outside the confines of a classroom with teachers, because what we're asking them to do is absolutely impossible. None of the smart people in this room here, I'm sure there are educators here, raise your hand, educators, right, can do everything we're expecting our teachers to do to solve all our societal problems, right? So I do think the shift that we need to make doesn't reside in what happens in the classroom, right? The issue of job creation in global growth market is not an education-only problem, education in a traditional way. I think we have to think about the role of labor policies. We have to talk about, what is happening in the job market. We have to expand the definition of happened in your household, what happens outside of the classroom. And perhaps, and this is maybe the push I'm making, and I'm coming from a perspective of working on the African continent, is if we can just focus on getting our young people to read, to write, to ask good questions, and to be in a safe environment, rather than keep adding more, perhaps we're actually going to get on the right path. Otherwise, we'll do what Your Excellency just said, which is, AI is going to solve everything. It's not, right? It's not. Good middle answer?
No, you're on top of the game. That's perfect. Aline, it's your turn.
Thank you for having me. I just wanted to thank all of the speakers and the panel members. I've been amazed by the depth of knowledge and sharing, lessons learned, and it's been truly inspiring to be here. So the work that we do at the Alan and Jill Gray Philanthropies is really centered around the pursuit of catalyzing high-impact entrepreneurship in Africa. And so there are a couple of interventions that we have, but I'll just mention very quickly two. And so we run a talent investor program where we invest in exceptional talent, highly driven individuals from Rwanda, Kenya, and Ethiopia. And for a period of 1 year, we support them in the process of launching businesses from scratch, really from problem identification to market entry. But then we had a question, which is, how about the young generation? Because with the Talent Investor Program, we're supporting individuals post-university with a couple of years' experience. And so, we wanted to go back to actually looking at ways of building entrepreneurial thinking much earlier on in secondary school. And so we're running a program, which is an entrepreneurship challenge in Rwanda and in Kenya. And the way it works is that, it's a gamified platform that is accessible to all students. And on a yearly basis, we will select about 6 industries or quests, which we call quests. And so exposing students to, one, understanding the reality around them, the stories of entrepreneurs who are doing amazing work, whether in the country, in their communities, in the region, on the continent. And so a mix of that then would allow them to then build entrepreneurial aspiration. But to answer your question, I think for me, the shift has to be in really going back to who we are as human beings, and to understand that with a world that is fast changing, it is about really building and embedding components around, some people call it soft skills, I call them power skills. They call them life skills, but it really is around, nurturing a sense of responsibility for self, responsibility for others, looking at ways of creating environments, that would build, a sense of taking action and initiative, to learn, to be curious. And so for me, really the shift has to happen in understanding that in a world that is fast changing, education is no longer about providing all answer, but equipping young people with the tools to be able to be curious, to learn, to be adaptable, to be agile. So that's... Thanks.
Thank you very much for this perspective. One more thing about the richness of this panel, and again, thanks to the team, we really have a diversification of continent here. We have Asia, we have Southeast, Latin America, Alim, you operate in many places in Africa, Rwanda, and now we want to hear the perspective from a very small country in North Africa. Please give us a bit of a perspective on the work you do, Thamer. Small, very little one. On the perspective of the work you do, and just reaction on the first question, please.
Okay, I'll start first by introducing myself. My name is Tamer Tammam. I'm a dentist by degree, educator by conviction. I started my career as assistant teacher. I was 18 years old. I was teaching mathematics for IGCSE. My dream was one day to get premium education from the world to my country back. And for such a dream to happen, you have to have the means, financial support. So I worked for years in teaching career, and then I started my company, advertising, which is parallel, specialized in education, marketing and advertising for schools, for universities. And I traveled, studied New York Film Academy to support my business. It grew. It became one of the largest advertising and media companies in Egypt. And at that point of time, I decided to return to my passion and do my dream and achieve it, and started New Era Education, where we brought Uppingham from UK, which is a school of 440 years, to be the first branch for the school in Egypt. And we were innovative enough to build on what they had and to continue on it. So we signed with Rafa Nadal Academy for tennis, NBA for basketball, Chelsea Football Center, Lambda for music and drama, and put it under one roof. So we're providing holistic education. Because I think, for your question, holistic education is a solver to build character more than anything, to build self-disciplined future leaders. It's not about being a job seeker, because at one point of time during my life, I was seeking job for financials. It's about building character to be leader in the future. So as simple as that. And to finish, I'm really honored to be among you today. Thank you so much.
We're honored to have you with us as well. Yusuf, you love to get yourself in trouble by fixing big problems. And right now you've created a platform. Tell us a little bit about the platform and how through these new technologies you think you could you could provide solution to some of the challenges we have in our education field.
Sure. Well, thank you for having me. And I think really I want to focus on one thing first before talking about what I do. I think to your first question, like how do you shift from job seekers to job creators? There's a theme that I've heard, and that's about culture. How do you create cultures of agency where people have the power and they feel empowered to go do things and create things in the world? And the story I want to share is actually, is Janan still in the room? So Janan leads MIT's Sandbox initiative. It's one of MIT's entrepreneurship programs. And Dina will relay the story to Janan. But I think that the story really goes like this. One of the open secrets about a place like MIT is that the most powerful learning at MIT does not happen in the classes here. I want to repeat that. Like the most powerful learning at MIT does not happen in classes as part of formal academics. It happens in the research labs, it happens in clubs and activities, it happens in the dorms during late night conversations, and it happens through programs like Janan's. And the reason I call it Sandbox is the name implies what it's for. It's a place for people to play, to build relationships with other people, to work with other people, and to experiment, both balancing learning through play and learning through relationships, but also building towards something and being part of a community where people level you up, hold you accountable, show you things and help you dream of things that are bigger than what you could think of possible for yourself. And so I think that for me is like, an example, a metaphor for how to build an agentic culture. Our role, so what I do during the day is I'm building a company. We're a tech nonprofit. It was a very deliberate decision. Happy to talk more about that later. Where we build software that enables educators, schools, universities, and more to build AI applications that reflect their values and their needs. And I think the thesis there goes like this, right? The reason we're called Play Lab is first we think you need to play with these technologies. Play with them so you can understand them, so you can interrogate and critique them, because there's a lot of harms that AI has created. If you know Dr. Joy Buolamwini, her work at MIT, there are many others like Dr. Roha Benjamin, Sophia Noble, who've documented a lot of the harms with AI. So it's important to play with it so you can interrogate, but also so then you can bend the technology to meet your needs and build agency along the way. And so I think that's a core thesis of our work at Play Lab. And I think kind of to even like if I go back to His Excellency's point, we also work with ministries of education in the Global South. We work with large districts like Boston Public Schools and New York City Public Schools. And a lot of that work then is how do you build agency within a system? How do you work with leaders, instructional coaches, teachers, paraprofessionals to explore how might this new technology not just be something that's coming to you, but that's something that you can appropriate and adapt to meet your needs and to bring your vision to life.
I'll stay with you. Why AI is it's a game changer. And right after, I'll go with to you, Your Excellency, about this.
So I think like if we step back a moment, has anyone here heard of Seymour Papert? Of course, Joy is right here. Dr. Joy Buolamwini is one of the people I mentioned. Totally did not notice you. But so Seymour Papert founded the MIT AI Lab. Have folks heard of the AI Lab here at MIT? So he co-founded the MIT AI Lab. He also co-founded the Media Lab over 50 years ago. But if you forget the technology for a second, what motivated him was first and foremost, how do we create what he calls constructionist environments, places where people can learn by creating. And for him, first and foremost, AI was about that. How do you use technology that could be more personable, more appropriable? And so kind of that's the background. The second piece is people have been working on this for a long time, but I think we finally have reached a place where AI, I think, there are a lot of things that I can say here, but I think the thing I'd index on is what I think is going to happen in the next 10 years is the ability to create software is going to radically become easier. Has anyone here heard of vibe coding? Yeah? I'm serious. Let me ask you a different question. Has anyone here tried building software? Not many hands. Who here has like published a social media post? LinkedIn, Instagram, TikTok, a lot more hands. And so I think my thesis is that it's going to be as easy to create software as it is to publish a social media post. The real question, I think, for me then becomes, how do you enable people to do that thoughtfully? How do you enable them to do that responsibly? How do you enable them to do that in ways where it's not being platformized, so being consolidated by a tech platform where you don't own the technology? And so part of the reason we're a nonprofit is it allows us to go slower. We can interrogate the technology for bias. We can also kind of build towards an open source future where instead of you relying on Google or OpenAI or Anthropic, you can instead appropriate the tools and take the tech stack wherever you want it to be, right? So I think that's kind of the second thing that we're thinking about.
Fascinating. Your Excellency, we just had a brief conversation together before coming to the room, and my initial question to you, I wanted to pick the brain of a policymaker at a country level to understand in this current geopolitical situation, how countries like yours is taking advantage from higher education. And then you showed me your passion toward another project you're leading right now, which is AI Sana. How AI now, and everything is about rethinking how you're going to integrate AI into the system to lead us to more effective entrepreneurship. Tell us a little bit on the reform you led in higher education, but we want this kind of inspiring conversation that I had with you. I would love to bring it to the audience just to understand the vision you have for AI Sana.
Thank you, Elias. So we started thinking really, really hard when our ministry was created. We're a very young ministry. We're 3 years old. How can we respond to all these big challenges and resistances and pressures and future-proof education? That's the big word now. How do you build future-proof education systems? So we started with 3 things, tackling 3 problems, which we believe are the key problems. One, and I'm so happy some of our panelists brought that up, teachers. Teachers have lost 3 important monopolies they always had in history of humankind. Monopoly of knowledge. Teacher is not the most knowledgeable person in the room anymore. And when you're in confined space with 30+ kids locked in and you speak ex cathedra, you are the the knowledgeable, most knowledgeable, wisest person in the room? No. Why? There's a great change, great equalizer. Now students may know more. And a lot of teachers around the globe are intimidated now by giving facts. Like, a teacher, the Google says it's 1537. Not 35, shame on you, shame on you. Monopoly, what we call it a moral monopoly. So the teacher was a person in that confined space of the classroom with most life experience, but not anymore. There are students who have, come from rich backgrounds, they travel to Paris. Ms. Sheldon, I'll bring you something from Paris when we come back. You have any specific you want me to bring? And that poor teacher might have never been to Paris. He might have never had that experience. But important of all, teachers have lost monopoly of focus. So when you're in that confined space with 30+ students, there were no things back in the days. You are ex cathedra. You are the center of that small universe back in the days. Not anymore. You have to compete for attention of your students, and there are huge platforms, there are huge tech giants creating content, employing best scenarios, best composers, best special effects people, and their content is now competing with content, with limited content and resources of that particular teacher. So you're now in competition with content-wise, delivery-wise, interest-wise, with huge platforms. So now we're completely changing the role of teacher, and thank you for a very important comment. I'm not in fight and conflict with my teacher community. We have completely revamped all our teachers. We have 5 pedagogical normal universities curricula, completely. It's very different, and we're changing the philosophy of the classroom and changing the role of the teacher. We're trying to do that on national level. Teacher is not an instructor and center of the universe and wisest and most knowledgeable person in the room anymore. He is a nudger. He is the supporter. He is the one to provide, instill values, lead by example, support, and nurture, and he's the curator. Now, there's this famous movie, Ready Player One, when there was a curator, right? And he says, well, I'm here to answer your question. I'm here to guide. I'm here to help. But I'm not here for you. It has to be you to take that journey. I'm just here to support you. Second problem, and I'm so happy Yusuf actually touched the vibe coding. It's a brand new word. You'll be hearing more and more about that. So you can actually code just using a language. English is becoming a new coding language, the standard for coding. Why? We started to look at how generations change, right? So, and in my personal experience, I have 3 kids. My youngest is 9 years old. She's very, very advanced now. This new alpha generation, whatever they call it now, it's just amazing. It's going to be an amazing generation. She looked at my phone and said, "What's this G?" I said, "It's Google. It's the most recognizable brand. I grew up with Google." She said, DeepSeek is better. And so it's just bad news for Google out there, and bad news for many great tech companies, because this new generation is different. It's very resourceful. It's very pragmatic. It wants more. It can use it can really harness the power of AI. And now there was a great talk, and I do urge you to watch Sam Altman from OpenAI talking about 1 billion person startups. Unicorns, whatever they're trying to find a new name for it. Big AI is now giving this extra advantage. The venture capital is changing dramatically. Seed strapping, another new word for you. When startups take just seed money, and then the cash generation is there, because now 2 people can run a company that used to be run by 50 or 100 people. Coding, marketing, revenue generation, accounting, whatever, it's now automated, can be automated. And if you harness that power, you're there. And last prerequisite is the essence of teaching, the model of teaching. We used to pass knowledge. All education systems are basically to give enough critical knowledge so that that person can go out and, as I said, job seeker, not job creator. So the best formula is Alvin Toffler's formula. The illiterate of 21st century is not someone who can't read or write, is someone who can't learn, unlearn, and relearn. Right, so we have completely changing all our curricula, and bear with me just 2 more minutes. that new program we started. We're starting a bunch of new programs. We're the first nation in the world to make Coursera part of our national curricula. So any student in Kazakhstan can choose electives out of Coursera courses. Jeff Majinkala, former CEO of Coursera, he was our best PR agent. He was, oh, we're running this big project in Kazakhstan. And if students can take this career track course and get a certificate, we give them credit. So we're the first ones to attach credit transfer mechanism to it. So we said, okay, great promise of AI, changing the role of teachers, this new generation, which is very resourceful, pragmatic, open-minded, tech. I mean, they're born with this, right? What can be done to make sure the great promise of AI is delivered? Because what's happening right now, everybody's talking about great promise of AI, radical change, transformation, blah, blah, blah. But in reality, it's domain of large tech companies competing with each other and national strategies. You're seeing AI as this great new weapon. The weaponization of AI is a big thing, and you have nations competing. We have better algorithms. We have more computing power. But the real promise of AI hasn't delivered yet. I mean, you go to any small, medium enterprises, cafes, and restaurants, it's not there yet. You go to individual level, it's not there yet. There were great examples, though, great examples. Government of Finland, back in 2018, launched a program called Elements of AI, and they had a goal to teach 1% of adult population to use AI in everyday life. They reached 10% now. It's a great example. You can check it out. So we said, we go hardcore. We go hardcore. So starting from this year, every student in Kazakhstan has to take AI courses. We made it part of national curricula. We made it compulsory. Not just any courses. We carefully designed some really good courses in partnership with Google, Huawei, and NVIDIA. We're part of NVIDIA's DLI, Deep Learning Institute initiative. So every student is taking these courses and gets certificate. Out of 650,000 students in Kazakhstan, the first graders, that first generation of alpha going out in higher education, 80% of all the certificates are alpha. Now, second stage, we said not nearly enough. We need to teach them how to use this AI to create jobs. So the calculus for global prosperity we will have answer of our own, a solution of our own. We believe we found a really good formula. 100,000 students out of 650 will go to second stage, the special module designed by Paul Kim, CTO at Stanford University. A really good, we have a lot of accolades.
I wanted to hold this idea because I want to deep dive in it. I just want to have the reaction of...
Right. Ilya, let me just quickly finish. And the idea of this whole course called AI entrepreneurship is to equip every student with a very specific knowledge, how to identify business niches where AI can add value using a subject area, because these courses, AI courses, are for everyone, accountants, historians, all majors, across all majors, and where AI can add value. So we're embarking on this new interesting journey, and I hope...
This is we want to get back to this. Okay. I think we could have this kind of vision and implementation and see the reaction of other folks. Okay. But keep that idea, please, because I want to get back to it, because I want to ask Aleem. Aleem, His Excellency mentioned a lot about the teacher role. When you started Instill, we were sure that this is going to be, people will follow your vision, because the foundation of a great education system or learning experience is the role of the teacher. So we were clearly adamant about the idea that people will give money for this. Give us the challenge. Why was that difficult to embark people into this kind of adventure, but also why is so difficult to train teacher in this new era of AI and this fast advancement?
Okay, that was a left field question. It was on your list of questions.
No, I know, because Dina put pressure on me before the panel.
Look, let me start with the second question. I actually, maybe my colleagues here will have a different experience. I actually think the training teachers for the paradigm shift that His Excellency talked about isn't the hard thing, right? The clarity of what they need and how their role needs to evolve is not a complicated thing to do, right? If I go back to what we were doing at Instill Education, we focused on core skills. How do you run a classroom? How do you create a safe environment for students to learn? How do you get students to ask better questions? How do you get them to work together with each other? How do you do more independent practice in a classroom rather than the sage on the stage version of I know the answers, I have the questions, please now follow what I'm trying to do. That's what we focused on, and you were seeing the uptake. We learned two things by doing that. The first thing is teachers were adopting very quickly, right? Because for them, the reason they were resisting to change was fear. It's not having the confidence to be able to do what we're asking them to do. And now you're giving them the tools to be confident to let go, to be prepared, but to let go, right? And when we did an assessment, an M&E on what the teachers were telling us, the most surprising thing I got was an increase in job satisfaction. And when we went into the qualitative data, what teachers were telling us is, I woke up every day not being fearful about these 30 kids who are going to ask me questions, I'm not going to have answers, I don't know what to do with this. It was, I feel confident that I can navigate that in the classroom. And they were getting validating feedback from the students themselves, telling them, why can't all the other teachers in the school teach the way you do? Can we all be on your class? So I'm not, I think what His Excellency said is spot on, but I actually don't think we make the teachers this force that protects the vested interests, and I don't think that's necessarily true. My reflection is twofold. I think people are still looking for silver bullets, right? Whether you talk to philanthropies, whether you talk to investors, they're looking for that AI application that is going to, I mean, the number of times I've heard the story of, we won't need teachers in the future. Like, that's done. Like, the era of teachers is over.
Without a guarantee of positive outcome.
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
Money is pouring into AI, but you have no idea if anyone's going to make it to
Absolutely. And I get very comforted by talking to people like Yusuf, who talk about how do you hand over the technology for teachers to build for their classrooms. So I think, to me, the first reflection on why we didn't survive after 9 years of fighting and raising funding is, when it comes to philanthropies, they're looking for the fancy thing that they're going to put in their booklets to say, look, we've saved Africa by giving 7,000 tablets to kids, and the technology is going to solve the answer. And that's not what we were doing. We were going into the entrails of the education system, working on behavior management, classroom engagement, the core things that make you a great facilitator of learning. I think when it comes to venture capitalists, I think it was the same. The conversations I had with, I mean, I've spoken to over 400 investors about what we're trying to do, and inevitably the conversation was, what you're doing is the most important thing our African countries need to have is upskilling, increasing, improving the quality of teaching and learning in the classroom. But you're not AI enough, you're not tech enough, you're not, right? This whole idea of rebuilding the human infrastructure of our education system isn't sexy. But that's where the hard work is, right? And I think that's my reflection on why we got to at least where we got to. Because every philanthropy was like, okay, but I want to see your tech stack. And I'm like, it isn't a complicated tech stack. That's not where the magic is.
Thank you for your candid answer. Aline, and thank you for touching upon the funding from a philanthropy point of view, because that's a great segue for me to ask Aline the question about, I can imagine that philanthropy is going through an important challenge. Do we all agree on this at a global level? And let's not focus on the challenges because we see them. Do you see opportunities? Do you see a new way that philanthropy is going to play an important role with kind of adapting to these changes?
That's a great question. And indeed, we live in times of changes, but I think there's a lot of learnings that we should be taking out of it. There's a reason why things are happening the way they're happening. I think for me, I'm looking at opportunities for strategic partnerships and alliances. I'll give an example. I talked about this program that we're running in secondary schools. And so, in Rwanda and Kenya, and back then our objective was to only focus in these two countries. And having seen the impact of the program, we then said, we actually have to establish big, hairy, audacious goals. We want to see 1 million students engaged, not just registering, but engaged in the program. And so, we then established that goal that, would take us to 10 countries by 2030. But we can only achieve that through partnerships. And so in our next country being Ethiopia, we had to look for partners on the ground, just letting go of the belief that one has to do everything by themselves. And with our approach of actually taking a long-term approach in entrepreneurship, development, it only makes sense that the sustainable way of doing that is through, partnerships and collaboration. I think yesterday there was these strong elements of, building together and building businesses, thriving businesses together. So that, for me, that should be the shift in the way we are managing these times of changes and uncertainty.
Thank you, Aline. Tamer, I want to go back to Dunya. For people who don't speak Arabic, Dunya in English is the mother of the world, which is Egypt. You lead a private school, but there's a lot of issues. So I don't know, I was speaking to an Egyptian friend, said, if you build schools every day for the next 10 years, you will not reach the number of student matching the need. You're building private schools, but how is it? How do you contribute to the equity in this such a context?
For a country like Egypt, we have 25 million students only in K-12. So, and 40% of them are already in private schools. Private schools in Egypt starts from very low fees, low tier, until premium. It is the importance of how you can benefit all across the system, even private or public. So based on true story which happened, bringing top premium education to the country, it leads all other schools to raise their level, the competition, to raise the level of quality of education they will provide. Contribution to community by partnerships between schools, public, private, competitions, tournaments, scholarship programs in private schools. All of these will matter to the students, will increase the quality of education of the full country like Egypt.
Paula, you often speak, and even in the introduction, the importance about going back to the level of humanity and humanize the education. You should just guide us a little bit. How do we do this concretely without going into the philosophy of how do we? And by the way, I like if you hear any AI, the Sam Altman or the Hasabi. By the way, there's an amazing 60-minute interview with Hasabi, and he finished his interview by saying, "Oh, we need more philosophy." Or why we're building all of this if we're going back to the core, and how are you contributing to this kind of conversation of putting humanity at the center of building AI?
This is a super challenge for us because as machines and technology is becoming super efficient in doing, maybe it is our chance to become better in being. That is what makes us human. We're human beings. So to make future prosperous means to make it high tech and high touch. And this has a lot of neuroscience behind. It's not something romantic. We have one of our mentors is a super philosopher in Brazil, a friend of our founders, and another is a neuroscientist. And this neuroscientist, Nicolelis, super top professor, he was lecturer and researcher here in the US as well. He made an experiment on learning neuroscience activity, monitoring the students on the classroom, and he did that in different environments. Some they were watching a video, they were doing some projects, and what they found after going through 1,000 students is that the learning curve, the best learning experience takes place when the student is connected to the teacher. The teacher brings connection. AI doesn't bring connection. AI brings answers, ways, platforms, solutions, but not human connection. And I believe that most of us may learn or recall some teacher that was super important in our career. That say, Paula, you're very good at this, keep on. No, you're better than this, you can go further. And good teacher has the capacity to see the potential. What are you very good at? And nobody's going to be very good at everything. So to really be able to do that as a teacher, as he was saying, teachers are not superheroes, superwoman, no. They are human, but they have to be very good on knowing the human nature, of knowing what is this student going through, how can we foster, how can we challenge. The more you challenge, it means that you trust the capacity to go further. And His Excellency was mentioning discipline, right? We are missing these super millennial principles that took humanity to where we are today. That is not, you said silver bullet, is not a magic formula. And we have this, we haven't mentioned here, but social media is creating another challenge for young people because they see fast track, become a millionaire quickly. I teach you, Brazil is the second social media consumer. It's super. And you see the guys that are super beautiful, super rich, and they want a fast track to get rich. And I don't believe in that. We don't believe that. We believe at Anima in hard work, in discipline, consistency, teamwork, and something very important that was said in the other panel, to change the world is also a teamwork. So we need to have a right balance between competitiveness, that is super important because competitiveness is driving innovation. Otherwise, so what is the advantage of such a country, such technology? But collaboration. And this is the super fertile place to be in the MIT, where we can bring all our potential individually, and this is something that is super of the human nature, to really know what you're very good at, and to really accept what you're not good at, and ask for help and work together. So for me, making university more human is basically bringing the human being with everything holistically, as he was saying, with our problems, with our questions, and not having right answers, multiple choice, fixed mindset. We need to be open to live with the uncertainty, as we started yesterday morning, learning that uncertainty is not it's different from risk, but it's really to be able to be prepared for the unpredictable.
And find the kind of purpose that could give us a bit more harmony in our society.
If we don't have roots, if we don't have a safe base, it's harder to live with the uncertainty.
Elias, can I build on that?
I was coming to Yusuf. Go ahead, please. Yes.
Well, so I think a couple of reactions. So I think one is we're in the middle of a technology shift, I would argue, a pretty significant technology shift. And during technology shifts, there are many things to think about. I think the two or three that I just name is there are market dynamics that are at play. And I don't think we're at a stage where we know what the path is going to be. And so one implication that all of us should be thinking about is there's a path in the future where AI is centralized, where it's consolidated, where a lot of our infrastructure is dependent on one or two mega corporations. There's another path that's much more open, much more decentralized, much more transparent, where we can interrogate the AI models we're using, better understand them, train them on more diverse data sets. There's this DARE Institute run by Timnit Gebru, which I strongly recommend looking into. They're doing work around, for example, creating African LLMs, right, that are kind of better tailored to African languages. So when you think about like this line that English is a new programming language, I would argue that any natural language should be the new programming language, but that's not going to happen like this. That's going to require work, and it's likely going to require a more decentralized, distributed approach to technology development. So I think that's point number one. Point number two is that a humanistic approach is not inherently going to happen. So even if I just look at like data on PlayLab, so we work with educators around the world, like large systems, including large districts in the United States. We work with university systems, every California community college, universities in the city like Tufts and Boston College. Unfortunately, we don't work with MIT yet. But what we've noticed is two things, right? People bring their assumptions about teaching, learning, and about human beings to how they use AI and how they build with it. Concretely, we see people in K-12 building worksheet generators, building ways to like make more mediocre forms of teaching more efficient. And we also see people using AI to enhance human-centered learning. right? Increase the rigor of discussions, personalize projects in really meaningful ways, connect learning to the real world in ways that just weren't possible beforehand. We see both happening on the same technology, right? And so I think the second thing is there's a real question of what are our values about learning about the world we want to create, and how might we use the technology to bring that to life. And I think the last one, and it goes back to Alim, right? And to His Excellency's point, we're not going to solve this overnight. Change in education is cultural, and cultural change happens over decades, not years, decades. And so I think that the question for us is, how do we start doing work that can grow, right, using a biological metaphor very intentionally, grow over decades and live beyond us? I think that's the thing I'm wondering most about right now.
Stay there, because I wanna ask His Excellency. When we spoke, I had a feeling that if you go back 100 years, they created education for the purpose of the industrialization era, and now you're with other countries. You're leading this kind of new vision to say, okay, the future is gonna be heavily AI, and we need to have the kind of system based on better integration of these new tools, and hence potentially a revolution in education is finally happening. How are we at a pivotal, kind of super transition moment?
Well, Walter Gretzky, actually not Wayne Gretzky, the father of Wayne, said, I'm going to skate to where puck will be, not where it has been, right? So this is what we're trying to do. We're a quite small developing country. We really have to be pragmatic. Values are important. Ancestral background is important. Human connection is important. But in order to survive, and we are in a quite complex neighborhood. We're a country squeezed between Russia, China, Persia, Iran, and India. Talk to me about bad neighborhood. And so we have to be really pragmatic. So what we can take out of this new AI economy which is going to emerge. So we are at a pivotal point, you're right about that. We are incorporating full power of AI. As I mentioned, that great promise of AI has to be delivered. So we are very pragmatic in a way. We say, well, we're going to make it part of our national curricula. And now China has declared a new strategy, education strategy, China 2035. And they're introducing AI as early as primary school, elementary primary school. University of California system, it's big in the news. You could see 460,000 students at University of 20+ University of California will have that compulsory AI element. And we already did it on a national level. And the real idea is to create huge, massive funnel out of our education system, where every student will have a chance to create his own AI startup. And as Yusuf started this idea of vibe coding, the venture capital is changing. And unfortunately, yes, the bulk of venture capital is now looking for anything AI. And as our friend here said, you add AI to everything, it sounds sexy. So AI education, AI startups. There are more now venture capital and AI startups than in any other startup. So we're adding a venture capital fund, $100 million to seed fund as student startups. And we are bringing 4 supercomputers to give enough computing power for training purposes. So it's a massive national level funnel to give every student a chance to launch his startup, AI startup in the college.
We need to clone more Minister of Education around the world like you. We're almost at the end of but I do want to have a reaction on His Excellency's wise words. And let's start with you, Paula. Yeah.
You brought a very important word, that is pragmatism. And for me, maybe as educators, the key mission is to take care of 2 gentlemen. One is pragmatism and the other is purpose. Because purpose without pragmatism has no impact. And pragmatism without purpose makes no sense. So that's my final message.
Thank you.
Hard to follow up, huh? I think the food...
Countries need, countries, they are building future for their nations. And you need to take, basically, you need to make a decision on how much risk I can take to potentially build a prosperous future. So, it's important to, at some point, make a direction, right?
It absolutely is. And I do think the the caution or the warning, I think is I'm going to re-pick up what Yusuf said earlier, right? There's an opportunity to make mediocre efficient, right? That's what AI can do. You're seeing this on your platform. We're seeing this in everyday classroom. How do you make what you're doing that isn't particularly great better, faster, lazier? Or there's an opportunity to create an environment where people are able to be creative and imagine and iterate and fail and all that. And I think this is what I think the promise of AI is going to be, but it has to be in that pragmatic set that His Excellency talked about, because ultimately we need to step forward. The step forward is not AI for the sake of AI. It's actually still going back to the core of why we're doing education. It's what you're saying. It's the essence of citizenship. It's the essence of being a human. And AI is a tool. It's an extremely powerful tool that has immense potential, but it has the potential of just being effective mediocrity. It's possible.
Super, yeah, brilliant. Aline?
I think for me it would be two words, context and culture. Coming from Rwanda, where we do have our own challenges in education, and so what you're doing is actually very relevant. I mean, in 2008, the country changed from being a francophone country to now being an anglophone country, and teachers have to be trained, and all of this happening overnight. And then you have the ambition of a country, and then it really is that each country will have their unique challenges, opportunities, and their edge, and all that linked to where the country is heading and their own ambition. And through that, I think it is important to then understand what is the role of technology and how can we leapfrog based on the capabilities and what we see in AI in terms of how we enhance learning, and how do you do that where at the same time you're building digital literacy. So I think it's just the complexities of each of the different countries, but also a lot of opportunities that can be tapped on.
Talking about teachers, actually, going back to this point, teachers are developers of our children's software. So they are building our children's software, and they have to be updated on all fronts. AI is a tool, part of it. Being a human is a big part of it. So I think by thanking our teachers at the beginning and telling them they are not only educators, they are inventors for our future.
Yusuf, the final word is yours.
No pressure. I think really just building on what folks have said, I think one is how do we build systems and institutions that enable long-term experimentation? I think when it comes to public institutions, saying you're experimenting can often carry a lot of baggage and have a negative connotation. But if we really think about what's needed, we need to be trying things, reflecting on what's working, what's not, and then iterate forward on that. I think the second thing that I would name, though, again, is derivative thinking, I think, is dangerous. And what I mean by that is it's easy to model ourselves off of places like MIT that are established. And there's a lot that MIT does well, but there's a lot that doesn't work well. And that's not the right thing to scale to your context. I think the analogy to that is like actually venture capital, right? So I think I'm curious to learn more about your initiatives. I know very little about your context. I think the push I'd make is there's a real question around, I think if AI is lowering the barrier to create software, and if you follow that logic out, right, venture capital, the end game of venture capital is what? It's monopoly, it's consolidation. And the question I'd ask you is if you want to really raise the ship for all people in your country, do you want a market, a country where you have many consolidated industries, many monopolies? And the answer is probably no, right? And so I think that then the question becomes, what kind of capital structures do you want to set up to incentivize maybe smaller and medium businesses that might create more competition, more diversity? And so I think that's the other thing I'd push on is not just generic cultures for experimentation, but then the intentional strategic decisions that help you think about how you want your market structured and how you want those innovations to actually play out.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you for the effort you're leading in your own organization and your government to make a difference. This is really appreciated. And on your note, I think the team could take note of this final word for the next kind of panel next year. And once again, thank you for the audience. We wish you a great end of the day. Thank you. Didn't see anyone giving me.
Thank you to our incredible speakers for such a thoughtful conversation. If I can get everybody's attention, please. We will now break for 30 minutes. Oh, can I have everybody, Shamil, can I have everybody's attention, please? Because, you know, I need to explain a few things. So we will now break for 30 minutes. Anyone interested in the Systems Change Entrepreneurship panel will have to follow Shobangi. Can you please raise your hand? She's in the back. She's dressed in green. لا مش هينفع 15. So at 11:45, please follow Shobangi and volunteers to the Harvard Square breakout session if you are interested in the Systems Change Entrepreneurship panel. And everybody else, please join us here again for the healthcare panel at 11:45. Immediately following that panel, at 12:45, Valeria, we need everybody back here, please, at 12:45 for an incredible keynote by Professor James Ray that you don't want to miss. So lunch will be served at 1 p.m., right immediately after the keynote by Professor James. So please take a break, have some coffee, and we will see you back here at 11:45. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. If you haven't had a chance to take a photo in front of the step and repeats just outside in the main hall, while you take a break, please feel free, and we'll be sure to send all those photos to you in one big collection at the end of the conference. Cheers.
patients, right? So, I mean, do they just not fight back? Is that the thing?
I'm in private practice. I deal with the whole shebang.
Whoever we need to get a signal from somebody to start. I'm going to ask anybody in the room to take your seats and come up front, please. I don't care.
Hello? Hello.
It works. Okay, it doesn't work. No, Medina, it's full. You have to stay here now.
Okay.
Locked. Okay. Don't take any more people's questions. You have to go inside.
You know, I love health. I love health.
Musa! Musa!
Hey!
Bring your gang and get...
Oh my, I want to go to the Harvard side. No, I mean the Harvard one. It's full. I hope it doesn't get that. 2 minutes. Be there 2 minutes.
Muhammad, healthcare. Get inside.
Healthcare life.
How are you? Come inside.
If anyone would like to come sit up, please feel free to do so. We will start shortly.
I'm here. We're starting now.
There you go.
Yeah, Doctora Ella, excuse me. Can you guys take your seats? With this incredible panel.
Pick the best side of your face.
Okay. I get the incredible privilege of introducing this rock star panel on rewriting the future of health that is being moderated by the incredible, amazing Dr. Ella Murabit. Yeah. On this panel, we have, not in any particular order, but Foundry Fellow and dear friend, Dr. Amr Talib, who is the founder and CEO of Smart Medical Services. We have Don Gibbs, CEO of Skull Foundation. Thank you for being here. Like I said, I know you came for Alette, but hopefully you'll be coming for me too. We have Reedy Tariel, co-founder of NextGen Jane, one of my favorite companies in the world for many, many, many reasons, and you will find out why. We have Dr. Teddy Tatoma, who's not my favorite person right now, but he'll have to work his way up on the list, who is a neurosurgeon. Amr is also a neurosurgeon, but he's on my favorite list. It's okay. And we have Geeta Thamamaratam, Chief Investment Officer of the WHO Foundation. And I want to say that Geeta is always my favorite person. And then last but not least, I have not met you, but I'm sure you'll work your way up to my favorite people list. We have Raj Panjami, who is Senior Partner at Flagship Pioneering, where our amazing keynote speaker is the CEO of. Thank you so much for being here, and I'm going to hand it over to Alette to get this incredible conversation started.
Thank you, Dina. I noticed you did not say I was your favorite person, and I will not hold it against you.
Moderating, you know, you are always my favorite person. You killed my mic, so I can't, you know.
So first, thank you for joining us for this panel. I know it's pre-lunch, and there's quite a few people not in the room, so we're going to have to make this so exciting and so compelling and so legendary that it feels like a divine experience. So when you leave this panel, you tell them, man, you missed out. It was so good. It was so, exactly. Thank you. That's the kind of energy we need. As you know, we're talking a little bit about how do we, and this feels, I think, both very urgent and very important given the events in the world today, but how do we sustainably invest in innovation and equity in healthcare? How do we ensure that the tools we have reach the people who need them the most? How do we ensure that we're building systems that are effective and sustainable and frankly, locally owned? And how do we ensure that we're doing that quickly and not having a lot of conversations about it? And so we brought, I would argue, the single best panel to talk about this because they're all doing it and have been doing it before it became headlines in the New York Times. So I'm going to start with you, Dr. Amr. I really want us to talk about innovation grounded in context. You are a health leader in Egypt. You've been doing this for years. You know intimately what it looks like to build a healthcare company in a complex ecosystem, how to navigate infrastructure gaps, how to look at cost pressures, health inequities. What's one lesson from Egypt's health system that more global investors or policymakers need to understand?
Thank you very much for having us. And the main thing is, how do we use technology into healthcare systems? There's been a lot of talk about technology, about AI, and I think one of the major things which need to understand, this is the experience we have. It is a means to solving a problem. It is a means to accelerating and scaling. So this is the main thing, and I'd stress on the word you used, which is local. It needs to be cost-effective, locally developed, and tailorable, because these are new systems, these are new markets. We're not doing something where people who had access and, we're adding a lot of people. So the markets are changing, the markets are dynamic. You have to have operations and softwares which allow that to happen. You have to have the technology which is agile enough to allow that, accommodate that. So the main thing is, how do you approach? Because with investors and with global leaders, they think if it's not technology-based, the main thing is technology. You use tech and then your valuation goes up. People think valuation. Use tech, then you're more attractive. And now it was tech years ago, now it's AI. It's extremely important. I'm not saying it's not. This is what has enabled us to process millions and millions of claims. We have now more than 10 offices in less than 3-4 years with more than 500 employees doing record amount of transactions. That would not have been able without technology. But locally developed, agile, tailorable, very secure technology, which allows streamlining, standardization, and scaling of operations because this is what is needed in really large markets, with data collection to allow more informed decision-making. And I'm a big fan of design thinking, so the idea to have that, you need to always keep on iterating, but you iterate with the right tools. So just, this is one major thing which we need to explain to our investors, policymakers. I would add that everyone needs to understand this is a very important safety net. Large healthcare systems are an important safety net. Policymakers need to understand that, and investors need to understand that it needs more patience. It's a different kind of investment. It's not as simple. It's very complex, a lot of stakeholders which all need to be at the table.
Excellent. So now I have a trick question for you. What is one innovation or technology or local product that you have been impressed by its effectiveness and you cannot pick any of your own?
So it was, it's not technology, it was the people. So what we were amazed with when we went to inside Cairo and out of Cairo in different governance is the quality and the abundance of talent and the commitment of talent. And we had nothing to do with that. They were there, and they were very talented, very committed, wanted to work. We have this term in Egypt, which is ekul aish, eat bread, because they're college graduates, and they're very committed. They want jobs and different things. And this was, I found, most impressive, because the rest you can sort of solve, but if you don't have people, then there's nothing to build on.
Excellent. I also like how you sidestepped answering my question. Don, as CEO of the Skoll Foundation, you've supported health solutions globally and have done incredible work in really supporting local entrepreneurs, local systems. What's one innovation or model that you've seen that shifts systems, not just symptoms, and how did it gain traction? And most importantly, how did it attract funding?
So first of all, I'm going to suck up a little to my board member, Raj Punjabi, in my answer, because I think the most impressive thing we've been involved with is the community health worker movement in Africa, which Raj was one of the pioneers. He now works at Pioneer, but was one of the pioneers of when he started Last Mile Health. This is one of those innovations that's so obvious when you think about it, but that wasn't happening. It wasn't happening at scale. In Africa, there's a huge shortage of nurses and doctors, and we'd love to solve that, but that's going to be a long-term journey. So immediately, who are the frontline healthcare deliverers? They're community health workers. Many of them were volunteers. They were people in the neighborhood. They weren't adequately trained. They didn't get equipment, and they weren't paid. 75% were women, 80% were unpaid. I might have those numbers backwards, but they're close enough. Through organizations that started with groups like Last Mile Health and Living Goods and others, they realized that this was an incredible resource that, if trained well, equipped, and paid, could become the frontline healthcare workers. This became so clear during Ebola and then during COVID. These were the people on the front lines still delivering healthcare and going into these communities, and they're also the trusted community members who people will trust to come in to convince them to either get a vaccine or to isolate or whatever it may be. What's been so impressive over the last few years is they've built a movement with both organizations like Chic and Africa Frontline First to help make sure that we can scale this, and Global Fund is now supporting it. So for those of you who follow health funding, so much funding is siloed by disease, yet to deliver anything in healthcare, you need those frontline systems and workers to deliver it. Global Fund, Peter Sands realized this, partnered with us on something called, or they really created it, Africa Frontline First, but to get 10 African countries to agree to pay, equip, train, and integrate these community healthcare workers into their overall system. It's now scaling. There's been way over $1 billion of philanthropy and billions of dollars of government resources, both from national governments and multilaterals, now supporting this movement. And in an era where health spending is going down globally, particularly with the cutbacks in the US, but around the world, there's no more effective investment than investing in these community health care workers who are going to be there no matter what.
I think we always would say that a community health care worker is basically your local hospital in one, right? They're doing, they're giving malaria vaccines on Monday, their nutrition on Tuesday, they're helping you birth a baby on Wednesday. But one of the things that we've noticed is the greater that the investment goes into, you had mentioned specifically the percentage of women who are community health care workers, who are, to your point, either underpaid or not paid at all. Once they do start getting paid, the dynamic changes, and a lot of men start taking those roles. And so, yeah, once there's money, the men come. We could have a whole other panel about that.
Could do that
yeah,
one.
but my point here was, how do you address those deep systemic inequities while also shifting systems, right? Like, how do you make sure that your investments, you also mentioned the siloing of health funding, it has, in effect, created parallel health infrastructure that is completely almost private compared to the publicly owned. So how do we address the urgent diseases, the urgent needs, while also helping rebuild these systems from the ground up?
You built two questions in there, and I could be like my
You're
friend
welcome.
and avoid both of them. But first of all, one of the great things about the community healthcare worker, nothing about us without us, is the motto of the movement. So the women who've largely organized this movement are at the front lines of pushing back, and our job is to support them in their efforts to make this movement about them and to give them control. And I think that's the answer to your first question. I was a U.S. ambassador in South Africa, where we had the largest PEPFAR program of any country in the world that had built a parallel healthcare system. Because at the time, President Mbeki didn't want to work with the U.S. government on PEPFAR. I was not there when this was happening, but a whole bunch of NGOs were created, and we built, incredible organizations that were providing services around HIV/AIDS and tuberculosis. But it was parallel to the primary healthcare system that was created in South Africa. Let me tell you, in the world we're moving into, if we don't break down all of those silos and reimagine what healthcare looks like broadly, because we're not going to have the same level of resources, this is going to be a huge challenge. We tried to do it when I was ambassador, and the level of we succeeded to some degree, but the level of resistance to doing this is very hard, and hopefully this, we can take advantage of this crisis to rethink how we do this stuff and make it a seamless system.
Excellent. Going to somebody who is on the front lines of shifting that system, Geeta, you are the Chief Impact Investment Officer at WHO Foundation, but you bring to that over nearly 2 decades of kind of pioneering experience in this space. And given that you've helped shape some of these massive health-focused investment funds, what is one way, and I'm going to double up my questions because I've learned it's an effective way to get answers, but what is one way where you think we can actually do that, re-envision a healthcare system that can be effectively financed? And then what's one financial mechanism, catalytic capital or blended finance, that you think needs to be used more in scaling that system?
So I think even before we get to scaling, you need to be able to have financing to be able to support the development of these solutions. And we have funding challenges across the entire life cycle. So the starting point for me, blended finance, if you look at even Convergence's numbers, in 2023, they estimated only about 3% of blended finance was going into health, only about 3%. And some of this conversation is going to link to a panel that I was moderating yesterday in terms of the cost of capital. And so when we look at this, especially as we look at these global growth markets, we are hit with 3 realities which are very difficult for funders to get over. And this ultimately comes down the pike as a lot of pressure on entrepreneurs. The first of which is the cost of capital and the risk premium associated with this. You put this into the healthcare space and it's even further enunciating the disproportionality of what you're expecting these businesses to do and perform in a time frame which is really not sensible. So that is one thing. The second thing is that time frame piece, and I want to just double click on that. when you start looking at investing in healthcare businesses, it takes time. Because very often, and you look at India as an example, 80% of healthcare is estimated to come from the private sector, 80%. So you often have more than a dual system that is existing. And so where you are trying to have some degree of market failure, if you're using a sort of a classic economic approach that is being accounted for through the investment process, you have a complete mismatch of how capital is being allocated relative to the amount of time needed to try and build some level of systemic sustainability to be able to generate interoperability between how these businesses are performing, so that you have a diagnostic solution which is leading to some sort of treatment solution, as opposed to marooning people on islands of information with which they can do not very much thereafter. The third issue is the ability to pay. And we've had, even if you look at the Sustainable Development Goals, we've had this movement to getting universal health coverage in place, and there have been plenty of examples of investments that I've been working on, and others have as well, where we've been able to see funding solutions come in through some degree of public-private partnerships. It is not enough, because the bulk of funding of healthcare needs is still done out of pocket. And that is as true in low-income communities as it is in high-income communities. And so with these three elements in place, the challenges really are around how do you address that in a more systemic way, and who can do that? Because you don't have very many organizations who have the bandwidth and who have the ability to play across multiple levels of engagement like this. And so it feels like the models that we have in place are incredibly outdated. The amount of time it takes to raise funding, whether you're an entrepreneur, whether you're a fund manager, is extremely long. And capital alone does not actually equate to equity. So who is getting this funding is a huge problem. And who is on the decision-making bodies in terms of how this capital is being allocated significantly matters. So there is a lot here that I think needs to be adjusted. So if I think about one thing that needs to change, an easy answer to give you, Ala, is to say blended finance is a solution. It is a solution, but I think independent of addressing things like the deep inequity associated with the cost of capital is just going to mean that we are still swimming against the tide.
So I know you've done a lot of work, particularly on ensuring that all founders, all companies, et cetera, can have access to capital, particularly in the area of women's health, which is one that I find the vast difference in investment to be startling, because I think it's something less than 4% of investment goes into women's health, and when you discount cancer, it's less than 2%. And given the very unique medical realities for women and the very unique cost of those, it's a really surprising data point. So how do you, and I'm going to turn to our other panelists on this as well, because I know you've been on the other side of it, but how do you, in the space in which you operate now, where you're helping shape these financial systems, how do you really look at some of those underserved, not often seen, not often engaged founders or issues?
I think the first thing is you need to see who are making the decisions on investment committees. So I chair the investment committee of a Gender Lens Fund of Funds in Africa. And this argument of there aren't enough things to invest in is complete nonsense. It is complete nonsense. And so the ability to remove some of our blinkers means we need to be able to tap into communities that otherwise wouldn't be tapped into. On the investment side, less than about 7% of those working in investment firms globally are women. And capital still is going to, maybe if we're lucky, 3% of the capital is going to women founders. And that number isn't increasing. We're talking about it more. So it gives the illusion that there is a change, but there isn't a change in terms of the quantum of funding going into women entrepreneurs. And so there's this fantastic piece of work that was done by the IFC and Rock Creek Group about, it's been almost 10 years ago now. And they looked at 650 fund managers across the world. And they found that where women were 30% or more of the investment team, in the top quartile, these funds outperformed by 22% on a net IRR basis. In the bottom quartile, they outperformed by 50%. These funds actually invested in twice as many women entrepreneurs, and valuations were higher. And on top of that, there was a lower beta risk associated with these investments as well. There was a lower failure rate. So we've got the statistics, we've got the data. How do we get more money going into businesses which are addressing women's health, you need more women who are finding the deals, and you need more women on the investment committee, because that is the point, that's the point of leverage to put your finger and make a change. Which also means that we need more women sitting on investment committees, even in the independent capacities. So, you know, and you're with 500 startups as well, so you know the importance of having this sort of structural adjustment in the investment flow. And you're going to be talking about the great work that you're doing in terms of women's health. One of the things, if we have time, I'd love to come back to is what I think is the collision course we are on currently, and the significant lack of preparedness we have for facing what is happening in terms of providing adequate care for healthy aging.
We'll make time because I like that question. Sorry? Well, I was actually going to suggest for the Sharper Center that you should think about a workshop or something where we can actually have Geeta teach a lot of, because I think this is completely, I'm not following the script, but we'll get back to the panel in a second. I know, Dawn, I'm sorry, I'm trying my best, you know what I mean? Like we put the prep in. But I do think part of the challenge has been, for so many people, there is this sense that the data is there, and so it's kind of common sense. You would follow it, right? And yet it's such a huge barrier to entry for a lot of people. And so how do you overcome the barrier of entry, and how do women that are already in the space, and frankly men in the space who recognize the need for more representative investment committees, more representative teams, really create the opportunity for others? I think that's a much longer conversation, but a really important one. I will say it mirrors a lot global security. If you know, 90% of peace processes fail within 5 years, and they take a very long time to make. But when you have a more representative group, particularly women, at the agenda setting phase, they're 35 times more likely to last 15 years. And if you just think about that economically, the opportunity in that 15 years to build education systems, healthcare systems, economic growth, and you know, markets, et cetera, is really incredible. And so it reminds me of this, in that the more representative you have that decision-making body, the more sustainable the investments and the approaches. I am going to turn now to Rudy. You have founded Next Gen Jane, an incredible company in a space that has been long overlooked, reproductive health. What is one myth or bias, just picking up on Geeta's point, that you've had to fight against in really bringing femtech to market and bringing investors to femtech?
First, I would just like to say, Geeta and Ala have just taken me to church, because I keep finding myself saying amen, especially when she emphasized that the discourse is changing, but the funding's not, and that part. So just follow that. When there's a lot of talk about we have to do something about it. Are the dollars shifting? That's really important. I run a company called Next Gen Jane. What we have developed is a non-invasive way to provide molecular insight to women about diseases that they could be experiencing. We have developed a system where they mail in their tampons, and we look at the natural biopsy that is menstruation, right? Uterine lining that is shed naturally. We sequence it, and we develop classifiers, genomic classifiers, to identify diseases like endometriosis. And so this is what we've been working on for a long time. And I would say the bias that comes up consistently that's worth pointing out is a conceit that I think we have in innovation that is implicit, and I would love to make it explicit. And it is that you start off in innovation and innovating for a small, cohesive, homogeneous, and generally rich cohort. And then over time, that becomes broadly applicable, hopefully affordable, and that's how innovation, gets to the rest of us, right? And this is pervasive, whether it's in iPhones, whether it's in state-of-the-art drug development, or whether it is in massive data centers. This is how we think about the world and innovation. And my favorite example is drug development. So you start off drug development, you're doing these experiments in male-only animal models, usually. You then take the drug that you're developing into clinical trials, which are predominantly tested on men. You develop dosing protocols based on male bodies. You take it out into the wild, and you see surprising unexpected events in women. Shouldn't be unexpected if you didn't test it in that population, right? We see this with Ambien, overdose for women. We see this in COVID vaccine. There were surprising side effects in women that were not observed in the clinical trial. And you see this, these aren't just one-off cute examples. 8 out of the 10 drugs that were pulled off the market between 1997 and 2001 had worse side effects in women than men. This is at scale, you see this impact, right? And I think that the core conceit we go back to is that we're designing for a small, cohesive, coherent, rich cohort, and then hoping it works for the rest of us. And so I think if that is the conceit, and if we agree that that's the conceit, if you know, someone walks into your office like I do and say, well, I'm actually designing for someone else, I'm designing for someone else entirely, people are confused. They actually don't know what to do with you. I've been told so many times early on in the journey by venture capitalists, you should go to philanthropy. Why would I go to philanthropy first? I'm developing an esoteric genomic assay for over half the population. I don't think that quite fits in the remit of philanthropy, right? And so I would say that's probably the biggest bias and impediment.
Okay, but how do we overcome that? Because I hear Geeta's point, we need more women in those decision-making spaces. Yes, the conversations are happening, the money's not changing. How do we actually now, in this moment, without thinking about the 6-step process of getting people in those spaces, women in those spaces, how are you overcoming that? And what is your biggest, as you've had to bring, I'm guessing, funders along on this journey with you, what have you noticed actually work in getting them to understand that this is actually a pretty huge part of their market, that they actually do need to invest differently here?
The easy answer, and easy in quotes, is you just pitch to enough people till you find somebody who actually doesn't have that bias. But that just means if you're pitching normally, you're thinking about 150 investors, you're going to way more, right? And you're just trying to be quicker and saying that, no, clearly this person's not interested, glazed over, they're not going to get it. The sort of more fun answer is it's going to be either the carrot or the stick, right? The carrot is that we'll all reflect on this and rely on our better natures and say, here's how we should make these investment decisions. The stick is that we are all facing tied consequences because we are an ecosystem that cannot avoid the consequences of our decisions, right? If you think about like climate, right? There is no bunker or spaceship that's going to take you out of this planet or, you know, put you underground that can save you from climate events. If your human food chain is compromised because there's heavy metals or PFAS, forever chemicals in your soil and your water supply, you're as screwed as the rest of us. Right, and so there is these tied ways that we're all stakeholders in the same community, and there are ways that everyone's going to start facing consequences and already are that I think are going to wake people up to this fact.
Can I just tell one?
Yeah, jump on in.
So we were approached by a fund investing in healthcare for women, and they approached us as philanthropy. And we thought, oh, this is really interesting, great opportunity to serve them. We took it to our investment advisors, who Capricorn is a related fund. They looked at it and said, wow, there's so much alpha in this because no one else is doing this. Our returns, this is not concessionary. We can make a ton of money by investing in this and do good at the same time. So I do think starting to reframe the argument and saying, hey, here's a space that no one else is in, and you can take advantage of it if you can find the right audience is helpful.
I second that. There's this interesting leading kind of funder from Asia had talked about the correlation they see with books. It was actually very interesting. He said, listen, you know, back in the day, people tried to market books to men, and then they realized 75% of people who purchase books are women. And suddenly you saw complete industries get way more funding, you know, the romance section of the, and it was interesting to hear that framing of like, if you actually make it a dollar argument, I think it heavily is oversimplified because I think a lot of women founders and investors can make a very strong financial argument. I definitely think there are biases and things there, but I also think part of it is, can we articulate that without investing in this, you lose out on a much bigger market share in a really compelling way? I'm going to jump now. We're going to come back to this. I love where this is going, by the way. I did not orchestrate this. This was not meant to be a gender investment conversation, but I'm glad it is. But I am going to jump to Raj because we've mentioned COVID. We've mentioned kind of all of the, and Dawn mentioned some of the recent shifts in funding for health, there have been so many, I would say, crisis points. You've worked at the intersection of last mile, you've worked at innovation, you've worked on pandemic preparedness, you've worked in investment, you've worked in biotech. As we think of everything that's happening, how do we bake resilience and sustainability and preparedness into our long-term investments?
Can you hear me? Good. Well, yeah, so I'm the son of a woman who's a scientist and a father who's an entrepreneur. So it wouldn't be surprising that I would learn from their perspectives. And what I've learned, especially about crisis, is that there are three outcomes in a world that has multiple crises happening at once that we often think of. One is that crisis can make us weaker. Another is that after the crisis, we can wish to go back to where we were before the crisis. The third outcome is to get stronger through the crisis. And that is where a scientific mindset and an entrepreneurial mindset matters, because it is entrepreneurs that I've seen again and again able to focus during crises on getting stronger through the crisis. How do you get less fragile when things are on the other side? And I think that mindset's really important no matter what sector you're working in today, social, public, private, or the mix of all of them. We at Flagship Pioneering, and you heard my colleague and friend Nubar Afian, some of you did yesterday at the Keynote, speak about, in part, the way we approach entrepreneurship and innovation at Flagship. And what's key to know is that we're focused on working with scientist entrepreneurs and creating companies that benefit human and planetary health. I got brought on after the COVID crisis, working on it at the National Security Council here in the United States, to ask the question, could we become, as we tried to be during infectious disease crises, more proactive and less reactive? Could we do that in public health and in population health in general? And that really deeply resonated with me, because as a doctor, what I saw, and I think many of you could relate to this, if I were to ask you to think about someone in your life, a loved one perhaps, that has faced a devastating diagnosis, I imagine you might think about, as I saw often in clinic, that other than fearing losing your life from, say, cancer, you might actually fear the loss of control over your life just as much. And whether I was in the clinic or in the White House Situation Room working with patients and crises in their lives or public health crises, that was a theme throughout. So Flagship decided to take on this idea of preemptive health and medicine. Could we restore control to patients and the people closest to them? Could we empower them to be more proactive about their health? Could we improve, maintain, and protect their health before they get sick? How do we do that? Well, in part, it's by creating innovations that allow you to test for cancer at its earliest stages, just like we do for cholesterol testing today. So we have a company called Harbinger Health that's focused on globally making cancer screening as affordable and accessible as cholesterol blood screening is today, so that we can arrest cancer before it threatens our lives. We just released another company this morning, or unveiled it, called Etiome, that is focused on developing medicines using an AI platform to detect diseases like Alzheimer's or obesity-related diseases, metabolic diseases, at their earliest stages, and developing medicines for those earliest stages so that we never experience symptoms, we never experience pain that can control our lives. So to me, when we talk about resilience, the scientific mindset's critical, the entrepreneurial mindset is critical, and when we harness that, we can build resilience in the lives of patients and those who may fall sick by restoring agency and power to them.
I love that. I'm going to plug immigrants here because why not? But I think
We
that
get the job done,
Yeah,
I
we
hear.
get the job done. I think that mindset is actually because my dad always used to say, you know, the only way through is through. What else are you going to do? And I quite like that because I think it sums up that mindset perfectly. I was at the World Bank spring meetings in DC yesterday, where they're talking about AI. Basically, and job creation. But AI kept coming up as it does. But the number one word that was anchored around it was agency. Was that a lot of people feel as though technology is happening to them, not for them, not with them, and that it's the lack of agency, a sense that you are no longer in control. And so to hear you say that for health sciences as well, this notion of like, that's actually what we're trying to give people is a sense of agency and power, I think is really powerful. I'm going to pivot to Teddy, because Teddy, we've talked a little bit about, or quite a bit, about crisis, underserved populations, and you are at the forefront. You are leading in Ghana, really cutting edge work, and we've, I think, understandably recognized the importance of solutions that can work and scale in Africa. Tell me a little bit about your work and what you've seen and what's really excited you about the potential.
Well, thank you. The thing is, neurosurgery has got a bad name because of primary healthcare, right? Tomorrow's World Malaria Day, right? And 90% of the mortality due to malaria is happening in Africa, right? So when people talk about impact, the last thing they talk about is specialized surgery, right? But the truth is, the interventions you can make for malaria are basic interventions, right? And changing environment and, things that you can put in, like vaccines, like drugs and things like that. But the thing is, for young people, the top killers in Ghana, where I work, and the things that will happen and guarantee mortality are traumatic brain injury and hemorrhagic stroke, right? And there's nothing you can do about that, apart from trained people who can deal with that crisis, right? And that's where the problem is, because Ghana is 36 million people with 27 neurosurgeons, right? And that is the problem. How do we, pivot our systems so that we can train people who can handle this crisis? It's not a dramatic crisis, right? But the thing is, I've got a young girl, 15-year-old sickle cell patient, right? The parents have been dealing with this disease all their lives. And then one day she bleeds. Then we do a CT scan, and she's got a blister on a blood vessel. Now, she's bled once. If she bleeds again, that's it, right? Now, it just happens that there was a collaboration that allowed a team of surgeons to get together and clip that aneurysm for her, right? Now, so what I have seen in my practice so far is the fact that we have governments which are oriented to the treatment of primary healthcare problems, right? And so they fund the treatment of primary healthcare problems. But the thing is, the pathologies that guarantee, mortality are put in the luxury department and are not looked at. But the rest of the world is aging. We've talked about Africa and its median age. It's just, 17. Ghana is 21 median age. Denmark is going to be 70 median age in 50 years. Africa will be 31 still. So the rest of the world is aging, faster than Africa. And any interventions we make into young people and guaranteeing that they are functional is actually, investing into the future for the world, right? So I think that, there's the crisis of not training enough people to deal with the mortality problems. But there's also, the planning that we must do and look at this problem as something that, we have to basically invest in to protect our future as the world.
Thank you. So I'm very bad at timekeeping, but I'm going to turn to Teddy, Amar, and Raj because the three of you have been practitioners on the front lines in Africa, and we've talked a little bit about the demographics. By 2050, 1 in every 2 jobs in the world will be an African job. So to your point about the necessity, the economic necessity of investing, but it does feel similar to Geeta's point on investing in gender. It feels like we talk about it a lot, but not much has changed substantially. And so what will it take, in your perspectives, to elevate African practitioners, not just as providers, but as global health architects, experts, finance? What do we need to do differently that we're not doing? And feel free, whoever wants to kick off.
Okay, so this is very important because when we talk about healthcare systems, and this is, I think, what Teddy was saying, and there are different levels of it. You need to think of it from a more global perspective and have an overview. So that overview, primary care, and then secondary care, and then tertiary specialized care, and then who is paying for it, and all the different stakeholders. And then we start forgetting that, are we teaching doctors and nurses health economics? Are we teaching them healthcare management? Are we teaching them informatics? Are we going down to which level? Who should know what? So it's societal buy-in is very important. Are we teaching at schools the importance of a relation that when in healthcare systems we're looking at societies, not at individuals? So one very important thing is education of people who are going to be providing the service or involved into it. Not just doctors, not just nurses, but of course the emphasis on them. This would shift, this would take time. It's a long-term investment, and all healthcare is a long-term investment.
I like that. So doctors taking over. Okay, noted. Teddy?
I think it's special for Ghana. I teach in a private medical school, which is now called a girls' school because 75% medical students are ladies, right? Ghana is a country that has almost 60% of its entrepreneurs being ladies, right? So I think ultimately I look at the education piece and see that it is growing. There was something that we grew up with when it was called send your girl or child to school. And sometimes we worry that boy child is being left behind, you know. But the thing is, education, yes, being pushed along, and then also the agency that you talked about in, you know, empowering entrepreneurship in our environment, microcredit systems for entrepreneurs who are ladies, so that, because once you guarantee good income for the woman entrepreneur, her children are taken care of. And ultimately, if we really wanted primary health care to survive, and therefore secondary and tertiary health care, then we should make sure that the children are well taken care of.
Raj?
Yes, to build on that, what I keep hearing, and a number of our colleagues at Flagship Pioneering keep hearing from countries about, is the desire for their scientists to be able to file for intellectual property, to be able to create companies in their own regions, to be able to create something that can impact their own communities, but also creates economic value for their own countries. And the reason that is felt even more urgently now after the COVID-19 pandemic in places like where I grew up in Liberia is because many countries, whether you were low income, low middle income, upper middle income, or even upper income in many cases, were stunned when they realized that they had to wait for vaccines developed somewhere else to be delivered into their own countries. And so one might look at that vaccine inequity and ignore it. I don't think anyone here would try to do that. Another way to look at that vaccine inequity is to say, well, all the rich countries or all the rich companies in the rich countries need to just give away the vaccines. There's a role for manufacturing vaccines and ensuring that they're filled and finished, as we like to say, in places like South Africa or Kenya. But that is not the ultimate dream of a scientist who would like to take his or her own vaccine idea and be able to create a company in their own country, whether you're in the Middle East, you're in Southeast Asia, you're in Latin America, you're in Sub-Saharan Africa. You want to be able to take a malaria vaccine, for instance, and create the insight, the company based off your scientific insight if you're at the University of Ghana, and you should deserve the capital to be able to do that. You deserve the legal managerial support to create a company out of that. And you deserve to help your country create economic security based on that. But that's not the way the world's designed today, and we need to be able to get there. And I think if we can do that, if we can move from just shipping vaccines, for instance, to countries, to being able to create the technology to develop those vaccines, then that's very possible. And some may say, well, look, that sounds pretty like a rosy colored view of the world. It's not possible in a continent like in parts of sub-Saharan Africa. I would challenge you, because to your point, we have some of the best talent in the world, some of the youngest, most entrepreneurial talent, some of the most resilient talent. But on top of that, you have a free trade agreement, the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, that's going to help make a common market and perhaps create one of the world's biggest growth opportunities in history in the next few years to decades. And then on the medicine side, you have the Africa Medicines Agency, which I know at the Skoll Foundation, we've been very happy to support the African Union in helping build the capacity of institutions like that. What is that going to do? It's going to create the regulatory apparatus across a common market to be able to have a scientist in one country be able to get investment capital and create a company that might produce the next Ebola test or the next influenza test and the next influenza treatment or the next cancer drug that one day we may be importing here in the United States.
So what I'm hearing from the three of you is really at the individual or kind of the practitioner level, more agency, more investment, and at the enabling ecosystem level, more infrastructure, financing, regulatory support to actually be able to drive some of those innovations or some of those systems to fruition and to market. So I like where we're anchoring there. This notion of investment alone is not the answer. It has to be met with both agency and support at the individual or practitioner community level, and it has to be met with regulatory and policy support. I'm going to open up questions to the audience. And we are, this is the best panel of the conference, so make sure the questions are really good. You know what I mean? We've got a bar to keep up, right? Please introduce yourself when you ask your question.
Oh, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is... I was trying to make sure that the timing is correct. Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Shiko. I am not a medicine anything, but I have high interest in medicine. So I was listening this keenly. I think we've spoken with Geta about fundraising as a woman. That is a whole topic by itself. However, I want to double down on what you talked about, the health space. So I hear you speaking about importing drugs and stuff, but right now, some of the IP in the health space is actually African, right? So University of Cape Town, for example, produced a malaria vaccine, and I think this week, I think it's this week, I think on Monday or last week Friday, they also released our HIV vaccine. Yeah, Kemri in Kenya has also been working on this. I hear you saying that we need to flip the model. Do you have that action point of how do we flip the model? How do we already have this, how do we scale? Because Africa is not running out of ideas. We produce great ideas. We have great IPs sitting in our universities. The challenge we have is being able to commercialize at scale. And I feel like, calling Skoll and other philanthropy fund partners is how do we then move these great ideas and great concepts and great IP to scale? Because this idea of University of Cape Town has produced malaria vaccine and HIV or Kemri will sit down quietly for another 2 to 3 years, and then you'll hear a lab in the US has done the same exact thing using the same IP and gotten billions of dollars in investment.
Excellent. So question number 1, how do we commercialize at scale? I'm going to take a couple more before coming back to the panel. Dina.
Hi, everyone. My name is Dina. So nice to meet all of you. I really want to bring the conversation a little bit back to women. So I have 2 quick questions. One, to Gita and to Rita, you were saying we need more women to be investors. what do we need to do to make that happen? Because I feel like I've been hearing this for a very long time, but also in hearing the conversation, I feel like we need more doctors to be entrepreneurs too. So how do we get more women to be investors so that we can see a lot more gender equity enter the healthcare space? But then how do we get doctors to also take the leap and also become entrepreneurs? I don't know, I'll leave you guys to decide who wants to answer. An excellent panel. I don't want to say it's the best of the, but it's
the best.
excellent,
You know,
excellent panel.
I understand you don't want to pick a favorite child, but we know who it is. But behind you, hand up. I can't, the person with their hand up.
Hello, excellent panel. That's the excellent. So yesterday, Norbert, pioneering flag, he spoke about the speed of discovering vaccines. Right now, we showed us a chart with long then history, a blip in history, and knowing, like understanding DNA and information system. My question is about now that the paradigm and speed changed in the way we access information with AI, will that impact the speed, like the African access to healthcare in developing drugs and vaccines, given the speed and now the focus on human ingenuity instead of capital, because now time is not an issue. Also the KPIs of investment in healthcare. Now that you talk about gender perception and philanthropy, when you pitch healthcare niche oriented to women. Now, if we talk about drugs with data in Africa, how will investors look at that in terms of KPIs and market size and ethnicities?
Great, and I'm going to take one more question and then come back to the panel. Right up here. Yep.
Thank you so much. I'll be very quick in this. This panel, well, the best, yes, but again, I think very appropriate at this time. Oh, sorry. No, it's
you don't need to tell me. I know. Don't worry about it. I got you.
Oh God, modesty out of the window. Yeah, I think I'm just saying it's really appropriate at this time where we've seen a reduction of sort of, I mean, a lot of our health system depended a lot on foreign aid, and we know what has happened to the ID and all of this stuff. So I think a couple of things. One is that I'm seeing innovation. I'm seeing the point of rewiring. So in this very context of resource scarcity, if you're talking to an African government, where do you start when you want to lean on innovators and entrepreneurs? That's one. Two, there's definitely a history of disinvestment in the health sector, right? Especially not generally everywhere, but on the lower levels of the health sector. So if you come into a continent, it's very much level 1 hospital. Where to the women question, a lot of nurses are the ones that bear the burden of the health system. So again, how do you also help that particular tier of nurses, especially on task shifting? And nurses open the clinic, are the ones who clean the clinic, are the ones who do the triage. So again, to the gender question, where do you start?
Excellent. So I'm going to ask the panel as a whole to jump in on the questions that they feel resonate most with them. I'm going to give us about 10 minutes. So please solve how do we scale? 7 minutes, my bad. So solve how we scale, how we get more women in investment, how we get more physicians and healthcare practitioners to become entrepreneurs, where African governments lean in, how we support nurses and midwives, and how we ensure that we're equitably investing given or how we reconfigure how we invest and how we find entrepreneurs given AI and the speed with which AI is moving. Teddy.
Well, I'll have to run, but I just need to say this. Well, I think that when it comes to how do we start it, how do we become entrepreneurs, we just have to start it. It's courage that takes it, and we just have to identify a problem and try to solve it. And I've heard on this panel different things about, looking out for all the, pitfalls and all that. Ultimately, to become entrepreneurial, we just have to start. And I'll just say on the policy side, we must think about centers of excellence when it comes to, training these nurses or training these doctors. It is not it is no longer practical to make primary health centers become capable of dealing with tertiary things, but we need to concentrate the specialists in centers of excellence so that we can make the most of their expertise, I think.
So healthcare systems are very complicated. Policy and governments have a crucial step to make. They need to create an environment so that all the stakeholders can find something to contribute. So whether it is investors, because you have different types of investors, PEs, VCs, everyone wants to invest in patient capital, impact investments. So the role of policymakers and of governments, and I would advise them very much to always look at the overview of other experiences in similar demographics. There's a lot to learn in Africa from each other, from other countries which have started to do that. And this is one of the things which I've seen firsthand. It is extremely important to set that stage, put that mindset of why the government it's not supposed to monopolize and do everything. It is supposed to create that environment and assure that there is equitable distribution of access and of quality, fairness in distribution, fairness in pricing to all the stakeholders. I can explain more about education. You have to go to education, but this is the main thing which makes a big difference.
Okay, and I'm going to target the rest of the panel on what I think are the kind of two outstanding questions. Impact of AI on the decisions we make in health systems and health space and health investments. And I'm going to close it out on how we get more women as investors, because frankly, if you take anything away from this panel, it should be that. Who would like to kick us off on impact of AI?
Yeah, I'm happy to do that. Just like with other innovation is not innovation if it excludes those who need it most. And some of the places where AI innovation could make the biggest difference are in these settings. At Flagship, I've mentioned how we've tried to do that with a couple of examples already. Let me give you another example from the social sector. Last Mile Health, which Don brought up earlier, that I had the privilege of co-founding many years ago, has been asked by the Ethiopian government to create an AI-empowered call center so that its network of 40,000 women community health workers, so-called health extension workers, who deliver healthcare to nearly 100 million rural people, can have a better response time, a more effective response when there's an emergency. Say a woman comes to the clinic or health post and needs a C-section, or someone breaks a limb, or someone has a heart attack, and so that an ambulance can get out there more quickly and they can be triaged more quickly. That is the kind of innovation that allows us to take what has always been the highest standard of care, not just high-tech healthcare, but high-touch healthcare, and supercharge it to another level. But it comes back to a point you made earlier, which is that people in the countries, those closest to the patient, closest to the problem, often are closest to the solution if they get to help not just receive the solution, but actually drive the design of the solution. It's not innovation for people, it's innovation with people. It's not entrepreneurship that benefits people, it's working with people to become entrepreneurs. That's what's critical, I think, in making sure AI benefits all that it could benefit in healthcare.
I just want to build on Raj's point, but put it in a little different context. Let's be real about what's about to happen in the global public health system. We are about to lose a huge percentage, who knows what it's going to be, of the funding that exists. I think in that crisis, and it will be a crisis and people's lives will be horribly impacted by it, already have been, we need to reimagine or rewire the future of health. And I think to Raj's point, we have this opportunity now where it's not going to come out of Washington, and governments around the world, citizens around the world need to stand up and say, this is what we want our healthcare system to look like. And this is the moment to do that. And, you know, it's going to take entrepreneurism like we've never seen before. There's a really interesting, just to come back to the AI for a second, the reason DeepSeek created a completely different model was they were constrained. Out of constraint, we see new models for how to build back better. We are, let me tell you, in global health, entering a period of constraint, and it's going to be up to all of us to reimagine what that rewiring looks like that builds in the values that Raj was talking about and we've all been talking about.
So I think, you know, one of the things that we've been struggling with throughout the conversations we've been having over the course of these last 2 days has been also where the money is going, where the investment is actually going relative to where it's needed. And what is skewed is the fact that there are certain sectors which are capital intensive, financial services, for example. And then you have sectors which are driving things like food security, employment, agriculture, where there's very little capital actually going into this. And so when I think about AI, I wanted to just touch on that for a bit because I'm asking that of myself on a regular basis now because I want to understand where the opportunity actually is. I started my career investing in SMEs, actually in hospitals, in diagnostic facilities, and we seem to have moved away from this discussion, assuming that early stage businesses are the same as investing in SMEs, and they're not. They really are not. We still need the brick and mortar buildings. So as I think about where these options are, what I'm keeping my eye on are solutions from an AI perspective to reduce, for example, the administrative burden within healthcare. I'm looking at where's AI coming in terms of disease diagnostics, and how is that going to be fitting into the brick and mortar solutions. A third area for me is clinical decision support. And some of the reasons I'm looking at this is because I see it touching back to the challenges we have in terms of insufficient human resources. Whilst our disease burdens are changing, they're morphing and increasing. And if we want to put agency, to your point, Raj, back in people's hands, we're going to need to do so with the ability to integrate some degree of solutions on things like our phones, but know that there are places for people to go, because not all solutions will end just through the phone. And I'd like to just touch on the point around women's health. So we have a bit of an underground network going with women investors. And there are a few organizations like the Private Equity Women's Investment Network. And you know what we do? We say we're going to create our own mechanisms to connect deals. And so that means that we have meetings. There's one conference here in the US I've been going to for a very long time, which is a women's PE conference. And we do not sit there and talk about the challenges of being a woman in this space. We go there and we say, let's do deals. And there is, when we are, as being part of this network, we have 3 things that we can ask of each other, and you cannot say no. 1, I have something that I need. 1, I have something I can give. 1, what can I do to help improve the ecosystem? And so we are trying to, at least in the meantime, hustle our way to try and get more solutions in place. At the WHO Foundation, we set up a Catalyst Fellows program because part of the issue, to your point or your question, Dina, is to remove this false assumption that investing is almost like alchemy. And it's not. It really isn't. So very often, you just need to be able to crack the door open a little bit. So we run a double-blind process on the application process. We've got our 3rd cohort right now, and we have doctors who have never invested before. So you need to be a graduate student, and what we're looking for are people who are innovative, who are interested in entrepreneurship, people who are interested in investing, and the focus for us with this program is to ensure that these are individuals who are able to often enter our program feeling like they are well-experienced investors but haven't done very much in healthcare, or they're individuals who have got a healthcare background or have an interest to go into healthcare. And by the time they leave our program, there is a understanding of how does this work within public health, how does this work within private health, and having the ability and the confidence to know that if I'm looking for funding, these are mechanisms I can go through.
I love that. I'm inviting myself to that women's conference and where we do deals. And I also have so many names for you for potential fellows, so I'm going to send those to you. You get the last word.
Oh my gosh.
No pressure.
You know, there's no easy solution, but I will offer up 2 comments, and maybe we can glom them together and glean some insight from it. Amongst female entrepreneurs, we know there's a trope that's backed up by some research that women get asked about how they're going to manage risk by investors, and men get asked about their vision. And it sort of speaks to the fact that when you're seeing a female entrepreneur, you're trying to manage downside risk, right? You're thinking about the downside. When you're talking to a male entrepreneur, you're thinking about upside. And I think that's reflected in female investors as well, because the sheer volume of female investors has actually increased. I've noticed that the funds, they're all like $10, $20 million funds, right? Like LPs are also sort of writing small checks for these female investors.
Like microcredit on steroids.
Totally. And I fundamentally and firmly believe whenever you write someone a small check, you're telling them, this is a really cute idea, try a small experiment and get this to the next level, right? Versus like if you look at male entrepreneurs, they'll get like a $50 million check. You're saying, take a swing. I want to see a home run. And so the only thing that I can offer up is that there should be a shift in risk appetite when you're thinking about female investors, and you'll see more female investors.
That's true across that's true across philanthropy. That's true across the board. We write smaller checks for women. First, thank you to the audience that has grown substantially since we started the panel because it was just so riveting. I'm so thrilled that you got to hear from this incredible group of people.
Look how many more people.
I know. It was because they got the message. You know what I mean? Like it's been trending. Thank you. And I didn't even have to say it. It was very organic. But really, I think if there's 3 messages you've taken away from this, the first is solutions that work start with context, community, cultural fluency, and agency, not just code or capital. Who builds and who funds and who decides is critically important, and who benefits, and must be rebalanced if we're really thinking about how health innovation and investment are going to drive real change. And while blended finance and catalytic capital and policy shifts are really crucial and exciting, it's really about shifting power and reimagining accountability and shifting agency within the health ecosystem, and that includes bringing unseen entrepreneurs and underfunded entrepreneurs and women to the investment space. But I'm really thrilled. I hope that you have all taken away something that you individually can do in this space. We all occupy spaces of power. So if you're thinking about who you're funding or who you're hearing from, or what kind of risk appetite you have, or how you're investing, or even how you're talking about opportunities in Africa and opportunities around the world and the intersection of health and innovation and investment, I hope you've taken away something from this. Thank you.
That was phenomenal. Thank you. We really appreciate all our speakers and Ale for moderating such a powerful panel. And welcome back, everybody. I guess we have a full room. So get ready for something very different. Our next speaker is another person Dina brought into our orbit, and he is an incredibly important member of our ever-growing community. He's also one of our main sponsors this year, and for that we are deeply grateful. Professor James Ray is someone who leads with both mind and heart, an educator, investor, entrepreneur, and the author of The Red Helicopter, Leading Change with Kindness, plus a little math. His life's work is a testament to the power of decency, imagination, and yes, some unexpected math to transform organizations, move markets, and hearts. His keynote today will blend music, story, and insight in a way that only he can do, so buckle up. You're about to feel, think, and maybe even sing a little differently. Please join me in welcoming the extraordinary Professor James Ray.
All right, lunch. Got 15 minutes. It's good. So in 15 minutes, I'm going to try to say some complicated things. It forces me to do things simply. in a multimodal and a multisensory way, which is sort of the point. So it's less about what I'm going to say, how I'm saying it, how I'm communicating it, is perhaps the most important lesson that you're going to take away from these 15 minutes, okay? I love chaos. We're in chaos. Embrace it. And I certainly have been the last 13 years. This is a picture from 2013. This might have been one of the worst moments, other than my father and mother passing, of my life. This was December 2013. I was 4 months into being interim CEO of a business that I had not really heard of before then. Before then, I was a Boston-based private equity guy managing billions of dollars of money. I've owned 50 companies, big, tall buildings, private jets. That was my life. This business was called Ashley Stewart. It's, on the surface, was a apparel business in retail, selling clothes to primarily black women in this country. But if you really sort of dug deeper, it might have been one of the largest, still is, if not most important businesses for black women in this country, in the hundreds of millions of revenues in 200 communities, 23 states across the country. You can imagine this company, female, black, plus size, low, moderate income, not a lot of attention from technology in the capital markets. Okay, I think that's a fair thing to say. So this was me looking very happy, but actually 4 months in, completely out of money. No one came to help us. I'd signed up for 6 months as interim CEO, planning to come back, and I couldn't get anyone to give us money. I hadn't yet told the women that I'd failed. And we were 6 weeks away from liquidation at this point. And I thought about my dad. My dad was dying at the time. My dad was a Korean War survivor, as well as my mother. Both of them were refugees during the Korean War. My dad spent his whole life serving families as a pediatrician. He was 13 years into Parkinson's, and the medical system in this country refused to give him care because his case was no longer interesting to them. And my mother, who supported our family the entire time, who lived in this country and was made to feel very small in this country, but she's, the largest person in my life, best leader I've ever met, was physically carrying my father around for 13 years. And these women reminded me of my mom. So that's where I was in December 2013. This was the state of affairs. So the book is a parable. I hope you hear metaphorically what I'm saying to you. Of all the themes from this morning, this was reality. Okay, and this face was the only person who showed up to stand with these women in August 2013. And the whole world basically laughed at us and turned its back. And they may have also turned its back because, one, they didn't care about the business, they didn't believe in the business. We had no Wi-Fi, no money, right? They didn't believe that a Korean man could possibly sort of work well with black women. All the things that you can think of why we got rejected, we got rejected. They may have also gotten rejected because this is investor James, who studied 19th century politics, philosophy, and economics. I was predicting civil war. And I was predicting massive systems reset and trying to understand where small business was going, where humanity was going, why all this obsession about money and technology, what was the point of doing all of this? And I guess people didn't really love to hear that either. And so I went around begging for money, pitching. I know everyone who manages money in the United States, and they all said no. So I had a choice, right? So I called up a few people, raised $18 million, and showed up at the bankruptcy court and said, I guess I'm staying here and buying and running the business. So 6 months ended up turning into 7 years. And when you're in that chaos, when everything is broken and the whole world has turned its back on you, you've ripped up your resume, you've ripped up your quote identity, you really start getting back to basics. And for me, it was this. That's 5-year-old James, bowl cut, stuck in the back corner. Just look at the picture. That's how my life was. I generally was always the only. At Ashley Stewart, I ended up being the only as well. There was that boy standing in front of me in the denim jacket. That kid never came to school with lunch. So I always used to share my lunch every day with this boy, and I came home from school with this toy red helicopter, and my parents, they interrogated me. They said, why are you getting this helicopter? And I didn't know that it was a reward for sharing my lunch. They had to tell me many months later and said, the reason is that his mommy died, James, and his dad has 4 kids. They wanted to meet the boy that was feeding lunch. And I always wanted to be that kid. It was hard to be that kid managing billions of dollars of private equity. The world doesn't like smart, quantitative Asian men being kind, I guess, in private equity. And that's who I wanted to be. And I always wondered, I'm like, why is it so not reconcilable to sort of be pro-humanity and be really facile with money? It really bothered me. But that's the narrative that came back into my head during these times when you're all alone, you got nothing. This is what I thought about. And I thought about it also because the only people in the world who didn't laugh at me and reject me were the millions of black women across the United States who in their heart knew I was the right guy. They knew. And part of it is because I admitted to them that I was the least qualified person to do this, and that who was I to say anything, and that would they please help me? You know, that I would listen and like figure out why this business could possibly be still alive after 22 years with no Wi-Fi, not making money. Like, what was it? You know, the other thing that happened during this clarity and chaos, this is what I think leadership really is. During the town hall, after saying to everyone that we had 6 weeks of money, no one was coming to help us, I said that perhaps could we be kind and center math. And I hadn't said kindness, that word, maybe other than in like faith-based settings ever. And I said it. And then I said math. And in retrospect, by the way, this was by accident, unscripted. But in retrospect, it was very wise. Because kindness and math, I mean, kindness is about investing in someone else's agency. That's what it is. You know, kindness was the underpinnings of what Rousseau and Adam Smith wrote about. Rousseau is the most prolific writer on secular kindness in the history of the world. So maybe 350 years ago, when we invented capitalism and invented democracy, maybe the underpinnings of the philosophy of kindness and math has something to say during a time of chaos, when you're starting again. Because what is kindness and math but truth? And what I was asking the people in that town hall that day is like, if we don't have these two things, and I'm asking the world this today, if you don't have kindness and you don't have math, what chance do you have? Yes, half the room laughed at me. And that half didn't make it. The other half thrived. And when you start doing this original mindset and you get back to the empirical underpinnings, you also realize that accounting, GAAP, GNP, GDP, they're made up. These are completely made up measurements. I am an expert in accounting. I studied economics. They're made up. It's social science. So I said, why would we adhere to GAAP? These measurements are designed in a way, it clearly was to the detriment of the women that I was working with. It didn't measure all of the things that most matter in life or society. Why would we be constrained by GAAP? So I ripped it up. I said, we're going to use math instead. Accounting is just, it's puerile. It's just like, it's a convention. Which is why in my TED Talk, if you listen to it, I'm very politely eviscerating accounting during my 15-minute talk on the TED stage. And the other thing I thought about, MIT would be proud, I said, you know, most things in life are closed feedback loops. There are very few things in life that are open feedback loops. Money compounds forever in a normal environment, and so does kindness. So I said, can we align positive behavior, kind behavior, with the financials? Can we do that? Because if you can align two virtuous feedback loops, life is actually pretty simple. It's pretty easy. Things sort of have a way of doing things without your intervention. It requires real humility to know that your hands are not really required to create great results. And it turns out that after 2 or 3 years, this business that didn't have Wi-Fi and never made money and was a laughingstock of the capital markets, we sort of built an ecosystem. And this woman had a voice. We chaired the Innovation Committee of the National Retail Federation. Carla Harris of Morgan Stanley, that's Tim Ryan, CEO Price Waterhouse. We keynoted Dreamforce 3 years after not having Wi-Fi. And so I think that sort of icing on the cake was when people like Whoopi Goldberg and Lonnie Love called and say, you know, why don't you come over and have coffee and tea? We want to help you. We like this story. And part of the best part of building an ecosystem, this is not an ecosystem in theory, this was built, okay? when you really think about this, like everyone connected with this story. It was a real story of black women and a Korean man who partnered together to create something special. And everyone found the commonality and humanity with it. And it was also sealed with money. We built a 9-figure e-com business in 2 years, 40% of which was importing capital from white neighborhoods. We ran a capital surplus. We didn't use acronyms like DEI, CSR, ESG. Every single mathematical equation in this business furthered the advancement of these women, right? After 7 years, I left. My mom died. My dad died first. My mom died second. After 7 years, I think it was time for me to go. So my entire 40s was outside of Boston. I live here, so most people in Boston still think of me as a private equity guy, but I think the other 49 states and other countries know that that's not true. But I'm sort of spending time back in Boston. So last year I released a book. It's a story of these women, my friendship with them, and my immigrant parents, and lo and behold, it was the #1 nonfiction book in the United States of America. And I really want to emphasize this. It was not easy for this man to write a leadership book in the way the publishing industry is organized. A lot of people didn't think it would be of interest that a Korean man and black women, that these stories would somehow capture the attention of the rest of the country, but I guess it did. And to further this in terms of system change, the book, it needed business, entrepreneurship, education, civics, media. It's all crisscrossing at the same time right now. It's one song in multiple channels. Fittingly, the book launch started at Howard. I am the Johnson Chair of Entrepreneurship at Howard. I'm the Senior Advisor to the Global Women's Center at Howard. Digest that for a second. And when Dr. Frederick gave me that appointment, it was a historic appointment. I don't say it very publicly a lot, but it's a very important appointment. So I'm going to pause there. I am the Johnson Chair of Entrepreneurship at the Howard University. I also am a senior lecturer at Sloan. I may be the first ever to have both titles. And it's not unintentional. Both are systems dynamic schools. We need more convergence of peoples that up to this point have not worked together, and I'm actively sort of living a life to bring them together. It has to happen. So it makes complete sense to me, because it was the ecosystem that helped us do what we did at Ashley Stewart. I want you to know, we talked about philanthropy before. We made a lot of money. If you had invested with us and believed me, you would have made a couple $100 million in 2 years. We made over 160% IRR, unlevered. So, and I'm not apologizing for it, okay? The book is spreading this way. It's being taught in the classrooms and learnings of the future. I also teach at Duke Law School. These are the leading headmasters of high schools on the upper right building red helicopters. That's at Yale, entrepreneurship system, and I have my foot in all the major global companies. In order to have systems change, you have to have 1 foot inside systems, 1 foot outside systems. You have to be able to sort of straddle. You can't throw rocks, right? And you can't sort of pontificate and not live outside the system. Have to have both. I just got back from Korea, as fitting as it was that it started at Howard. I just got back from Korea 2 weeks ago. Korea is a great example of a country that's thriving economically and technologically, but it's dying. Lowest birth rate, replacement rate's 0.7, highest suicide rate, highest alcoholism rate. Is that success? So the students there, apparently, they like Red Helicopter too, right? This is all about agency. It's about a new way. And you know you really made it when the leading singer of the most popular K-pop group in the world posts about your book and agrees to show up on stage with you and sings Born to Run with you while you play guitar. That just happened 2 weeks ago, too. And it's no different than what happened at Ashley Stewart. People said, oh my God, Whoopi Goldberg called you? The Kardashians? Lonnie Love? I'm like, yeah, ridiculous things tend to happen when you imagine ridiculous things and you do it. Right? There are books about manifestation, we manifesting. So this is also the speech is to give you some inspiration, to show you in pictures what's possible. But you have to do it, and you have to live it. I'm going to pause on this slide. Usually I get a small chuckle. right? This was on Labor Day of the United States in September, the holiday supporting and celebrating labor. On Labor Day last year, the top 2 books, business books in the United States was Elon Musk and Red Helicopter. And I don't understand why things like decency, character, humanity, why can't those things be as audacious as profit or power? And so for those in the room, like, be audacious. Ashley Stewart, we were audacious. The world told us we were crazy, and we chose to disregard, right? And we grounded in kindness and math. There was a lot. I don't have a lot of time to walk you through the entire book. There were a lot of interesting things. But I'll give you one example. Like, one of the key KPIs when I was CEO is that I counted childbirths. A lot of my women that I worked with, they weren't having babies. They didn't feel comfortable starting families. You can imagine all the insecurity, worry about the job, so I counted babies. I was like, I want us, if we want them, if we're working, we might as well, if you want to have a family, then what kind of company is it that employs women that doesn't support them if they want to start a family? And to do something like that, it requires changing like 20, 25 policies at the same time. These are not linear equations, they're systems equations. And by the way, for my, it's a big global audience. The Korean edition was a bestseller. It's launched in Brazil. I've always had a very close relationship with my Brazilian friends. Spanish is coming next. There are a couple more languages. So this Red Helicopter is growing globally. It turns out kindness and math are some of the most transcendent words in languages. It unites people. The other way that we're uniting people, just sort of to think about it, in an attention span economy where you have 6 seconds to get people's attention, we can talk numbers and policy all you want, but people still feel. Emotions are real. Emotions, that's brain science. Emotions are not weakness. It means what it means to be human. Emotions are science, which makes sense to me why so many of the leading neuroscientists doing research on emotion, they're women. Because women are told that they're emotional and that's irrational. No, emotions are brain science. We have to be very careful about the words that we use. So this book, and we're giving away some of them, is actually written as a piece of music. I'm a frustrated musician. The book, what you're going to read, you're going to hear the underlying music in it. A lot of the business plans and theories that I'm conveying are structured as music. We all know music carries. Words get forgotten, music does not. So what you're about to hear is an original piece of music. It's the underpinning, it is the book in 3 minutes of music. It's written in E-flat major. You're going to first hear Arirang, which is what it means to be Korean. You're going to hear Amazing Grace. And at the end of it, they will be in perfect musical counterpoint. Counterpoint is when you have multiple melodies, no harmony. Life, work, right hand, left hand. There's no compromise. You're singing very consonant melodies, which I think is the ultimate expression of what inclusion is. That people sing, you sing your song, but together it makes a much more beautiful piece. The cello is my mother, the violin is me, the saxophone are the women of Ashley Stewart. So this is the entire book in 3 minutes. I'm not showing this to you for fun, but in a world where people do not listen or they don't focus, I'm having to convey the story and ideology of Ashley Stewart and Red Helicopter through 20 different medium fractal forms. The protagonists are all women in the book. It's my mother, the women of Ashley Stewart, and my wife. So the, so the book is composed in E flat major. E flat major is a 3 flat major key. Whenever there's chaos and growth, there's always death, there's loss. And I think we have to be very realistic about things that are going to happen over the next 10, 15 years. There's going to be a lot of death, and a lot of loss, and a lot of pain. But beautiful things spring from that, and we have to face it with courage, and we have to face it with imagination, 5-year-old imagination, and really not speak in just words. You have to be able to get people to see it and to feel it, or else all of this, you said, why is it that women still? Because people can't see it. They don't feel it. You have to convey it multimodally, multi-sensory. And this is coming from a private equity guy who went to Harvard Law School, okay? The most important thing that I'm doing right now is composing. It's music. It's art. And these things, this book that you're going to read, none of the things that are in it or how I wrote it, AI will never be able to do any of it. AI could never have predicted that the lives of my 2 parents would be so intertwined with millions of black women in this country, ever. And that was the problem with the world when they laughed at us. So I'm going to leave you with 2 more slides, because you're hungry. Here's the second mental model. Be a helicopter, not a red one, any one. Don't be an airplane. They fly too high, and they're too powerful, and they fly straight. Helicopters are better. They're much more agile. They fly in 6 different directions. They can hover. They have vertical lift. They can land anywhere. It's a much better mental model for entrepreneurship and what we need. Do not try to fly other people and be a pilot. Helicopters can't fly a lot of people. Teach people how to fly their own helicopter. It's a better trope. And helicopters, by the way, are highly imperfect and inefficient. They need a lot of repair work, and they're really hard to fly. There's no such thing as autopilot. It's high agency instruments. And there's going to be a lot of beauty and arbitrage in the analog going forward. And then, this is who I am. I hope that my silly bio now makes sense to you. It didn't make sense to a lot of people, but it makes perfect sense to me. This is the type of ecosystems that are needed to make change, to allow Howard, Duke, MIT, to be able to do some music, to teach high school. I think the most important experience that I've had as a human being was just being a high school teacher, coaching football, running a dorm. And now it's lunchtime. I hope that sort of shows you a little bit about what change can look like, how. It's through the music, through the pictures, but after you read the book, there's obviously a lot of also math and law that's involved as well. But math and law don't mean anything if you can't inspire the imagination of the human beings that you're trying to convince that there's a new reality. And you have to do that to give them agency. So thank you.
Thank you.
I saw you stalking.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for this incredibly inspiring and moving talk. For those of you who would like to keep the conversation going, James will be signing copies of his book just outside the main room during lunch. And the first 50 books are on us. Lunch will be 45 minutes, everybody. And whoever is interested in the energy panel, you'll want to head over to the Porter Square breakout room. We'll meet back here in 45 minutes for the AI panel. Thank you. Enjoy lunch.
Rania, before you leave. Hello, everyone. We'll be beginning our next session here shortly. If you want to find yourself a seat, we'll be beginning our next session here shortly.
This is here.
This is here. So. Hello, everyone. We'll be beginning our next panel here shortly at 2:15. We'll be beginning our next panel here shortly at 2:15. Okay, everyone. Thank you all. I hope you had a wonderful lunch. We are going to begin here shortly.
Shortly is now.
There you
Can I ask everybody to move back to Amesbury? We are about to start. Can I have everybody's attention, please? Can I have everybody's attention? Can we close the doors? Can I have everybody's attention? Please. Please, thank you very much. Thank you. Ahmed, over to you.
Rania, thank you so much. Everyone is here. Okay, so my name is Ahmed Nuno. I have the honor to introduce a very amazing panel on AI. So normally when we speak about AI, we speak a little bit about fear, what's going to happen to AI and how this is going to change the world. But very few speak about how this can impact, the global market, the global growth markets. And that's a very interesting to start talking about. So let me introduce this amazing panelist. We have first start with our moderator, His Excellency, Ambassador Philippe Tigo. His Excellency has been the advisor to the Kenyan president on technology. He's connecting government policies with grassroots initiatives and entrepreneurs. Mr. Philippe, thank you. Yeah. With the dance, please. Then our panelists, we have Mr. Christian Thériault. Am I saying it right? Yes. Is the partner at Material Impact. Christian is a scientist, investor, and a serial deep tech entrepreneur. Third, we have Danilo Lemuero. Danilo is a PhD holder from MIT. He's also a master's holder from Oxford. And he also is running a great company on introducing AI in the legal space. We have with us Chico Gitao. Chico is the founder and CEO of Kala. Where are you, Chico? Come in. Enough for lunch. She's a tech enabler. She's building a tech enabler and a problem solver that helps organizations across Africa in their digital transformation. We have with us Mr. Osama Al-Qadi, who's the CEO and co-founder of Encorta. This is a Silicon Valley company that is redefining data access for businesses. Thank you. And last but not least, we have with us Noor Al-Hassan, who is the co-founder and CEO of Tarjama and Arabic.ai, and is building a fantastic company that makes content available to hundreds of millions across the Arab world. Guys, let's have a big applause for this amazing panel and saying bye to them. Ambassador.
I have two microphones. No problem. Thank you so much, Ahmad, for the introductions. Just to check if you're in the right session, harnessing artificial insemination for achieving. Just checking. It says AI, right? We have to say what AI is. So it's artificial intelligence, not artificial insemination. So please, if you're in the right panel, know this is the right room. This afternoon, I think we have a couple of minutes to talk to an amazingly distinguished panel on how we can harness AI for achieving prosperity in the global growth markets. I think we know very well that AI is shaping how we live, learn, work, communicate. We know in the last 2-3 years with acceleration from 2022 that AI is concentrated amongst a few countries and a few companies. And so I think this distinguished panel is trying to break this mold to say, listen, as much as we say the world is moving around AI, there's a lot of work that is happening in the global growth markets that we do not know about. And so I think this may be the best panel. We will put that into test from the previous health panel. And so I think I'm going to keep it very short. And because we have a distinguished panel, they're really doing a lot of deep work around AI. It's a very challenging environment, and so I'm going to ask a couple of questions, and maybe we'll start with Danilo, right? And this will be to everybody. I think across your work, the single most misunderstood, overlooked opportunity around artificial intelligence is in the growth markets. As I said, I mean, I've been in this space for a while, and there's always examples from the global north, right? So it's all the east. Europe was also struggling a bit, so maybe they need to join in the growth markets when you talk about AI. So whether, I think for me, in legal services or material innovation or localization of solutions or enterprise data, why do you think, or what is this single most overlooked or misunderstood opportunity in this part of the world? And I know, for example, that you're developing against deeply sensitive legal challenges in Latin America. So what convinced you that AI, rather than traditional approaches, can drive systemic change at scale in those markets?
Hello.
For now.
There you go. Thank you for the question, Mr. Ambassador. So when we started the company, we had a big issue in Brazil, a big problem. And I'm going to tell you some data that you probably won't believe. But Brazil is the most litigious country in the world. We have 7 times more lawsuits per capita than the US. The equivalent to 75% of the country GDP is under dispute in tax courts alone. So it's really insane. There are many reasons for that. I won't get into the details. But when we looked at that, we thought, okay, so we have these millions of case law databases scattered across the country. But what if we unify all these databases, and then it's going to be a huge data set. And one thing that AI is very good at is finding patterns in big data sets. So the core idea of the company was, what if we turn law, the legal system, into mathematics? And this way, we would be able to find patterns in litigation and in the outcome of lawsuits in the country. We started building that in 2018. Foundation models, large language models wasn't a thing back there, so we had to build our own models. We started doing so, we built then this huge data set, and we found out that what consumers wanted was not so much the prediction, but access to the data set. And that was a huge opportunity, because then we can leverage the foundation models right now to look for patterns on this data set. And what we're doing right now is we built this data set with the prediction models and all the statistics, so a lawyer can get into our product and make a much better and faster search for case law, and also understand the legal trends. So something that was thought to be so unpredictable and would imply many transaction costs in the country, now it's much more intelligible. And with AI, we are capable of leveraging big data sets to make these products that make the legal system in Brazil much more predictable and accessible to people there.
Interesting. So I think, and Chico, maybe this will come to you later around, I'm sure it's in Portuguese, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm sure there'll be an issue where you link with Chico around linguistic diversity, but then building dependable AI models means trade-offs, right? And I know, for example, in our instance in Kenya, because we have a similar work we're doing, that the models tend to hallucinate a bit, or quote case law or precedences that don't exist. So how do you basically then ensure that you strike the balance, right, between human oversight and corrections, and what corrections do you weave in terms of your platform as you develop this technology?
That's actually a big opportunity for us, because when OpenAI and Google and et cetera are building these models, they're not thinking of a specific case of use cases. In our case, we have a lot of contextual knowledge and contextual data, so we know what are the kind of use cases that we're building on, and what is the user experience, and so on and so forth that we build on. And we can also teach the AI not to hallucinate, because in legal services, it's trust is everything. So we need to make sure that whatever the large language model generates must be true, and you got to reference that to a source. So that's one of the advantages that we have. We get all the large language models, but we have proprietary data and contextual knowledge that we apply the large language model to our data and teach the model to serve that specific use case in which specifically trust is core. So that's not so much a hindrance, but an opportunity for us.
Excellent, and I think I'll come back to you later because this goes to, I think, a natural segue because maybe start thinking about issues around access, issues around indigent access to sort of the judicial process because we know, right? So I'm sure a lot of the majority of the litigations happens to people who are more poor who cannot access the legal system. So maybe at some point you probably will try and help us understand how AI is enabling many who are already excluded from the physical form of justice can actually access justice in a more inclusive way when it comes to technology. So I think Kala, Shiko from Kala, this is very much your alley now, right? So I think, and your success really rests on deeper local insights, which is what is mentioned that out of the big tech companies, whether it's OpenAI or Google or the rest, miss. So how do you ensure that your AI basically faithfully reflects whether it's African linguistic diversity or cultural diversity? And what can you share that has been a standard example from Kenya or any other African market?
I think we're going to do musical chairs. Okay, musical mics. Okay, it works perfectly. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you, Ambassador Thigo, and thank you for the Cow Shepherd Center for having me this afternoon. So as he was speaking, so funny thing is we literally just launched this week a similar product in Kenya, and we are calling it Legal LM. But our premise for launching it is very different from what you have done. So you're saying it's 7x, and I mean, this US is the ambulance chaser type of legal and judiciary environment. In Kenya, it's the exact opposite. More than 80% of people in our judiciary system are in that system because they don't have any legal representation. 80%. Let that sink in. And they're in that judiciary system. And in Kenya, it's very diverse. It's from like high-stake jail to like what we call, I've forgotten the name, like purgatory before you go to jail. And in that space, people stay for years because they just don't have any form of representation. So what we did is we worked with lawyers, our Chief Justice's office, not just in Kenya, we are in 6 countries. It was launched in 6 countries in Africa, to just be able to understand what is the decision-making tree and workflow for justice system. If I knock somebody on the street with my car, or by accident, or I grab somebody's phone, or somebody puts something on in my purse and it's stolen, what is the decision-making process? It's taken us, I think, 18 months to be able to do all this in different streams, and now we have a model that works. And what I was trying to think when he was saying what I love about AI, it is solving for many work streams. For us, it's solving for these 80% of African people who are in the judiciary system because they just can't pay a lawyer. And there are not enough lawyers to be able to provide the kind of justice that they need. And that's what, now jumping into the question he's asked, Africa has more than 2,000 languages. If I was just to take a pulse, how many of them do you think are represented in the current AI space? Google, which is like our best version of representation when it comes to languages, has only 60 languages. And why? We'll not blame Google, because many of our languages are in oral form. They are not digitized, which means there is no Unicode for what I say. It does not exist in any digital format. So even as we're speaking about AI, we are 15 steps away from that language being included in this space, which reduces the amount of inclusion of African data into the AI pool to less than 2%, which means a huge chunk of the African continent remains behind. So when you think about inclusion and making sure this happens, you have to be very cognizant of, we have to start with where people are. We can't say because Google has done for us 60 languages, we are okay with that. We have to know that there is somebody somewhere in a village in Africa speaking a language that Google does not know that needs to be included. And not just included in terms of their language, but also in terms of their context. My son has gotten to that age when he's asked me to stop using him, but I'm going to use him. He's not watching this, hopefully. So my son's name is Kiama. Kiama in my language means miracle. But also, it means 5 other things in my language and 15 other things in other African languages. So my child's favorite tool these days is what? ChatGPT, voice. So he goes on ChatGPT and says, what does Kiama mean? What did ChatGPT give to him? Everything apart from miracle. So my son came back to me and said, Mommy, you lied to me about my name. And that's our reality in many, many places because our context has been erased in the rush to include. So because Google search will give me miracle in 3 different translations. That is what ChatGPT and Gemini and Claude will pick, but will not pick the context of use of that particular word or language. So when you're talking about this, Africa needs to be able to be included, our language, our context, and our culture. And culture means that there are things that are acceptable on the African continent that Americans will never make sense of. And there are things on this continent, if I spoke about it in my village, they'll kick me out of it. But they're not necessarily bad. So when you talk about AI, there are all these layers that needs to be unfolded, which boils down to we need to be able to have local talent, being able to bring all this together. It can be a young, I'm sorry if this offends you, I apologize. It can be a young, blue-eyed, blonde male sitting in Silicon Valley doing this. It has to be somebody on the African continent doing this because they are solving for us. And Emeka is here. Emeka is the chair of the advisory board in Nigeria. And they have a fantastic program called the 3MTT program, the 3 Million Tech Talent program, where they're using young people in villages across Nigeria to collect what I've just said, their language, their context, and their culture to be able to inform AI. And this needs to be replicated across the continent. So talent is very big. And we are a young continent. In the morning, somebody clearly said we are on average 17-year-old continent. So these young people need to be created for employment. Number 2, we need to be investing in compute. And I loved the conversation that Ambassador Thigo had yesterday morning around sovereignty and redefining what does sovereignty mean in an era where we all click accept all cookies, and it scraps all your information and puts it in a server. And as African person, there's this whole debate about accepting all cookies. Is it going to be sitting in China or is it going to be sitting in Silicon Valley? I don't have an option. I'm just finishing that. So sovereignty in terms of our compute, where our data is going to be sitting, is the last one. And finally, use cases. We can't have use cases, and yesterday we were having this debate with somebody on our table, is we can't be having use cases around medical health, innovation with AI when we are solving for diagnosis. The use cases need to be able to speak to us as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shiko. And cookies are bad for your health, so let's just take a note of that. I think it's a good segue to Noor, I think, yeah, with Tarjama AI, where I see a lot of similarities. So we have Danilo mentioning the specific use cases around translation and working around legal AI. Shiko talking about an entire continent that has more than 2,000 languages, and basically raising some serious ethical issues around how AI is developed, but also going into this segue where you need not just inclusivity to the extent of using the technology, but inclusivity to the sense of even developing and designing the tech, so that it speaks to our local nuances and languages. And I think in the Arab world, I lived in that part of the world a bit, so I know, like Africa, the Arab world is also very oral. And I think your language basically comes from sound, right? And so I think, and Shiko, I think, raises this quite well, that translation is a deeply human craft. You can't really depend on technology to do that, yet you're scaling with AI. So how do you manage the tensions between automating for growth, but also preserving that human agency to ensure cultural accuracy?
Thank you so much. I can relate so much to what you just mentioned about the language. So for everyone, Arabic language percentage or representation on the internet is around 4% from the internet total. We're around 420 million Arabic speakers, and there's very few websites online with high quality Arabic data, and we have more than 22 dialects in Arabic, so that makes things much more complex. And to the same word, we have sometimes 20 meanings. So we struggled with the same thing, and this is why I chose to build Arabic.ai and fine-tune the LLM into Arabic. But to go to your question, like Tarjama has been around for over 16 years building in the translation space, and originally our business is very human-centric. So we deal with a very difficult, complex language, and you need the human element continuously, especially when it comes to creative content or poetry, not like straightforward legal document, for example. This still needs the human element. Now, the problem that we face today is with this avalanche of technology, machine translation before even LLMs, and now LLMs have even more context and fluency. When you read the text, you have the tendency to feel that it is accurate. And then when you dig a little bit deeper, you discover that it's full of mistakes, right? So this is what we do now day and night on like fixing the grammar, structure, making AI even more perfect. Now, that leaves a big part of the human in the loop is getting, like, I would say, smaller, right? So what we've done when we launched our machine translation engine a few years back is we trained everybody on how to use machine translation post-editing. So to keep up with the work, increase volumes on the people, but at the same time, you're equipping them with technology so they don't feel left out. Now, with LLMs, you have other mandates. You need to give them other jobs, other tasks to keep them relevant. So we give courses on prompt engineering, how to fix like text post LLM, how to align. We give them more tasks to do even on content generation than just translation to keep them relevant. Now, does that mean we're saving them long term? Not sure. It's an issue. So this is a constant struggle, especially in a company that already has lots of we have thousands of freelancers depending their income on that element.
There's a question of data there because you mentioned only 4% of the internet has Arabic language. But also I think, just a follow-up question, I think even the best models, and I say best with quotes, because you say these still early stages, still has shortcomings. I live in the Arab world, and I was in trouble at some point when I said hobs instead of hop, right? So love and bread, it's very closely, right? So I wanted bread, but somebody thought I want love, right? So that was really got in trouble. And that's the reality of the Arab world. From the Maghreb right into Khaliji and as you go up, I mean, the nuances are so small that then it means the models needs to be very contextual. They have nuances, and they're basically ethical issues. So I think, where do you see human judgment irreplaceable even as you build Tarjama AI?
So definitely you need human judgment when it comes to context and nuance. Like now, so for example, our model trained a lot on text data. Now when we train on voice data, and we have all these dialects, you cannot rely on the same individual that's from Jordan or the Levant to fix the Gulf GCC language. So you need, and not only that, within Saudi Arabia, for example, you have maybe 60 dialects. From the north is completely different. And when they actually talk to each other, they don't understand each other. So that's even more complex. And now the demand on like call centers and all these calls that you need to receive them from a dialect, and sometimes you mix 2-3 words in English. How do you fix that? there's still a lot for the human intervention to happen here. So in our work, thank God, yeah.
Thank you so much, Halas. So I think it basically means if you don't want to be replaced by AI, please come to work for us. In Africa and the Arab world, we will still need humans in the loop. Christian, you've had all the complications from Brazil to Kenya to the Middle East. With material impact, right? So you talk about paradigm shifting examples. You back companies that redefine entire sectors, despite the complications. Which AI-driven startup, I think, in your portfolio has more surprised you with its potential for socioeconomic impact, and what makes it especially instructive for growth markets?
Yeah. Thank you, Ambassador. Instead of actually really focusing directly on a startup, I'm actually gonna like to reframe the thinking, because it's not about how large scale the problem is. It's about how well the solution addresses the pain point, right? In many of the cases that we just heard about, there is a significant pain point. And the pain point here we're trying to solve in order to make humans' life better. And this is one of the things that I always, tell entrepreneurs: don't be afraid to dream big, but it does not mean that the problem that you're addressing has to be at the global scale. And why that's so important, particularly in the growth economy, is because that is where, in the developed world, in the United States, the problems that AI is being applied to just do not apply in an area where the infrastructure is different. But not only that, that actually creates opportunity because of the fact that you can build a de novo infrastructure using existing machine learning that will enhance decision-making. A couple examples in one of the areas that I'm particularly passionate about these days about agriculture. And in agriculture, some of the startups that I'm very excited for are the ones who solve one of the biggest problem for anybody in the ag tech space, or I should say the ag space, which is access to labor, and access to labor who has the expertise. And this is where, if you can generate the data that is accurate, to your point about hallucination earlier, that is accurate, you can then use that as a way to inform what the human will end up doing. Because I don't think it's about removing the human from the equation, ever. It's about helping the human work better.
Thank you so much. And that brings me to Osama, to the extent that everybody has been talking about basically the big ethical issues here. I think Christian has also brought in this whole element of governance a bit. So to what point, and I know you really work very much around with your platform around, your platform is built for complex enterprises, basically. And so in what ways have you seen it directly strengthen governance? Chico has raised a lot of ethical issues, same as in Brazil. To what extent has your platform strengthened governance or transparency, but also accountability in growth markets? And what are what concrete benefits have you observed?
So thanks a lot for the question, and thanks for having me. We still, by the way, have a lot of challenge around data. So many people building all around AI, around models, training the models to understand languages, but the problem is still, how can we even get the data together to be able to benefit from all of that? The data infrastructure is one of the foundation that people always don't think about it upfront. They think about building data centers, they think about building GPUs, they think about how to access all of these machines, and then at the end of the day, they have billions of investment and not utilized. And the reason, the data is not there. So the challenge about the data, even if the data in English, like we're dealing with so many companies, large companies been spending hundreds of millions of dollars, and they still cannot get their data together. And the proof is, go to any company and ask them, what are you using every day? They are using Excel files. They are spreading and Excel files everywhere. So there is no centralization of data. So how can you get even to AI and benefit from all of that while still everyone using Excel? Because it's very challenging. And that's what we have been trying to do. How can we help companies accelerate or simplify the data integration and make the data available for a lot of AI models and building on top of that? And we have seen many, many utilization of that. One of the examples I can tell you, in my own country, in Egypt, we work very closely with the authorization because there are about 300,000 deaths of car accidents every year. So how can we notify drivers, for example, when they do overspeed? People, when they cross the speed limit, they used to get a notification in a month later on. Now, and I'm sure a lot of Egyptians here, when people exceed the speed limit, they get a notification within a few minutes. And the fee for the notification is also, there's an AI, how much you have to pay. Is it 200 pounds? Is it 400, 600? Depending a lot on your behavior. That actually helped a lot on people immediately. They stop exceeding the speed limit, they behave much better, and that enhances a lot, saving lives. But we were only able to do that by aggregating so much data and make the data in real-time access and getting the data to the ML models that can actually identify how much that driver should pay and send that notification to that driver immediately. That resulted in an immediate, the government is making so much money, that's one thing, but also we are saving a lot of lives. And we're very, very proud of that. So this is still the challenge around infrastructure is data before anything else. And that's what I really wanted to highlight here.
Thank you so much. And I'll come back to Christian, I think, because he mentioned a lot of Excel files. To what point, and because you work in these developed markets, and we are looking at how do you get into growth markets, to what extent do you, for example, see how to adapt and expand from, and you're right? So copy-paste model doesn't work. You kind of have to be very contextual, to Shiko's point. You have to be very nuanced around how you scale. I see scale in terms of coming into growth markets. What commercial, regulatory, ethical hurdles do you see that we need to leap when you come to this market?
Oh, that's a great question. I think, well, and this is where, you know, some of the panelists mentioned earlier, there has to be a certain element of bottom-up aspect. And the bottom-up means that there has to be roots, basically, wherever you're going, that will actually accept it, right? That's actually a very, very important element, because before you embark on, you know, bring a solution to a new market, it's not only about making sure that you have customers there, because I fully agree with the comment there that, you know, customers is very important, but you also have to understand who will do just the engineering around it, who will do the support. You know, how are you going, again, bring the human touch basically to the experience. One of the areas that I, you know, and yes, I'm a hardware person more than a software person, which effectively means that one of the questions I always ask, you know, the individuals who really want to bring, you know, AI tool, machine learning tools is, okay, but what is the UX, the user experience, going to be like? Because the user experience, how is the tool going to be used, is what will determine, honestly, the success of it. And back to the point about the languages, right? If you basically keep getting mistakes after mistake, why would you keep using it, right? This is part of the problem, that you really need to understand how the deployment is going to go in order to take root and in order to have impact. And at the end of the day, I hope that's what everybody here would like to do, is to have some level of impact.
Got it. And thank you so much. And Danilo, I think I'm going to come back to you because questions have been raised around data. How many Egyptians are there in the room? That question was asked, I didn't see hands. How many Egyptians? Okay. 10? You are not sure, Rania? You see? Just checking. You're not sure you're Egyptian, so you kind of have to prove whether he's telling the truth or not. Anyway, but I think Danilo, to the point around data and data availability, and the legal profession is a little bit tricky. Of course, it's very old, but to the extent, and maybe Shiko, you'll challenge this a bit in terms of how criminal justice system works, availability of data, depending on where you are. In Africa, we don't have case law when it comes to alternative justice systems, so there's another discussion we can have there. But I think to your point is how dependable are the models, especially based on data availability. And I take the Excel sheet point very clearly, that we assume that a lot of this data is digitized from the 4% Arabic language to, I'm sure, Portuguese, maybe, I don't know the percentage, but I'm sure it's not a lot. So to what point do you strike a balance based on availability of data and success or efficiency of your model?
That's an excellent... Hello. That's an excellent question, Mr. Ambassador. So when you're thinking about data, especially on the legal sector, but also as we saw here on administration in general, we have to talk about the government as well, which sometimes we leave out of the equation. But in our sector specifically, Brazil has a main advantage, which is public data is very readily available and dependable. As surprising as some people may think, in Brazil it's much easier to get government data on elections, on court ruling, and so on and so forth, than in the US. So courts are constitutionally obliged to release their data on a daily basis on their website. So that makes it very dependable. All that we have to do is to build these web scraping robots that will collect the data and put that on our database. On the one hand, that makes it very dependable, but on the other hand, then it's harder to build a moat around our data set, right? So we have this, make this decision. How we have the data, it's dependable, but how do you build on it? How do you make like a proprietary data that is not easily replicable so that you have a moat around your business? So in terms of dependability, I guess that in Brazil specifically, we are safe, but I'm not sure to what extent this conclusion travels to other settings as well. And then in this case, we have to bring the government into the equation to talk about data availability, dependability, but also sovereignty about the data.
And thank you so much. So Shiko, I'm going to come to you very quickly. In terms of, so we had in Brazil, the government already provides data in an open format, open standard. So if you had any recommendation for emerging markets, and because I'm sure our open data portal was, 10 years, 15 years ago, and it died a natural death. So if you have any advice to a policymaker in a growth market, what single policy or regulation would you champion for to drive AI adoption? And maybe I'm going to also just come very quickly after Shiko to Noor, right? Because also part of artificial intelligence is to be very conscious around our environmental footprint. We've had some ultimate saying that it's enough. Please stop telling ChatGPT thank you. Because then you're costing the world a lot of billions of dollars around our environmental footprint. And I'm going to tie those 2 points. So I think, Shiko, what would be the single policy sort of recommendation you want somebody from a growth market, maybe one of them? And Noor, this whole question of the environment and how we are using technology in a more efficient way. I mean, I've had discussions with Cohere, Lam, and a lot of those folks who are building these models, to the extent that there's a big debate that right now you stop using Google Maps to go to ChatGPT to ask for directions. It's more expensive in terms of environmental footprint to ask GPT for directions to go to a Starbucks than just to go to the Google map and find directions. So again, that human element of how do we ensure that we are efficient and that technology does not increase harm to the planet. So Shiko, you go first on the policy recommendation. I'll go to Noor on the environmental question. So Shiko, please go.
So I was laughing with him when he was saying that most of the people who are talking about data is in Excel sheet. I mean, that's like 2 steps ahead of people where when you ask for data sets, especially from African governments, they give you a pile of paper. And so I wish it was PDF, then I would be able to scrap it. But the PDF they give you is like pictures, not PDF. It's actual scans. And you're told, okay, there's your data. And this has happened to us in Kenya. And you're thinking, what am I supposed to do? So you have to get like interns to type it out, to digitize it. So if I was to have one policy recommendation, I'll build up on what you have, is for many of the emerging markets, and I know I need to come to Brazil because I don't know a lot about Brazil, but I know very well about Asia, India, and Africa. We are struggling with the same exact thing, is that data representation in our context and in our culture and in our language, is invest in infrastructure, both soft and hard infrastructure, to have that representation. Because in the next, I mean, they're saying AGI is coming to life in 2025. In 2 years, our culture and our context will be erased completely if AGI comes to life, because everybody will default to that. As I mentioned, as my child said, his name is not Miracle. Why? Because the bot has told him so. How many other things are happening in that same way? So policy recommendation, invest in that soft and hard infrastructure to make sure that our data is it's collected and labeled and represented in this quote-unquote race to AGI.
Noor, please, on the environmental questions.
So on the ChatGPT, thank you, and ChatGPT saying welcome, the amount of money. So as everybody knows, when you train models, you spend millions of dollars. That's if the model is small, hundreds of millions, billions, depending on the size of these models. So what we opted to do is we were extremely cost efficient in the way we fine-tune the model, because one, we're a startup. We don't have infinite access to cash of government, so we need to be very careful about how do we fine-tune a model. So we chose an SLM, a 14 billion parameter model, that outperforms in Arabic ChatGPT 4.5, Cohere, DeepSeek. And if that says anything, it says it's all about the quality of the data and the way you fine-tune the model to get the best results. So it's not just about size. Size is important when you're building like all these large models, but it's not efficient. You cannot rely on any government entity or any private sector today cannot have any of these GPUs. First, we don't have access to GPUs. You need to wait a year and a half to receive one if you're lucky. Some countries do not have access to even receive these GPUs. So there's restrictions. Second, the cost is astronomical just to be able to run them. And then you have the data sovereignty, which is that if you're a bank, you want that on your infrastructure. So if I'm going to host the model in my bank, what kind of infrastructure I need to be able to host a 70 billion parameter model and run it on a daily basis, just for someone from the marketing to say, I want to draft an email, and another person to say, please write me a message on WhatsApp. And that's actually how it's being used today, right, in like day-to-day life. So what we've done is we made sure that it's run on one GPU, if it's on-prem, which is extremely efficient. You can run it for $4,000 a month, despite the size of your organization. And it outperforms the rest. It does not cover every single task that ChatGPT or others can do, but it's irrelevant. You don't want the model to do everything because you're using it for a specific task. So the most important thing that needs to happen now is you need custom models that are small, lean, and they solve specific tasks. Because when I solve a translation task, I'm going very deep in one language, one task, small model that outperforms the big one. So why do I need a 70 billion parameter just for that specific task? So I think this is the thinking, and this is where the world should be heading. And again, as you just mentioned, you spend billions and hundreds of billions on these infrastructures. Who's going to use it? Who has the budgets, by the way, to spend all this money on just compute? Even governments can't.
No, that for sure, we can't afford it. I'm one of those countries pushing for something else. I'm going to open up for questions, comments. One from Egypt, for sure. Well, I was watching the hands coming up. So any other one? So we have a second one. Can we have a third one? Third one, okay.
Thank you to this amazing panel. This was a really engaging discussion. And my question is, you've talked a lot about, for example, Noor, the lack of language, Noor and Dr. Shiko, language access and barriers. And it spurred a thought in my head. It's what is the role of the open source ecosystem? And you talked about leapfrogging as well. What is the role of open source ecosystems in helping the region not face these problems? For context, I used to work at Meta, and one of the first projects I worked on launching when I was working in AI at Meta was a project called No Language Left Behind, which actually deals specifically with this problem for under-resourced languages. And so I'm just wondering, how does the region utilize that? What are your recommendations for how to leapfrog the technology?
Excellent. Excellent. So question, and I think it can go to Shiko, but anybody else, because I'm sure you're also building on open source. Otherwise, it wouldn't be cheap to build it. So a question on open source, but also I like to throw the open source question around bias, around quality, around security. So there's open source is always loaded. So good if the panel also clarifies what open source means in the age of AI. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm from Central Eastern Europe, and my question to Mr. Assad El-Kari about the data. So that's actually because we do a lot of digital transformation, and now we try to do AI transformation, and that's a challenge for a majority of corporates as well as government data issue. And everybody said, okay, the first step, so we have a lot of systems, of course, we have a lot of data, and the first step is to do the lake. So the question to you probably, if this is really lake or something else, so what we can do. And the question to others, because we also work with boards, and all supervisory boards as on the top of the management, so they ask where we have to start to transform our businesses, and especially what is the role of supervisory boards in case of implementation of AI. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So, question. Thanks, thanks, Donovan. I see you. So, I think the question of course, interoperability and digital transformation in the era of AI. I think anybody can take that in your closing remarks. Last question was somewhere here. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks to the panel. Just feel myself getting smarter just listening to you all. My question, very quick. Every time we talk about compute, most times we're talking about data centers and so on. I'm wondering what your view on like edge computing and smaller devices is. Like, what's the role of that? How do you see that in growth markets? Yeah, I don't want to lead the question, but I just want to know what you think.
Thank you so much. And maybe as you take the questions, you can make your closing remarks. And because I think that, the conversation has been very rich around languages, inclusivity has been very rich around examples that AI is transforming existing challenges, whether it's linguistic diversity, but also the need to use very contextually specific nuanced models that actually address challenges rather than boiling the ocean, as I call it, around ChatGPT, but also to the extent of governance and how we govern data and how we need to figure out how we transition or transform communities from Excel sheets or papers or files, I've seen them, into digital formats that then can be leveraged to sort of address challenges. But I think also to the extent of how we need to be very mindful of not necessarily copying, pasting examples, experiences, but also being very locally relevant, locally nuanced, but also to the extent that even when we do that, we recognize a place of sovereignty. And protecting indigenous knowledge or data in an age of interdependence. So that's, I think, the bigger question you need to ask. So for me, let me start with Christian as we go to end with Noor.
Thank you. I think I'm actually going to pick up right where you ended just now, Ambassador, which is, again, it would make no sense to do copy and paste. And here's a very good, this is concrete example. In 2010, Kenya and Nigeria had more banking transaction via cell phones than the entire developed world combined. Why? Because the developed world, they had, and we have still, a system, an infrastructure that basically is, I will use the word, archaic. And this is the idea where, again, right, this idea of edge computing, this idea of on-prem is you should not limit yourself just because it works in a geography. It does not mean that that's the best way of doing it. And I think that's the beauty of growth economy, is that you can actually start from scratch and learn from best in the art, which is not necessarily how things are done.
Thank you so much. But there's a place for collaboration. Thank you. Danilo?
So for my final remarks, I actually want to end with a reflection and a question for which I don't have a clear answer for, which is the AI game a winner-take-all kind of game? And all these opportunities that we have right now, they're going to survive for a few years only, because it's a game for hyperscalers, and that's what we have been seeing. For example, some 3 to 4 years ago, we were capable of doing our own models to predict the outcome of court ruling. After large language models, we could reduce the time of doing that from 6 weeks to a few days, but then everybody else was able to do so. And as these companies get bigger and accumulate more scale and the models become more powerful and ingest more data, what is going to be left for builders in growth markets? What is the space that we should be looking at? And how do we still leverage opportunities in this game that is very based on scale? So how can we do things that doesn't make the game become a winner-take-all kind of game?
Working? So I'll pick from where you are. I'll start with my closing remark and then answer the 2 questions. Is every time I hear the AI race in America versus China, and now I hear India has joined the race, ask to what end? Where are we running to? And when you ask the hyperscalers, they're running to have the fastest model, they're running towards getting to AGI, they're running towards all these things. To what end is the question? Because for Africa, when you think about AI, I am very bullish. So this is where, like, my friend Joy here and others will throw me out of the door, because I'm very bullish about the role of AI in closing that development and economic development gap in Africa. And I give this example, is in Africa right now is 1 doctor to 10,000 patients. What that can do is every community health worker can be empowered to be able to provide high-level healthcare using edge computing, running small models on a phone to be able to provide high-level healthcare to patients across the continent. That's where I am bullish at. So we have to redefine what this race is about and to what end we are running to, and then quit the race as Africa to go towards something that is more meaningful and more impactful. That's in as far as my closing remarks. To answer your questions, I love that question because in 2024, I'll have a very, very different answer. I was actually part of the team that was doing No Language Left Behind. And we had like a fight with Jan about what does that actually mean. But what 2025 did for us, 15th of January to be more specific, is that DeepSeek was launched. And now we had options. We had Llama and DeepSeek. Then 2 weeks later, Qwen was launched. We had DeepSeek, Qwen, and Llama, and now there is a third one. And just 2 weeks ago, India launched their own, which means that we have options towards the openness of AI models, that we're not closed into an environment that we have to keep buying tokens to be able to train models with our own data. Does it make sense for you to give data and then buy the tokens to train the data, and then you lose both the data and the tokens at some point? So for me, open source models are the way to go. And there's this whole conversation around, should each region have its own foundational model? Absolutely. Why? Because we all run the risk of somebody saying this model is going to be productized and commercialized, what happens to those regions where they're relying on somebody's foundational model? So yes, open source all the way to go, we learn. I love what DeepSeek did. It fully documented their process so that everybody in the world, if you have the resources, you can go and replicate and try and build it. And that's, I think, what India did. And I know of people in Africa who are doing the same. And then open source everybody so that everybody can do it. So open source all the way. Number two, going back to Emeka's thing, edge is where we are going. So I know Emeka knows about a project we are doing. It's called resource-constrained AI. And it's how do we optimize AI for the African continent, given what we have, and given all the tariffs and blockers that have been put around access to compute, access to models, access to talent. How do we optimize AI for the African continent? And edge is actually the way to go, because edge allows us to do things, to be able to build models that are relevant for us. So you're not being flashy and you don't have too much fanciness around what you're building. You're building what is relevant, solving a very specific need with the compute that you have. And that is the way to go as the African continent.
Omar.
I just want to say that the direction of utilizing open source and the direction of utilizing models, smaller models to do specific things, this is not just for growing companies, for growing countries. Actually, the largest enterprises now are doing exactly that. Largest enterprises are not actually moving to utilize OpenAI or utilize Gemini or anything like that. These will be more for the public. But for any enterprise, they all care about security. They all care about building models on top of Llama or on top of other open source. So I know that Noha did a great job convincing Mark to invest in Llama, so thank you. But that actually opened huge opportunity. I think without open source, no enterprise in the world would ever be able to use GenAI. Only open source allowed big enterprise to start thinking about this. Now, here's the thing. All these open source models and all this training now available for growing countries or growing economy. There are so many young generation who are hungry to do so much stuff about that. So that can accelerate. I call AI artificial intelligence or acceleration for innovation. This is actually, if you see how many companies, startups now will start in many countries that nobody even hear about them. And they can start competing with the largest companies in the world and take market share. That's because of AI. That's because of all the GenAI capabilities now available to them. What countries should actually help all those people, again, how to access information, how to take all of these documents and be able to process that, because without data, none of those people will be able to do. So helping a lot, big organization, government, to stop frauds and things like that, that can only be with open source. And bringing that to the country and bring that to a much smaller infrastructure that is needed to be able to build that. So I think the world ahead of us is very promising. And we should be very, very optimistic about what AI can do. It's not about taking jobs away. It's actually about creating a lot more jobs than ever before, especially with growing economies.
Thank you so much. Noor, last but not least.
Thank you so much. I think like the panelists covered almost everything. So I'm just gonna say something very similar, but this is what I think DeepSeek probably taught all of us is there's no winner takes it all. So this is definitely the way forward. We're going to see multiple models with much cheaper approach. And every other day there's a new model that's coming out. There are like 3-4 companies that came out of China post DeepSeek, competing with DeepSeek with amazing technology and even like cheaper approach to the compute. And definitely the way forward is open source. There's no way for any of us to be able to innovate the way we're innovating today unless there's open source that's already laying the ground for us to be able to build on top of it. And then on the compute side of things, I do believe that compute is going to become like the cloud infrastructure, like how it used to be super expensive. Now look where it is today. It's just going to be better. When, we don't know. It's still up in the air. Like NVIDIA said, like they're going to launch this $1,500 super small computer. Yeah, maybe this is like far-fetched, but again, I think this is the way forward. We have to believe in this, because for this technology and for the evolution of AI, the compute cost has to significantly go down for all of us to benefit from the technology. And again, data sovereignty and being private about your data we're going to see much more of that. It's not only just data security. It's again like soft power. You own your data. You control the fate of your nation as well. So you cannot depend on a full model that's built by someone else, and then tomorrow they tell you, we don't like you, you can't have access to this technology, you go back to zero.
Thank you so much. And thank you so much. So I think I'm going to close the panel, and I know Donovan was staring at me because of time. So I think 4 key points. One, compute. We've had that in terms of the infrastructure, and to the question around on digital transformation and AI transformation. I think I would really suggest to the team here that we need a different conversation around leadership or technology leadership, so that I'm sure the market is taking care of the engineers, the data scientists, the machine learning stuff, but we need a different sort of thinking around technology leadership so that the leaders understand how to resource digital transformation in the age of AI. And also to make these decisions around whether you need to use compute to buy it and it does nothing, or whether it makes sense. I think the second part for me is very much around data, and that's really been the question here. How do you ensure that data is available in growth markets in a way that can be harnessed to be leveraged to solve the problems that we have? And we've had Brazil, we've had Kenya, we've had, I'm sure in the Middle East, you are not just doing translation. It's about ensuring that local language representation is available to solve those very nuanced problems that are very cultural specific. And to the extent of how do you leverage collaboration or markets that have already dealt with these problems based on principle and not necessarily copying, pasting the kind of solutions. The third part, of course, is the talent piece, and that is, Shiko, you said it very well. There's no for us without us. Like, you can't build models and assume you're solving problems with the growth markets. You have to build those solutions in collaboration with folks in the global in the growth markets. And you talked about the dialects in Egypt, in sort of in the Middle East. The last part, I think, for me, is why I talk about the use cases. And we need to do more of that, especially in the growth markets, for us to understand these nuances. But also, if you have to solve problems, they have to be use case driven, right? Whether it's ag, as you mentioned, health, learning outcomes, governance, and all that. So I think, for me, the panel has, I think, helped us answer the question whether you can harness AI for achieving prosperity in global growth markets. And with that, please thank Shiko, Danilo, Osama, Noor, and Christian for their interventions.
Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador. It's a wonderful panel. Thank you, speakers. Just take a group photo. All right, everyone, 10 minutes to transition to breakout rooms. For anyone interested in the Central Asia panel, please head over to the Harvard Square breakout room. Anyone interested in the Building Continents Integration Across Growth Markets, please head over to Porter. And whoever is interested in listening to Dr. Mundhir Dahla, professor of engineering, computer science at MIT, and author of his recently released book, Data Systems and Society Harnessing AI for Societal Good, can stay here. We will start promptly in 10 minutes. Thank you. Oh, we will then gather here again for Dina's closing remarks.
And James, can you come receive some mics for me?
Hello, everyone. We will be beginning our next session here very shortly. Please feel free to find a seat. We'll be beginning our next session here shortly.
Okay, folks, everyone, in the middle, Noah, Osama, Noor, Mai, all the Arabs chit-chatting. Sit down. This is a very special session. Okay, everyone, I know we're all tired. We're coming to the end, but this is a very special treat that we have for you today. And I'm so excited to see so many people I love in this room. So many. Oh, I love you, Craig. We do, we do. Okay, so it's my really wonderful, great pleasure to introduce the amazing Professor Munder Dahla, who is going to talk about how we can actually harness AI for social good. And he recently just published a book, but we're not going to talk about that yet, because we have another very special guest, who is his daughter, Dima Dahla. And it's wonderful to be able to introduce Dima as the moderator of this fireside chat, because I've heard, you know, through other members of the family, that Munder, you had an incredible influence on Dima's interest in data science. And that came full circle when you came to write your latest book, and she was an incredible contributor and reader of that. And so nothing brings me more pleasure in this conference but to introduce Munder and Dima to have this incredible fireside chat and really end this conference on a high note. And as per fashion, Munder will go outside after the closing of the conference, only after the closing. Only after the closing, which will be really fast, I promise. And the first 20 people to line up will get a signed copy of his incredible book. All right, over to you, Dima.
Hello, everyone. It's nice to see all of you here. I will kick us off. As Dina said, thank you for the really nice intro. Dina's the best. I work in finance. I work for Google, and so I've gotten to do a lot of data science in my work. But I'm excited to be here in a non-Google capacity to talk to my dad about his book. He has edited countless of my essays in the years and has helped me with more math homework than anyone really should. And so it was exciting to be able to kind of pay it back and help him write the book, or help him edit the book. I'll say, like, one of the things I loved about it is that sometimes data science can feel really technical, and the way that he put in these vignettes and made it so personal and really brought in the humanistic element of how data science can actually help in our everyday problems was really awesome, and so it was really nice to read it. And so I'm excited to talk today. We will start with some questions about, why he wanted to write it and, his career generally, and then we'll dive a little bit deeper into the book and on AI in general. So the first question is, what inspired you to write this book? What kind of made you want to get into this?
Okay, but before...
Oh, does this one work?
Yeah. Hi, everyone. Before I start answering some of the questions, I want to thank Dina for inviting us to do this, and also for the brilliant idea of having Dima run this questioning sort of session. It's kind of hard to be able to respond to your own daughter, especially that in general, the family kind of ignore everything you say about your work. And so this is actually
Not
recognition,
true.
finally, much more important recognition than any other recognition I get at work. So thank you all.
We listen 20% of the time.
20% of the time. So let me quickly answer the first question, the purpose of the book and how it came about. So I was asked by MIT in 2013 to found an institute, and it's now called Institute for Data Systems and Society, which inspired this particular book. And in 2013, there was a computational and machine learning revolution, and we were in anticipation of a bigger change within the real world and also what's happening at MIT. So IDSS was created to kind of excite the engagement of different departments and different groups within MIT to work on data science and machine learning and artificial intelligence. And so I was tasked to put this whole thing together, and we can talk a little bit more about the intellectual vision that came behind that. But during the pandemic, I sort of had some existential questions in my life and so forth. And one thing that came to my mind is that, as a researcher, we usually, when we think about a problem, we leave a trail, we write a paper. And as educators, we leave our lecture notes. But as something like founding an institute, we don't often leave a trail, and started thinking about documenting what has happened in the creation of the institute. And I wanted to do it in a way that is simple as I could, to excite the students to read it, but also excite practitioners to think of AI as an engineering discipline, and also document the historical event that has happened at MIT. So that was kind of like my motivation to start writing the book in 2020 or so.
That makes a lot of sense. And I think embedded in that, right, has been your long journey with IDSS and some of the work that you've done there. So can you talk a little bit about what that process was like, what inspired you to, build that transdisciplinary program, and yeah, talk through that.
Yeah, so I started my career at MIT in 1987. I came as a young faculty at that time, and I was an applied mathematician. My field was control theory. I designed control systems for machines, and I actually was a methodology developer. I developed the tools that practitioners use to design control systems. So my applications were aerospace and automotive industry and that kind of stuff. And I joke around, and I say this in the book, that I actually never thought about people when I did that work. It was all machines. you know? And if I write a control system for a machine, the machine will respond to my design. And so, but over time, and I have to say thanks to the amazing students and postdocs that I worked with, I moved in different fields into other areas of research. My first stop was actually in neuroscience as I started thinking about the motor control system and how that relates to control systems that we design. And, you know, I did a lot of different work in autonomous systems and so forth, but the biggest change happened when social platforms came about and when, you know, there was this network effect and network decisions that are made by people. And so I started studying the information flow and the decision flow that happens in networks. And that changed my whole perspective about all the decision theory that I was working on. Because now, you know, when you think about working with people, you think about incentivizing people to do certain things. You can't make people do certain things. And that's a differentiation from the work I was doing for machines into work that I'm doing with people. I started working with social scientists and economists, and I started broadening sort of my thinking about how to formulate interesting problems and how we tackle real-life situations. And so that put me in a position at that time to be the sort of the founding director for IDSS, I think because of my interactions with different groups of people and the type of research that I was doing at that time.
That makes a lot of sense. And it's interesting that you would say that as a control theorist, you are mostly working with machines. I've found that you've always been very people-oriented, and so I'm sure it was nice to get more into some of that realm. I would say one of the things that I know is very important to you is fundamentals as you develop an institute and kind of think through problems. And I know from like countless of my own teachings from my dad that it was very important for him that you know the fundamentals. For me, it was arithmetic, but for him, it will be something more in depth. And so I think the basis of that is the triangle and within IDSS. And so wanted you to kind of talk to the group here about what is the triangle and why was it important? How did you think about it?
I'm so glad you remember.
Yeah.
We had endless conversations about understanding the fundamentals. You can always answer any question if you understood the fundamentals. I'm very proud that you remember and you're doing it. So I think that there are different ways in which you can found an institute or a center. And for us, in 2013, it was very important that we have an intellectual vision for what we're building. MIT is, as everybody knows, MIT is a vibrant place. And there are people that are doing amazing stuff, right? And so this is not about replacing what other people are doing, but rather trying to understand how we create a new culture within MIT that is able to tackle a new class of problems. So we came up with, and then we had it's a long story, but you know, we had 40 faculty put together to create the intellectual vision for the institute. And I remember the provost joking at that time saying that I put 40 faculty to do this because I wanted to kill the project. Because there's no way that 40 faculty can ever agree at MIT to one thing. But actually we did, we agreed, and came up with this idea of the triangle, which I think is really powerful in thinking about societal challenges. So what are the different components of a societal challenge? There is the physical system, think transportation, energy, COVID, you know, the virus, all of that stuff. There's the people interacting with that physical infrastructure. And then there are the institutions that regulate the interaction between these things. These are the governments and the banking system and the financial systems. And every complex problem is an interaction of these components. And what we often have is some sparse data about all of them. And we try to answer important questions. So a great example that was actually fell in our laps was COVID. We did not intend COVID to happen. And we were in our, roughly in our, fifth actual year, in 2019, it was since the official launch. So COVID has the physical part, which is the understanding of the biology and the virus and how it attaches to the body and so forth. Then there's the whole social aspect of the contagion effect, how people interact and how that actually causes the spread of the virus. And then there was the regulation that had to do what we shut down and what we open up and the 6 feet separation and the masks and all of that stuff. And when you think about the regulation, there is also the feedback effect. If you shut down, there's an economic impact, and then there is the social impact. And so in thinking about this complex problem, it's very important to think about these three components interacting with each other and think about how data grows and what experiments or what data you measure to answer the important question in that particular case. How do we limit the contagion, but at the same time, continue the liveliness of our communities and people and so forth, which is a very difficult question. And at the beginning, we almost had no data. And yet we were forced to make decisions without having the data. And I think that that's one thing that I want to say about the anti-science people is that science is not stagnant. You may make the best decision that you know how to make today, and data comes in and you may change your mind. That's science. It's not that you have an answer and you stick to it the whole time. And I think the sort of the anti-science people were saying, oh, you know, people were changing their strategy. You have to change your strategy as you acquire more information and more data.
Yeah, it was definitely a fast-changing situation, and so I can imagine there was a lot of things to be taking in and things changing at once. I think one thing I would love for you to expand on is, like, you talked a lot about, you know, how you guys tackled the problem. What's the impact of some of the work that you did? How were you able to take, you know, this conceptual framework and translate it into kind of a real life outcome, especially in the case of COVID-19? How did it permeate beyond MIT and influence people?
Right. So the first impact that the Institute had, I would say, are the students that we produce. I mean, those are, we call them the trilingual students. They are the ones who are anchored in all of these different fields and are able to think of these problems all at once. So that's the huge impact. During COVID, you know, again, data-driven solution, artificial intelligence. What is artificial intelligence, first of all? I mean, it's really a combination of learning and automation, you know, put together in a sort of an algorithmic way, right? And so the COVID-19 had a lot of learning. We needed to understand the contagion effect. We needed to understand. So, I mean, one of the issues that came up at MIT is that we were told by the vice chancellor that we want to bring the students back in the fall because families were going crazy, having, you know, young kids in the house, and these kids, you know, need to just leave the house. I mean, there was a real social problem. So how do we do it? So we were asked at IDSS to figure out the strategy for how to do this. I won't bore you with all the details, but one of the things that we came up with is a model of how contagion occurs. You know, for those of you who remember, there was the R0 or the R0, that is the kind of the infection factor that amplifies. And we came up with a strategy of how we test and quarantine in order to prevent contagion from increasing. And that became the strategy that MIT followed and actually copied later on by the Committee on Higher Education. My colleague, Peko Hezoi, for example, developed a tool that you can now take this tool, you can describe the building, the rooms that you're in, you can say how many people are in the room, and it will tell you the separation, the testing strategy, and you can actually put in a budget in there and will tell you how many people you can accommodate. So we translated that into an Excel tool. But behind it was a lot of data analysis and building models and extrapolation of how these things work. The conclusion was a simple tool with a bunch of numbers.
Yeah, this is amazing to hear. I mean, I know we joke that we only listen to your work 20% of the time, but really it is great to see how, like, something like this can drive such a big impact. I want to maybe take a step back and ask you a little bit of a personal question about why you wanted to found IDSS. I think, you know, I've known you to be so passionate about teaching and researching. And so I'm curious what made you think, okay, I want to be an administrator now, put this whole thing together from your own kind of like career growth perspective.
I really didn't want to. I mean,
that's a good reason.
I mean, at the beginning, I stayed away from any administrative work. I had a passion for education and research, and you know. But then what happens is that your turn comes, And my turn came to be the head of EE, the electrical engineering, as part of EECS. So I accepted that, and I was actually doing that administrative role when the opportunity came for IDSS. And at that point, I was, I've already done, of course, electrical engineering is one of the top departments in the world, and so for me, it was easy. It was just kind of like doing, the only thing I can do is take it from number 1 to number 2. So it was like the promise was not huge. But then when I was presented with the challenge of doing this, I think I saw in it more like a startup environment. I didn't think of it as an administrative job. You have to, at the beginning I started by myself, and I had to design the process by which we're going to come up with our strategy, kind of like the business model. It was the strategic model. So I had to put the right people together and do that and pitch it and argue with people about whether this is the right thing or not. It was a whole process from A to Z, and I got excited about the possibility of doing something within academia. And I learned a lot, because first I learned intellectually, I feel so privileged to have been in contact with the best in the world in their own domains and learning from them. I expanded my horizons. I worked with humanists and social scientists and economists and business people, and I went out of my little kind of world that I was in. But I also learned about institutions and what it means to build an institution, which is not about me. It's about something that has to grow on its own and be viable in a competitive environment like MIT. And I always remind people that, MIT can do anything and the outside world will be jumping up and down. It really is very simple. You do something and the outside world is very excited. But within MIT, to get the people at MIT to feel excited, that's a different game altogether. And I had this example, I say that someone is ill and they need like a kidney transplant. The body is obviously in need for that kidney transplant, okay? You need it. But as soon as you do the transplant, the body rejects it. It rejects it until it actually conforms to the rest of the processes of the body. This is exactly how MIT functions. There's an intellectual vision, there's need, there's vacuum. We jump in and we say, let's create this thing. And then the same people that created it become the most critical of the growth of that thing until you actually convince everybody that you fit. So the process was actually really tough, I would go from one department to another department, and at the beginning, excitement and we want to participate. And then later, I was getting attacked, But I learned the process, and obviously, we did something positive, and I think that's part of the reason why the Institute is there. So I don't regret what I've done. It was a lot of work.
Yeah, your work schedule definitely took a turn at that time. You were less available to help me with my homework.
I still helped you with your
Yes, you did. But I think, to that end, you talked about this in your book, and you talk about the fact that this program has now created other programs that are similar in different institutions. I think that's a really kind of amazing thing about building the framework like this and seeing other people kind of take it on. And so I think with that, your book does a lot of this as well, where it gives people some of the roadmap to understand what types of things you were trying to tackle, how IDSS can help with that, and where you're going with it. And so I would love to talk a little bit more about some of the examples in your book as well, and get your thoughts on that, and hopefully we'll help sell some copies so we can do that.
Okay.
Okay, so I think one of the first things you tackle in your book is you have a very interesting chapter about data and the importance of getting the data underlying all of your work correct, right? And so data can be really a powerful tool, but it can have a ton of bias in it. And so there can then be unintended consequences and things that can come out of that. And you spend a lot of time discussing that. What are some strategies that you would highlight to this group on how to deal with that? What are some of the biggest examples of things where you've seen that be a problem and you have to correct for it?
Okay, if you guys have 3 hours, we can do this. That's a great question, Dima. And I think that so data, first of all, let me just say, kind of go to the conclusion. In the current environment of large language models, agent-based AI, and so forth, the speed by which you can actually come up with an algorithmic solution, the only differentiator left is the data. That's the only differentiator that is left. And data is going to become everything. And so the next experiment, the next experiment that you conduct is going to be the most critical in everything that we do. In biology, right now, we can do generative AI and so forth, but the new data sets are going to be the ones that are getting us closer to the solution of a disease. It's the new data that is going to be really important. So that we have to be very careful about how we interpret, how do we process, how we collect it, and so forth, right? Because as I said, algorithmic things are becoming standard. And I said that a few years back. There's going to come a time when we don't need to teach people how to program. It's happening already. Programming is gone. It's about thinking about what problem you need to solve. It's not about writing the program. We can do that. So I think that, in my opinion, data is the thing, and we need to focus on that. And so the question is, how do we how do we get the data that helps us in solving the problems that we want? I give people the example, I gave that in the book actually, an example of genomic research for cancer, for example. And you think about it, right, a lot of what's going on is that how does that work in kind of genomic 101 really, and that's my level. You have a type of a cell that is growing in your body, and you want to repurpose your T cells, the defensive cells, to go and attack it. So that means that you're taking the T cells that you have in your body and transform them by genetic change, like CRISPR and what have you, transform them to attack that particular cell. So really a lot of the problem is, how do you map the cell from one type to another type? Now, this is a really hard problem, and the reason it's a hard problem is that the one cell is described as 20,000 genes. Even if you think of discrete values of 0 and 1, on or off for the gene, that is 0, that's 2 to the power 20,000 possibilities for a description of a gene. To figure out how to map that particular space into a new space, we need forever type of computation. So how do we then conduct the next experiment? How do we get the next data set that is going to help us figure out how to transform this cell to the other cell? That's a challenge. That's a challenge. We can use generative AI, we can use the machine learning, we can use a lot of that stuff to guide us in the right direction so we can get the right experimentation. So everything we do right now is about getting the next data set. So apart from the confirmation bias and sample bias and all the problems that have happened with the data, I will say that generating new data sets is going to be the focus in the scientific community in the future.
Yeah, that's very interesting to think about, as now everyone's sort of talking about LLMs and that focus and less so focused on the data underlying it that drives it. And so I would love to also get your take on what you think the biggest concerns are if we don't focus on data and what the challenges could be with that.
I mean, this is really an interesting question, right? And as you may remember, I mean, I always talk about, okay, so maybe just say that I live in a place with low probability in the following sense. I only care about problems that are safety critical. I don't really care if your AI solution makes the wrong recommendation of what type of shoe you want to buy. You get the wrong shoe, you pay a little bit of money, the company doesn't, I don't care. It really is not, Munzer doesn't care, right? Some other people do. But I do care that the AI solution makes a mistake in cancer diagnostics. I do care that the AI system sends a robot somewhere and the robot makes all sorts of errors, or an autonomous vehicle gets out of the main road. I care about safety critical systems. So that's really the sort of where I am worried about LLMs as a way of doing all of this. Of course, LLMs are what they are. They are very powerful in what they do. But to actually drop machine learning, drop learning and drop understanding the physics behind some of the problem, the physical part, and accept not so accurate solution to the problem of prediction, to me is very problematic. So as long as what we're doing, we understand the limits of what we're doing, it's fine. It's as I said, a company that wants to automate, for example, how to respond to customer service and so forth, by all means, do it over an LLM. But if you want to read X-rays and MRI and so forth by a machine, I'd like to be able to do better than a human, And those are my sort of parameters. And I say, many, I think 90% of the decisions we make in life are not that important. But there are 10% or maybe even less that matter a lot. And those are the ones I want to care about. And I think that that's sort of, just use things in the right perspective. I mean, I won't ignore an LLM. It's an amazing progress in the world of AI, but not to think that everything is done the same way.
Yeah, I mean, what I'm hearing you say is really talking about the importance of being ethical and thinking about ethics as you're building out some of these solutions and thinking about, where you can use data, AI, machine learning as a solution set. And so one thing you have talked about specifically in the book, and you touched on it a little bit in your last answer, is automating functions that are done by humans. And one specific example you gave was sort of the self-driving car. And so I think I would love for you to talk through, why you think these issues are so critical to think through, and what some of the implications are of having a machine take on an action that was previously done by humans, from both kind of the ethical but also the economic perspective.
Yeah, that's a great question, and it is a question that I do tackle in the book. People like the terminology agentic AI right now. Self-driving car is the best example of an agentic AI. And we're still not there yet, putting these cars and scaling them with humans on the roads. Of course, if you only had self-driving cars, we have an easier problem. But it's self-driving cars plus humans that's the issue. So there are a lot of ethical questions that we can go all over the place, but I do want to maybe present one example that actually is really interesting, and that is what happened, I think, in around 2015, if my memory is right. I do have the date in the book, when Waymo dropped the first self-driving car on in one of their cars, and they drove in San Francisco, and the social media got filled up with statements like, "Okay, machines programmed to kill." And that was a really interesting debate that went on, because basically what that meant, really the background behind this, is the standard trolley problem, or whatever, a standard ethical issue. If the self-driving car confronts a situation and has two options, either to sacrifice the driver or sacrifice the person in front of it, what choice does it make? Now, for all of you that have driver's license, which I assume almost all of you, I don't know if you've ever been asked that question when you went to test to take your test. Nobody ever asked you, what would you do when you're driving? Do you drive off the railing into the river, or do you hit the person? We don't ask humans these questions. We kind of assume that you'll do your best, and we will forgive you if you did your best and you were not drunk and all of the things were in place. We will forgive your mistake as human. But we don't forgive machines. So then the machine had to be programmed. So what is the program? What is the machine going to do when confronted with that situation? Someone is going to decide how this machine is going to behave. Well, you can say you count the number of people that will die. You can do this in microsecond. Count the number of people that will die and minimize the number of people dying. It's an algorithm. Or you can say, go for the older people and save the younger people. I don't know. You have to program it. Any way you program it, we feel it's a little strange. Any way you program it. And so this debate, an ethical debate, was about a choice was made. A choice was made. So then there was a lot of research that was done in this area, and some of this research actually ran a survey among people in North America. What would you do? Actually, what would you do? Raise your hand if you sacrifice yourself Raise your hand if you sacrifice yourself, and don't raise your hand if you would prefer to sacrifice the other person. Self, one person, 2, 3. Okay, some hand in the back. And what's that? There's no third answer. I mean, it's a hypothetical situation. And what is interesting about that study that I actually go through in the book is that actually a lot of people said that they prefer to sacrifice themselves, which is kind of surprising. And it's a cultural answer. Different cultures will have a different answer. But here's the trick in that answer. The same people that said they will sacrifice themselves said they will not buy that car. So that's an interesting economic impact to an ethical solution. The ethical solution to them is to sacrifice themselves and not kill another person, but then they won't buy that car. And we know that in the future, self-driving cars are going to save so many lives in comparison to people driving. And so the ethical answer actually probably in the long run has a worse impact on safety. So these are the issues that you have to struggle with, you know, and think about as you design a system. I'm not saying that there's a crystal ball or an answer. There isn't, but you have to address these issues as you design these systems.
It definitely brings to mind, like, you know, how it's very different to assess a problem from a personal perspective versus assessing what would be best for kind of like the broader society. And I'm sure you dealt with that a lot as you're thinking about COVID challenges as well as part of the solution set. Yeah. Well, we've talked a lot about kind of the things in AI that are concerning or can lead to pitfalls, but I think one thing I would love to hear about is what excites you about AI? Like, what is the potential solution tool or something that you've seen out there as it becomes, you know, one of the biggest topics of conversation, something that has a ton of potential and you think could have really positive impact?
Interesting question, yeah. Tools don't excite me.
Good to know.
I don't get excited by tools. I think AI, to me, is about the most exciting things, what I said earlier, is about scientific discovery. It's about what we can do to solve some of the pressing societal challenges that we have. How do we do better experimentation? How do we think about the next data set that I need to get, you know, in biology or physics and so forth? You know, material science, discovering new material, new calculations that we couldn't have done, you know, because we are not imagining the situation well enough. That's what I find in this new tool. Kind of like, you know, when the calculator came and I was very young, and you know, I remember my grandfather telling me at that time, and I think this debate is happening now as well. But I remember my grandfather saying, I mean, if you have a calculator, what's left in the problem? You know, I mean, that's done. And I was like, no, it is the problem. The calculator is one piece of the problem. And the calculator allowed us to do a lot of fast things. Then the computer came and we were able to program and do things faster. And now we have new tools, different tools that can also extrapolate and tell you, like generative. The generative is really a simulation that can give me many, many possibilities. And then I can probably eyeball some of these possibilities and say, I don't like this, but maybe this has some chance. And then that guides my experimentation. I find this to be very empowering in artificial intelligence. So I think that that's what excites me the most.
Yeah, that makes sense. And you see it really everywhere, how much it can help you kind of get faster at what you do in your day-to-day. And you can see how it would have huge implications. So now I would love to turn it over to see if the audience has any questions and want to learn anything more about the book or AI in general. All right, we got some hands. There's a microphone there.
Hello? Okay, that works. I want to go back to some time earlier in your conversation when you talked about developing your center almost like a startup. And the first thought that came to my head was the cold start problem. How do you get a new center? Like, how do you create that excitement around a new center, and what can we take away from that if we want to develop similar centers of excellence in growing markets where academia is challenged due to funding and other reasons, and there's a brain drain? And so how do we, I guess I'm trying to learn from in an ideal world like MIT, which to your point, when it does something, it excites the world. And sure, you had that cold start problem within internal MIT. But if you can talk to us about how you maybe walk us through some learnings on the cold start problem of starting a center. Oh, and my name is Noha.
Hello.
Hi, and I work in data.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I mean, that's a great question, and maybe it'll be an extended answer, so I won't take too much time. I think when we set out to build this institute, we thought it's critical that we have an intellectual vision. That is, where is our place within MIT? Because if you talk about, and notice that the name of the institute, Data, Systems, and Society. And so what's left? I mean, it's everything. Everything is data, systems, and society, right? And we were doing it intentionally. First, we were like, should we name it? And it's actually really interesting how much the naming was so problematic and difficult. And we have different, do we have a name that is narrow or do we have a name that is broad, okay? And we went for the broad name to say that this is overarching, but not replacing any of the domains, you know? And we needed to define that intellectual vision that says, actually, what we want is not the computer scientists and the data scientists to solve every problem. We wanted the chemical engineers to solve the problem of chemical engineering and the biologists to solve the problem of biology. And these methods and way of thinking just simply embedded in these domains. And that was the mission, that was sort of what got us going, is define that piece that we want to inject in every department that we can inject it, or every unit that exists at MIT. That's how we defined our task. And that was the reason why we were accepted, because we were not going to places that had that expertise. I remember my first meeting in economics, you know, and economics was supportive of this because econometrics was growing at that time. Always been at MIT. Econometrics was always been at MIT, but you know, statistical thinking behind economics is econometrics. And so, but what is not happening, it was not that popular outside. But with machine learning and statistics, econometricians were coming back to business, right? And so there was acceptance in economics. But when I went there to present the vision and so forth, I mean, a lot of people are saying, we already do this. We already do this, right? We are already thinking about policy and the data and so forth. And my answer is, that's great, then you are partners, because there are other people that are not doing this. And maybe the way you're doing it, you're abstracting the engineering part too much, and maybe we can bring that in, and that also built new collaborations. So I would say our anchor was the intellectual vision. The funding, and then the second part, of course, in an academic institution, everything is about students. Everything is about students. And so it was very important for us that we have a flagship PhD program, a master's program that went with the vision, and that was the accelerator behind what we were doing. But then, of course, it's a long story for the rest of your question.
I really like your talk, and I really congratulate Dima and you being able to do this, because my sons have set up companies. I'm an entrepreneurship. They've never asked me a question. They never talk about it, and both of them failed, and they don't even blink. So amazing. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
I have a practical question to ask. We have a Master of Science in Business Analytics program that we launched actually 2013, and we have evolved in our view of what the people in business school should know about analytics, about the technical aspects. So, and first instance was more or less, we don't need to know much because they're business, they only do applications. But we actually found through practice after 4 years that it's not a good idea. So going back to the calculator analogy, it turns out, at least we found out, that we need to teach them something because they need to manipulate data. They need to understand it's actually generative for them to struggle to massage data to be able to make it usable and then to apply it. And so more or less we arrived at the middle ground. The middle ground was more or less we kind of teach them like a 30% skill of these technical areas, machine learning, core statistics, modeling, etc. And we call it, like, it's called data processing framework and tools. It's kind of a, catch-all. But we found this is better. And because at the end of the day, we are not there, and we found this is generative for them. What do you think? I really want to, because this is a practical problem that most of us feel in practice when we are implementing these programs, and we are not in the engineering school, we are not in the computer science faculty, we are in the business school. So I think this is kind of I'd like you to elaborate on this, because I'm sure you've encountered this and you've thought about this.
I mean, this is a hard question, right? It's a curriculum design question. Well, okay, so I'm going to answer a different question, which is what should business schools actually teach? And business people may not like my answer, but I don't think you should teach monetization. I don't think you should be teaching them how to maximize profit, how to increase efficiency. Those are actually terrible metrics at the end of the day. They're just there to increase. I think you have to. Of course, efficiency is important. And don't get me wrong, profit and efficiency are important. But usually, these are not what you want to do. What you want to do is to provide some service to the society of some sort. Okay, and then you want to align it with something that is maybe profitable, that engages and what have you. The question should be asked differently, and should be purposed differently. And I think one of the issues is that, we think about healthcare and what's happening to healthcare. Well, okay, when my mom was ill in the hospital here in Mount Auburn, we were in the hospital for almost a month, and I would say that every day, around the week, I saw a different doctor, and I'm with her. Every day, a new doctor comes in. These doctors are all contracting with hospitals. They're not full-time. They come 1 day a week. And then they come back the next Monday. They've totally forgotten everything about this person. They're just reading from a piece of paper. Hospitals think this is an efficient solution. They minimize costs by minimizing overhead. This is not a good service for the patient. And I can give you many, many examples of this. So I would say if I was the dean of the Sloan School today, I would revamp the whole curriculum to think about my customer, my people. How am I serving the people? And I know that this is not popular, but I don't think that actually that sacrifices necessarily your profit. It just positions things differently. You will actually design your system differently than if you just simply cutting corners here and there and cutting this and cutting that in order to increase efficiency and profit. I would redesign the system. So that's sort of a very generic answer to not the specifics. We can happy to talk about the specifics of the curriculum.
Hi, thanks so much for your talk. And one thing that you said that I really caught my attention was algorithms are standard. Data is the only differentiation that you have. So I was wondering if you could elaborate on this a little bit more in the context of a startup in a growth market, because I think it may be different thinking this way at MIT, where you have a huge structure, and we are sort of struggling with this right now with my company back in Brazil. So how do you leverage data collection in this new setting in which models are standard?
Models are?
Models are standard. Algorithms are standard, right? So the only differentiation would be data, the data that you have.
So how do you, I spent some part of my career actually thinking about data markets, creating a market for data, and in particular, how people can share the data and exchange data in such a way that it's a win-win for everybody. It's very hard. People aren't sharing their data. It was very interesting. This whole thing started actually thinking about data markets by thinking about agriculture in sub-Saharan Africa. And we were thinking about how complicated it is for people, for farmers to actually kind of excite investors to come in. Because the investor looks at your past data and they says, wait a minute, this is not very good production. Why would I actually invest in your company and so forth? And so we viewed that as a locked economy. The investors were not putting money, and as a result, technology was not being bought to actually improve the state of the art in terms of production. And so we felt if we could just do extrapolation and say this piece of land could produce 10x if under these situations, then we obviously could actually excite the investment. So there was an idea, but how do we come up with the data that allows us to do this? We needed to share the data among different people. And to my surprise, to my shock, actually even in most commodity markets, people are hogging their data. They don't want to share their data. And the people that don't want to share their data are the people that have the best data. The people that share their data are the people that don't have good data. So you are raising a very important question. How do we get good data? And how do we interact and collaborate? And I think what we need really is now, again, to focus on the data again, to focus in ways in which we can exchange. And I give the example where if you, for example, have 100 acres and you have used your land to experiment with different seeds and different technology and so forth, the value you can extract from this by selling the data is much higher than what you can do in your own land. Because now you have recipes of success stories of things that you've done using fertilizers and the timing and then the irrigation systems and the different types of seeds and different scheduling and so forth. This can actually allow you to have amazing data set that could be used by a lot of different people. But what is the forum in which this is going to be exchanged? And who is the arbiter that's going to say, well, this is how much your data, this is the amount, what your data is worth. So I think we need to start building those kind of structures to exchange data. Today, I don't know how you do it. Honestly, I don't have an answer. Well, synthetic data is great, but it's not real data. Synthetic data is mimicking existing data sets. So I would say that we use synthetic data. We use it all the time, doing financial analysis, because a lot of this data is private and we don't see it. And so we create what we think the banking data looks like and what monetary data looks like. And then we send it to the feds, and then the feds who have the data can test our models and then tell us whether this is good or not. We do this all the time. But it's not real data, and it's not new data.
Good evening. On a personal note, I just wanted to say it's great. This is a highlight of the conference for me.
Thank you.
Before I came, the one person I hoped to meet, whom I'd never met before at MIT, was you.
Oh.
And the reason is it may sound weird, but you are in our YouTube feed every day. I'm in Nigeria. I came from Nigeria, and we see you a lot.
Sorry about that.
No, absolutely not. It's great because it's inspiring. You speak about a course that you developed, which of course a lot of people are benefiting from around the world, around AI, no-code AI, and so on and so forth, and learning through distance. I even know people who've done it. I know someone who was going into retirement and chose to do it to create a new career for themselves.
That's great.
And I think that's fantastic. And so for that reason, I was going to ask if you've begun to get lessons of the impact that spreading this knowledge around the world in the way that you have, especially in a subject area like AI, has begun to yield results, if there are any interesting findings you have, and if it has, for people, like you said, you've talked about engineers solving engineering problems using AI and so on, if people have given you feedback on what they've been able to do with what you have presented to them around the world. Thank you.
Well, thank you, first of all, for the compliments. And yes, I mean, this is actually a really important topic that we discuss also in the book. I do believe in online education. I think online education is transformative. MIT has 10,000 students, roughly. We spend so much effort developing content and ideas and so forth. And the idea that only 10,000 students benefit from this is a shame. And when Chuck Vest back in the day, we created the Open Courseware, OCW, we were shocked by how many people were downloading our content from the web, and of course it was for free, and all of a sudden you get somebody from, random place, random high school or random university you've never heard of, contacting you, telling you that they read your material and they've been working on it and so forth. It's incredible that what we have. And so at IDSS, we developed a whole slew of online education programs. Some that are more advanced for teaching the teachers, we think of it, and some that are professional, 12 to 14 weeks with hands-on experiences and so forth. And we have about, and again, still, it's in the spirit of MIT. Nothing we do is easy. There's nothing that you just come and take a course and leave. You work very hard. I mean, some of the people that gave me feedback said, we say, 6 to 8 hours a week, and somebody said, I'm putting 25 hours and I'm still behind. Yeah, I get it, We get, thousands and thousands of students taking these programs, and we document the feedback. It's really been amazing how people have moved in their corporations, how they've been tackling new problems. We have an amazing program in Peru, for example, teaching the teachers, and it's been on now for 5 years. Many of these people are already in positions in the government and major institutions and so forth. So very proud of the online education programs. We spend a lot of time, updating and trying to send the gospel, so to speak. And we're foundational. Again, we emphasize the fundamentals. If you learn the fundamentals, you can run with the new technology when it comes. If I just teach you the technology, then you need to be taught every single time. So we always focus on the fundamentals. And I think the impact has been amazing. And I hope that we grow this even more at MIT broadly, not just from IDSS. I really believe in online education.
Hi, everyone. I'm Nadia Shalabi. I'm an MIT alum and also an alumni fellow of the newly renamed Kuo Sharper Center. So I also happen to be, have a CS PhD similar Munzer's generation, and it's amazing to have 2 generations here on stage, since my question is relevant to that, and I would like to ask you both. In the kind of powerful inflection of AI today, because you and I know that it's ancient, but how powerful it is today, what do you think is the effect on what people are learning? So for instance, for the new generation, there is this tendency that, well, AI knows everything. I can press a button. Why should I learn history? Why should I learn calculus? Why should I learn how statistics is made? I don't need to program because we have like coding AI agents and so on. And so, but going back to fundamentals, if you can't reason and you don't know how things are made and everything's a black box, what is the effect on us as a society going forward? And my question is actually for both of you. So maybe start with Dima. Thank you.
Good question. Sorry, just turned my mic back on. Well, I guess I can speak personally on like how AI has sort of sped up the way that I work and do things. I will say, like, I haven't, because I haven't been in school for a while, I don't know that I have these fundamental challenges of, like, okay, you need to learn something new, so I'll just skip over it and use AI. I have found specifically for myself that it speeds me up in doing tasks that like are such as like writing something, or if I'm writing a memo, or if I'm writing an email or something like that, I can just put it into AI and like tighten things up, and everything moves much faster, and that's really useful for me. But it doesn't take away from any of the learning. In fact, like it gives me more time to be able to do the things that are more challenging, I think, and that I need more dedicated personal time. So I would say that's how it kind of factors in for me in terms of how it affects what you learn and how you're able to learn in school. I'm less close to that, but I would say that it's probably really important to start integrating it versus trying to get rid of it or saying like, oh, this is not going to be something we use. But to my dad's point, teaching people the fundamentals, making sure they still know that's critical. But that doesn't have to be mutually exclusive with people also using AI, right? I mean, I think you can teach people the fundamentals and then teach them how to accelerate their work and their learning and their progress using these types of tools and functionalities. I would also say, like, teaching the real fundamentals of AI is probably extremely important, right? So that understanding that data is the thing that is underlying all of it, and if the data that is your model is built on top of is not good, then that has an impact on the model. And so I think that having all of those things, those critical points really taught is going to be extremely important. And I think will help people understand what functionalities they can use it in and when to not use it. So that would be my thought.
I agree entirely with you. You know, Janan runs Sandbox, and my wife, and you know, we see a lot of students, and we always have this debate of what are the fundamentals, and how much is AI changing the way we think. You know, so we have to go back historically and say, did the calculator limit our ability to do mathematics? Did the TV limit us from reading? You know, how much of these technologies have actually changed our ability to think and be creative? And I don't know, right? So a lot of times we have to adapt to the technology. Technology moves faster than our social behavior. Always we get caught by surprise. We got caught by surprise with the internet. You know, we still haven't adapted actually to figure out for the internet. We're caught by surprise with TikTok, right? You know, we were just having a debate among my research group today, and one of my students who told me that his friends tell him that, you know, all their news they get from TikTok. They no longer have to go anywhere else, you know? But if you're spending 6 hours on TikTok, you have no time to do anything else, you know? And so what are the important educational components that are important for the development of a child? You know, we have accepted certain things, reading and writing and certain types of mathematics and so forth. But are they really the only components, or they're not replaceable by new components? I'm not at that level. I don't know how to answer that question, but certainly it's a question that needs to be asked. I remember going into a debate with some professor at Stanford. She's in the Department of Education, and they were talking at that time that calculus is really a bad idea in high school, that they want to replace it with Python. And I was like, I'm willing to debate if calculus is the right education or not, but I'm not willing to accept that Python is the replacement. Maybe an algorithmic course, a course on algorithm, is a good replacement of calculus, but I'm not sure I would accept Python as a language, as a replacement, right? So I think people, you know, definitely we need to kind of continue to adapt to the new technology. There are no easy answer to your question, but definitely these tools are changing the way students are thinking. I'm teaching a class right now, a senior level, graduate level class on time series analysis, basically learning for time series. And I'm doing it in a flipped format. I have my recordings and everything is already on MITx, and I come to class to discuss with the students. I don't teach in class, I'm just discussing with the students, and they see my lectures ahead of time. And it's fascinating. So one thing I recognize, first of all, that not all of them actually watch the videos. They find better videos. Great. So I'm not the only source for information. This topic is not new, and I didn't invent it. And there are better videos. So they go get that information elsewhere. You know, they grabbing from everywhere. When we were studying, there was either the textbook or the professor's notes. That was it. There was nothing else. Now there's everything. And they are good at finding the better outcome. And I'm happy, like, you know, as long as you got the material. My lecture defines the input and the output. What you do in the middle and how you get it, I actually don't care. So I'm finding different approaches, and I am adapting as an educator to their approaches. So I'm saying to them, you know, I have concept checking questions after each lecture. I say, if you answer these questions, then you figured out the lecture. I don't really need you to watch it. So, you know, it's such an amazing topic to understand what, and this is, we're talking college, we already missed the whole K-12, right? I mean, the most important questions are about the K-12. And I think we need the people and the experiments. We need the experiments and the observation to observe students in the classrooms and do some causal inference on this of what's the effect of X on Y, in order to come up with the alternative educational model. But we will have to adapt. The students are going to use the technology.
Great question. And now I think we're out of time. Thank you so much. This was so nice to do. And thank you, Dina, for having us. It was
Thank you,
awesome.
Dima, for doing this, and thank you, Dina. That was fun.
Okay, slight change of plans. We are going to do the book signing now, and then we will do the closing. So anybody, if you would like to get a book signed, I suggest you quickly go online, because only the first 20 will get a book. Look at these people running. I have never seen Noma run so fast. Oh my goodness.
Like 1, 2, 3. Hey, hey. 1, 2, 2, 3. Awesome.
Test one, test one. Perfect. Okay, everyone. Thank you all. We are going to begin the closing session of this wonderful 2 days right at 5 p.m. And I promise to get you home soon. Oh, okay. Okay, everyone. We're beginning our closing session here very shortly. If you can please find your way to a seat. We're beginning our closing session here very shortly.
There's also one on. All right.
لازم هتموتوا. Great. I got it.
Hello, everyone. If you can please find your way to a seat. We are about to begin our closing sessions. If you can please find your way to a seat so that we can begin our closing section. Again, we are about to begin our closing session. If you can please find your way to a seat as we're about to begin our closing session. Thank you, everyone. You can please find your seats as we are about to begin our closing session. Please find your way to a seat so that we can begin.
Wow, I've never heard you guys go quiet as quickly as this. Is this because you're all tired and you want to go home? Or is it that you finally are afraid of me? Wow. Let's see if I can see without any need. Okay, well, first of all, how is everybody feeling? Oh. Not tired? No. So does that mean we should do another day? Yes. I'm pretty sure my team would say a big fat no. My goodness. How is the Queen feeling about that? Okay. Well, first of all, I really want to thank all of you, I apologize that we've been hounding you and pushing you to go into sessions when all you wanted to do is network and chit-chat and say, I met this amazing person, I want to chat with this amazing person. But, I just want to say that we're so grateful for all of you for making the time and for coming to this conference. And, the center has changed a lot over the past 5 years. And last year, when we came back and did this annual conference, it was one day. And when we said we would come back and do it bigger and better, and we would do it for 2 days, my team was like, okay, we'll do it. But did they do it amazing? Yeah. That's how we do it at the MIT Cool Sharper Center. Right, Sayuri? Yes. So, over the past 2 days, we've heard,
a lot of voices that have challenged us and also inspired us. But our goal with this conference wasn't just to create space for you to be inspired. We really wanted to create space for all of you to think about what you can take from here and actually go to action with. And so this wasn't, we did have a lot of panels in here, and we had a lot of side sessions, and we had some workshops, and we had some, plenaries panels that went really long. Yasar, yeah, really long. And Shamil, I don't know where you are, but clearly conversations wanted to keep going and going and going. But I started with a call to reframe how we speak about growth markets, and I want to say it again. Our time is not coming, it is now. And Nubar Afian reminded us that extraordinary outcomes require unreasonable people doing unreasonable things. And I think everyone in this room buys into that, right? Yeah? Yes? I didn't hear that loud enough. Yes. Great. That's what I like to hear. And across a lot of the sessions, we heard what happens when institutions shift focus from shareholders to stakeholders. And an incredible example of that is OCP. I don't know if Hanan is here, but I'm sure someone will tell. Oh, no, she's not here. Hanan is not here. But she did say something very powerful about her company. She said helping her ecosystem grow is a part of their growth. And that's the kind of sentiment we want to see everywhere. So what's next? As we go home and we think about action, we want to make space for what's next. We want to see pilot programs. We want to see platforms emerge. We want to see partnerships emerge. And we want to see friendships, because as so many of you came up to me and said, I met this incredible person and I want to stay in touch. So that's a part of what this community is. It really is a bond of friendships. And our work is only going to continue to expand with that kind of commitment and heart. And we've already heard some interest in convening communities around climate tech financing, a shared platform for entrepreneurial exchange across growth markets, and new mechanisms for capital access and trust building that came out of Waleed's workshop. Thank you for that. I heard you were incredible, but I had no doubt you would be. And the regional integration group that was led by Yasar Jarrar had an amazing, incredible panel of people. I heard that you came out with some 4 serious, concrete recommendations that you're all ready to take forward. Should I share them? Yes? Is that Marina? Yes? Number 1, they want to build a regional platform for collaboration, narrative shifting, and knowledge exchange. Do we want that, guys? Yes. Okay. Go talk to Marina. Number 2, catalyzing cross-regional investment models and capital access pathways. What about that one? Do we want that? Okay, go speak to Waleed and Sayuri about that. Yeah. And they created something called appointing a new kind of integrator, creating the spark between bottom-up innovation and top-down policy making. I love that. I think it's a little complicated, but I assume what you mean is that you really want to create bottom-up venture growth with top-down policy making so that we can see the best ecosystems possible, right? Yes? I want that one. That one, come to us at the center. And I assume that this was driven by the fabulous Yasar Jarrar establishing a WEF for growth markets, not emerging markets, to drive economic integration across Latin America, South and Southeast Asia, Africa, and the Arab region. Do we want that? Yes. That we definitely want. This is what we're going to turn this conference into? That was Tapelo. Oh, was that Tapelo? Where is he? Tapelo, right there, everybody. That was you? So you were reading my mind and Yasar's mind? I love it. So you're going to take that forward with us, right? Yes? You're Foundry Fellow. You have no option but to say yes. And I'm sure that so many options for collaboration are going to emerge out of this. And we at the center, we welcome all of you. Use us as a medium. Use us as a way to connect. We are here for you, and we want to support all this work. And now I just want to say some thank yous. So I would love for my team, every last one of them, to come up and stand here on stage. Now, as they come up, it is absolutely impossible to ask the 90 speakers that we had at this conference to come up to this stage, but I want to thank each and every one of you because our #1 goal this conference was to have the best content possible with some of the most amazing speakers from around the world, and I want to know, did we achieve that goal or not? Yeah. Thank you. And thank you, Salma. Get up here, Adil. You're part of this team.
And Kareem and Salma.
And Salma, get up here on this stage. And Andrea, where are you? Yeah. And I want to thank each and every one of you who came and attended this conference because I know 2 days out of your busy schedules is a lot and we don't take that for granted. We see it as a privilege and we are deeply grateful. And, you know, to this right here, we're a small team, but we're mighty. You know?
Yes.
Yeah. And finally, thank you to all the unreasonable people doing unreasonable things. We're going to come back and we're going to see you next year, and we're going to be doing even more and better things, but we're going to be doing that in collaboration with all of you, working together to do what, everybody? No? To do what now? To co-create the new calculus for global prosperity. So repeat after me one last time. What are we going to do next year? What are we going to do between now and then? Go create the new calculus for global prosperity. Thank you very much. You are welcome to go home. Yes, we'll take a picture. Salma. Guys, look this way to the camera. Where are we looking? This way.
That one right there, yeah.
Right here.
Oops, sorry. A second.
Look towards the middle.
3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. One more for good measure.
Thank you.
And the unplugged. It's over.
You're only heading out tomorrow, huh? If I'm ever in UAE, which I'm sure I will be, look up, and if you're in Cape Town, please. Yeah. Hope you get some rest tonight, and yeah, already just now. Thank you. I've got you on LinkedIn now, so I'll send you my email and WhatsApp and stuff so you can keep in touch. Thank you so much. Take care.
One, check two. Good. MIT Kuo Sharper Center staff, if we can please do one group shot in front of the photo booth. If we can please do one group shot in front of the photo booth. MIT Kuo Sharper Center staff and MIT Kuo Sharper Foundry Fellows. Can we all please go to the step and repeat photo booth to do one group shot? The staff and the foundry. Oh. No, not Rania.